You today. Now, we've got the Minion Masters Open number 2. It's sponsored by GGtoor, Community Gaming, Betadwarf, amongst others. I feel like I forgot someone there. I'm not sure. But I'm not on my own today. I am joined by Cosmic Vortex and Dfogox. Cosmic and Dfogo, welcome to the stream. How are you guys doing today?
Doing pretty good. Looking forward to seeing all the new changes from the patch and the hotfix in the last 2 weeks.
That's right.
Super excited to be here. These matches promise a lot for sure, and I can barely wait to see what the players have brought forth for us.
So if you're not fully up to date with what's going on in Mini Masters right now, huge changes recently. Mana's faster, XP's faster, overall spell nerf, many balance changes. Air units cannot grab bridges. So many changes, and although it's not involved yet, that we are going to have a season or two without wildcards to see exactly how that plays out. But no wildcards in this tournament anyway. So are you looking forward to see how the different players adapt to all the different changes? Because the game is feeling a lot different than it used to.
Absolutely, and I think one thing that's gonna be nice to see is with the combustion nerf before, basically everyone was running combustion because that was the single spell that basically was an AoE clear that wasn't nerfed. And then with the statue nerf and the pincer nerf, now all the spells have like niche roles, I would say, and so you're going to see a lot more creativity with the removal spells paired to the units than you did before, because before it was just like oh, this spell's good, I'm going to run it, whereas now you have to tailor the spells that you're running to the deck that you're trying to build, which I think is a fun new mechanic that's getting added basically.
Yeah, while before you might be able to have a spell that would generally be helpful versus whatever matchup you were facing. Now that tailoring, as Cosmic was saying, will probably need to be much more precise. And this also has the advantage we might be able to start seeing some spells that in the previous meta were not seen very much. So that's definitely something to look forward to.
Yeah, lots of changes, and I think what separates the real top players from people who are not quite so good is how they can adapt. Not only how they can adapt to what they see in front of them on a game-to-game basis, but how they can adapt quickly to big changes in the game. And as we mentioned, not only have we had big changes last week, we had a big hotfix this week as well, which changed a lot of things. So already the players will have been preparing for this event, and then they have to reevaluate and look at stuff that's in their deck that's been changed. So things like the Pincer of Dread. Are you guys happy with the changes that we've seen in the hotfix to the Pincer of Dread?
I'm happy with Pincer of Dread. I think that it's now in a proper place. Like the single target fear is definitely useful. For clearing things like a Whirly Scrat, or even still Mancers, I would say, because Mancers have to be played very specifically to get value out of them. So even though it doesn't instantly kill the Mancer, it does still stop it from getting that immediate value, and potentially letting it get finished off by the units that it was trying to kill, as well as still being a good cheap sniper removal.
Yeah, and even versus big units, for example, if you're facing a Colossus, the Yarhoon, or a Dragon, you might be, by fearing them those seconds, it might just allow your units to DPS them enough until they die. While before you might play an Arcane Bolt, which is now 3 mana with 2 mana freeze. Now you can opt for a cheaper option that will deal less damage, will not guarantee a kill if the threshold of the HP reaches a certain point, but you have all that utility of the fear, which now it's much easier to control. Before you might need, like, I really need a fear here. What unit is low enough here that I can kill to fear everything around it? Now, no. Now you choose, you fear, and it's much more straightforward.
Yeah, I think before the hotfix, Pincer was everywhere, and rightly so, because it was incredibly strong. Not only did you get that very strong key unit removal, but you also got a huge fear on just about everything. And it just seemed like it was an auto-include for everyone, and it was just too strong. So, as you said, and I agree, I think it's in a much better place now, where it does do the removal, not as strong as it used to, or, and just to clarify for everyone out there, if it doesn't kill, then it triggers the fear. Whereas before, not only did it kill, it also triggered the fear, whereas now you either get a kill or it fears, but the fear is only a single target fear. So it's far less strong overall, I think, but it's still definitely got a place, and it's still it's just got to be used more appropriately, I think. Before, you could just go, oh, let me just fear everything, and then let me just figure out what's going to happen. Now you've got to think, what have I got to control in this fight? And it's like a good stun, almost.
Yeah, I would say it's a you can use it as a stun and as a removal. So you can bring it, and you can because like with the stun spell typically, like if you have 2 pushes that are colliding, really you have like 1 or 2 key units in those pushes, even if it's a group of like 10 or 15 units. And so if you're good, if you use that pincer appropriately, you can change the outcome of a push while not having to pack something like a stun blast. You could also use it to remove a sniper at other points during the battle.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think it's less of an auto-include now, but it's still a spell that can be used appropriately. So it'd be interesting to see if we see that, or if, since the balance changes, we'll see what happens. But I must say, I'm happy the way that devs have hotfixed quickly. They knew there was going to be a lot of stuff after the big changes that may have been unbalanced, and I'm happy with the way that they've hotfixed a lot of things. And they reacted quickly to especially things like the Pincer of Dread that was out of control. And especially now for a big tournament, I think the game's after the hotfix for sure, I think the game's in a much better state than it was before that. You know, we would have just seen pincer after pincer after pincer in this tournament had they not addressed that as one of the things.
I think before this hotfix, what happened was pincer was super strong as the spells you were saying, and then it was what we were talking before. Those those big units that were very hard to kill were getting to the face faster, combustion dealing with everything. So that was 2 very distinctive spells and strategies that by now with this hotfix are much more controlled. The meta is unstable. We are aware that the meta is unstable. That's also why the matches right now might be very interesting, because there's no proper meta that we are going to see everyone playing. We know some masters are stronger than others, but players are allowed to ban them. That's why this hotfix really helped put everything in a more balanced state where what are we going to see? No one knows.
Yeah, and I think we're just going to see how the better players adapt to it, and we'll probably see maybe even a tournament meta kind of developing as the games go on, because people are going to get experience of what is and what's not working today, what are other people playing, and game after game, and especially as we're watching them here, we may see a little meta evolving throughout the tournament as we go. So that'll be interesting to see. That's
true. That's actually a very good point. Like community evolving in a tournament.
And of course, we have to talk about briefly anyway. Talk about the wildcard change that's proposed. If you're not following what's going on with that, basically Betadwarf have said, look, we did a survey to see what people thought about wildcards. People still, in the majority, do like them, but what we're going to do is we're going to do a test. We're going to remove wildcards for maybe a season or 2, and we're going to give you an experience to see what the game is like without wildcards, and then we'll get feedback based on that and make a decision as to whether we're going to bring them back, keep them out, adjust them. So how do you guys feel about the whole scenario, the whole change with the temporary wildcard test?
I'm interested to see more so the 2v2 ladder change than the 1v1 ladder. 1v1 ladder, I think, will still be relatively the same overall, because wildcards in 1v1 are not... You can't capitalize on certain cards, whereas in 2v2, we've seen that the strongest decks in 2v2 for many, many seasons have been Accursed and Elves. And both of those decks are different when you don't run wildcards. You can still run them, but they're not like overpowering compared to the other strategies. And so I think that that's going to be a very interesting meta state to observe. And I'm very interested to see what it turns out when that's not everywhere. Because currently, if you're not running either of those 2 decks, then you have to run counters for those in your deck. And now you don't necessarily have to automatically run counters in there, because you can run more generalized cards.
Yeah, exactly. Like in 1v1, you would never have to consider the possibility of facing like 8 rammers or like a troubadour with double nether step and then 3 black holes that you cannot stop. In 2v2, like that might be a thing, which will stop being. while there's still the question of duplicates, but you can deal with that more easily than when you're just fully versus a strategy that if you don't have the appropriate tools wild carded, you cannot deal with those wild cards. So yeah, I think Cosmic mentioned the strongest point. But I also think one aspect to consider is how they also mentioned that most people that were in favor of removing wild cards were top leaderboard players, like from Master and beyond. So I guess that's also a indicator how for top players, maybe the change of wildcard will not be as relevant since they probably aren't playing it that much. They are the ones against it. So in lower ranks, what is it going to be? How are like the newer players, the less experienced players going to deal with not having wildcards? That's where I feel the impact will be stronger.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the wildcards, I think, is like, it just, like, there are certain decks that are fun to use with wildcards, even though they're not necessarily strong. Like, for instance, like, take, like, triple boomstick, for instance. Like, it's a card that's not necessarily strong on its own, but when you run 3 of them, it can be funny to run. Or if you run, like, 6 futures in 2v2. Like, there's certain, like, funny strategies that are good to use with wildcards, but it's not necessarily conducive to, like, a competitive atmosphere. And right now, I don't think that we have the ability to run separate brackets for wildcards and non-wildcards. I think that when 2.0 comes out, I think that the best solution would be to have like a competitive ladder and then like an unranked mode, and then with unranked allowing wildcards. I think that would be the perfect case, which hopefully we'll be able to do when we get that player boost from 2.0 coming in.
Yeah, so all this is about trying to get the game in the most balanced state possible for 2.0. How do you guys feel about them doing the survey showing most people, or the majority of people, like wildcards, but then still going ahead with the test anyway?
I think that there's a few things that you need to see, like, because you have to count that not everyone necessarily filled out the survey, and then you, with the higher ranking players, I would argue are the people who put more time into the game. Like, if you get to contender, you've pumped a decent amount of hours just grinding through, you know, from gold or platinum all the way up to contender. So you've pumped in a decent amount of time. And so I think that what they're doing is they're acknowledging that the people who spend more time on the game want this change. And so they're giving it a shot, just as at least as a nod to the more experienced players, saying, "Hey, y'all been asking for this for a while, so we're going to go ahead and try this for a season or two, and then reevaluate and go from there."
Exactly.
Yeah. I think they've basically said, "What do you guys think about this game without wildcards?" And people have answered that, but they haven't had the opportunity to experience the game without wildcards. So now the developers are giving people the opportunity to try the game without wildcards, and then reevaluate after that, and we'll see exactly what they say. So I think it's a good test. It's you know, who knows how it's going to end up afterwards, but I think it's something they needed to do, and I think it will be a very interesting season or two. There's definitely some people that are going to hate it, and there's definitely some people that are going to love it.
Yeah.
But I feel like overall, it's just going to be a fairer, more competitive scene with far less ability for people to abuse things.
Yeah.
And you know, just playing duos and just having multiple breaths everywhere, it's kind of frustrating. And as you say, if you want to get quite high ranked, there are certain things you really have to play. Whereas hopefully removing the ability to just overuse these strong cards will allow people to get more wins with different strategies, and just have a more widely a variable list of decks that are viable, hopefully.
Yeah, and I think I would like to highlight also two very important aspects. First, having the results of the survey announced and allowing players to view them, to be aware of them. I think that's an awesome aspect. Like actually being able to see that and to compare, and that will allow the players to have an idea. Wait, my perspective is actually not the same one as most player base. So that's really a good thing for us to see, for us to have. I think it's important for players to be aware of that information. And the other point, I would say, it's related to how not having wildcards might also prompt more players to do Conquest, because right now Conquest is something that exists in the game, but not many guilds try to actively get good scores on Conquest, get lots of levels on Conquest, because it would be like, doing Conquest into V2, what are we going to be facing? One of us is running a Conquest deck, and we are facing Double Breath or Triple Guardian. You will feel very limited. It's not pleasant for players trying to accomplish Conquest and doing that. So it might also see that changing right now.
Okay, sorry, not Cosmic. Cornish is yelling, "Bracket is up," and bracket is indeed up. So we'll find out very soon what our first game's going to be. Just to remind you guys, this is the Minion Masters number 2. It is supported by GGtoor, Betadwarf, Community Gaming, and of course Team Mana Frenzy. So big shout out to the supporters. We'll put some links in the chat, so if you want to go and check them out, you can do. Thanks for everyone taking part. Thanks for everyone being here. We're going to cover as many matches as we can. Normally what we do is we follow through the winners bracket, and then once we've found our first finalist, we'll then drop down to the redemption bracket, and we'll follow that through to find out who they will be joined in that final. Anyone that you're... Oh, actually, before we say that, do you guys want to just have a quick look through the bracket and just pull out some names that you expect to be there or thereabouts at the end of the tournament?
Yeah. I'm recognizing lots of names we can. Strupsy, Katt is here, DeathShoot is here, Dark Crow is here, Niprax is here, Westlin, Dragon, Seth. Just running through some of the names from previous tournament winners, well placed. Satan.
And Lazur is at the bottom of the bracket as well.
So yeah, we got a lot of new players, and it looks like a lot of recognised players. So it'll be interesting to see if any of those come up against each other. I believe there is some seeding, so it looks like a lot of the big names are separated, but ultimately they will find each other somewhere.
Definitely.
Right, so we're just going to wait and see what our first game's going to be. Which one of you guys wants to join me for the first cast, and we'll get that ready set up. Oh, let's do Cosmic. I'll just call Cosmic.
Okay.
And here I was gonna suggest rock, paper, scissors.
You guys were just
I was gonna be like rock, paper, scissors. I was gonna be like nose goes. We'll see in 2 minutes who gets it.
Best of 3 rock, paper, scissors.
Yes.
I was waiting to see you guys would be like, no, you go first. No, you go first. No, after you. I was like...
No, sounds good to me.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm glad that I'm your favorite fish. Thank you.
That
I'm honored.
no.
I would say leaving the best for the last, but you can go with that.
Yeah, I mean, like you can live your version of the story, and I'll live mine.
Just alphabetical order. Okay, so the bracket is up. We will find out who our first match is going to be, and then we'll get that underway. We're going to have our dual deck technology as always, so we can see both players' hands. Due to the number of participants, there will be a number of buys in the first round. So some people will have got lucky. But we shall see. Let Sinobii know. Ready for first game. So you can go check out the bracket yourself at home if you want. We'll put the link in the chat for you. You can follow along. That auto updates as we go, so you can always see exactly what's going on. Do you guys want to just quickly go through the rules for this tournament? Remember, we previously had some rules where you got the opportunity to ban wildcards or some specific cards, but that's been streamlined a little bit. No wildcards at all. So Cosmic, maybe you just want to talk about the bans that are available to the players.
Yes. So in this, you are able to ban a single master and 2 cards. So what that means is that like if you're worried about like for instance, if you're going to be running like Westlin, for instance, last GGtoor liked to run Azali, and so he automatically banned Breath because Breath completely kills everything with shields, and is as well as being a very crucial part in a lot of Accursed decks, and so that pulled Accursed decks as well as you know, one of the main counters to his deck, you know, out and kind of handicapped it a little bit, and so that kind of if you have a good understanding of the cards and what cards synergize well, then you can take your favorite strategies and kind of protect them a little bit. On the other hand, you can also play the mind game and go, okay, I'm going to ban all the counters to this strategy, and then I'm going to run a counter to that counter, and then, you know, do it that way.
That's right. You can ban stuff that's going to be good against your decks, or you can ban stuff that you know, if you're playing an opponent you're familiar with, that you know they're likely to play. So yeah, there are some mind games there for sure. Are you happy to see, Dfogo, that there's no wildcards in this tournament now?
I think not having wildcard in this tournament will allow players to be more prepared for it. They realize, okay, I don't need to have my strategy considering the possibility of facing something wildcarded. So at least in terms of preparation, it has probably been more solid for them. And considering that lots of cards were changed just 2 days ago, I want to believe it made it much easier. So we might not have super diverse strategies, but that's also why we were talking before about how the meta might just be starting to set up with this tournament.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to get set up for our first game. Let's see if we can get this ready to go. Make sure we're Steam friends with the participants. Okay, right, we're just getting confirmation and then we'll get our first game. Thanks for your patience, just getting set up here. So, just a reminder, there is a $1,000 prize pool. Huge amount of money. $350 for the winner. Lots and lots of money on the line here. We're a long way away from finding out who that's going to be. But we're going to get into our first match soon. If you got any questions in the chat about any of the rule set, anything like that, let us know. You can also go to the website and follow the rules. Just to remind you, if you are a participant, please read the rules. We get many questions to the admins, which is what they're there for, but a majority of these questions can be answered by just reading the rules. And of course, if you know the rules, you're very unlikely to fall foul of them and end up getting disqualified for something silly. So
that's true.
Just take a moment to read the rules. It'll make everyone's life easier. And of course, if you've got any questions about the rules after reading them, let us know. So just to confirm, Cosmic, I know there were some questions earlier about the conquest rules for the top three. Would you just like to confirm that?
Yes. So the conquest rules are only for the top 3 matches. So chances are, if this is if this is like one of the first 3 tournaments you've joined, you're probably not gonna have to worry about it. You're probably shooting for like that 8th place or just to have fun. So, but when we get to those final 4 matches, what conquest rules mean is that like let's say for instance I'm fighting Dfogo. Dfogo goes, all right, I ban Mordar, and I go, okay, so I'm going to play a wrecked deck. If I beat Dfogo with a wrecked deck, wrecked is then now also considered a banned master, and I can no longer play for the rest of that bracket match as wrecked. So like since I don't have wrecked, I could then play like a Milloween, for instance, and then Dfogo plays whatever, and so we go through, and then after that bracket match, the winner of that can go on. And so if I were then to fight you, Fish, then all of those bans would be reset and all the masters would be unlocked again, and we would start over from scratch as we then decided the next bracket match.
I think you guys will probably agree with me since we brought that rule in. It does seem like the finals are far more entertaining because there's not not the ability for somebody to just lean on a strong setup they've got. But of course, it's only the master that they can't play it. The deck can be played, so there is the potential they could just switch to a different master with the same deck, should it work, and go again.
I think the question there is, well, the question of what we can observe there is how even with the same deck, some masters have higher synergy with that. So even though the deck is strong, we can also see maybe it's not super fit. For example, if I'm running some Ascension deck, it might go better with the Morelia that Millowin. It's not saying it's not going to work, but you will feel like that it is weaker.
Yeah.
And so it's just a small detail. But also most players are aware of that, and that's also why they bring forth new decks, new combinations for us to watch.
So just to clarify, those conquest rules where you can't play a master after winning with it, that's only for the top 3. So that's the grand final, the winners bracket final, and the redemption bracket final. Any other matches, the conquest rules don't apply. So if you win with a master, you can play that master again. Don't worry. If you got any questions, let us know. Right, so thanks again for your patience. We are just awaiting confirmation of our first game here. Hopefully once we get the first game up, then we should be able to just smoothly roll through the rest.
We do know who we are watching, right?
I'm not sure if it's confirmed yet. Sinobii said he was checking it.
I also don't see Niprax online.
True. And I don't think I have Diego.
Right, so we're just waiting to see where we're going to go first. And then we'll get the first match up for you. Okay. Just going to get one of the competitors to add us all on Steam. Yeah, one of them just DM'd me. Okay. Niprax is not available. Okay, Niprax is looking good. Right, okay. Okay, it's a little early, especially for people over in America. So people are just waking up and getting going. So give them a poke and try and get in to the games as quickly as possible.
Containing my left from giving him a poke.
With a finger. With a finger.
Virtually poking people.
I don't think that made it any better, did it? Okay.
It's the thought that counts. We have yet to get any bans.
So often there's with all the different time zones, sometimes people get confused. So we'll make sure these people are aware that the tournament is starting now. We might have to switch to a different game because this has been a bit of a pain. It's nice that we've got some experienced players and some less experienced players. That's always good to see at a tournament scene. But of course,
yes,
when we have people that are new to the tournament scene, sometimes things don't run quite so smoothly because they're just not really familiar with the whole setup. We shall see how that goes. If these guys are going to take too long, we'll switch to someone else. Okay. Oh, I said, "Are you ready to play? Tournament has started." He said, "Oh, okay." Not ideal.
I can imagine people like waking up in bed, looking at the phone, having a message in Discord saying, "No tournament is starting." Okay.
Oh, God.
Tournament is starting.
I
What?
guess I'm playing the tournament in my pajamas then.
I mean, that's
I mean,
guaranteed way to wake someone up.
I played every single one of the DreamHack tournaments. Like I literally woke up like 30 minutes before, made decks, edited my current decks, put in the new ones that I just tested 30 minutes prior, and then ran the tournament every single time.
Nice.
One hand in the keyboard, another hand on the jug of milk or coffee. Let's
Oh,
get out.
I wonder where you were going with that. Okay. Right, well it looks like... Do we have signs of life from both these players?
We have signs of life from Niprax. We are waiting for signs of life from Diego.
It does frustrate me because I send DMs to all the players that are registered, say, hey, could you please add us all on Steam? And of course they don't. They don't.
I did get 10 new invites, feeling like the popular kid again.
We have found that the biggest crux of any gaming community is that you have to expect people to read, which is not something that you can do in a typical gaming setting. As we all learn at different points in our life, it's a harsh reality. You'd think that it isn't one that you'd have to come to face with, but every so often you're just reminded.
Are you saying I need to send them voice memos then?
Yes.
Ooh, waking up to fish voice, that could be something else.
You open your Discord and there's a message from me going, "Oi, wake up! The bloody tournament started!"
Because like if they could just get a message, they'll just be like, that's a wall of text. But if they see a voice memo, they'll go, oh, there's a play button. I'm just gonna click play real quick, and then it's just you.
Okay.
Okay, I believe we are about to have the bans.
Okay, sorry for this delay, guys, but we'll get there, don't worry. The best things are worth waiting for. Right, this chap's going to add us on... Diego's going to add us on Steam. He said, I'd prefer not to be streamed. I said, you don't get a choice.
It was in the terms.
Right. We're trying to get gameplay, Nicole. Relax. Do you not see how hard I'm trying here? I'm yelling. Literally yelling at people.
Unfortunately, they probably don't have your stream up, so they can't hear you. You know, regardless, I mean, like, if you yell loud enough, you could maybe yell where the entire world could hear you. It might hurt your lungs a little bit.
Yep. Hearing people from one ocean away. Yep. Copy that. Copy that.
It's like just everyone in the world, like it like hits the news. You know, man's voice heard. Get in the fucking tournament. Just all across. Like everyone's like, what led to this situation? What could have led to someone breaking the sound barrier with their actual voice?
Willpower, the strength of willpower.
Okay, you guys want to go through the bans that we've got here?
Which match are we spectating?
Good question. It's Diego and Niprax. Do you guys have invites from Diego?
His in-name game
request, yes. Yeah, his in-game name is GY GyDiego.
Hold on. Did you add both my accounts?
Yep. And we can see that Niprax banned Mordor, Hypnotize, and Flyby, and Diego also banned Mordor, but banned Colossus and Troubadour as 2 cards. So one of them banned 2 spells that are currently very strong. We were going over some of the spells. Flyby was buffed since the Frost Feather's damage increased, and Flyby cost remained the same. And now with more mana, you have more units on the field, so Hypnotize can also have a larger impact. Diego chose with a different strategy of banning big units, so he might not have to worry about those units and big pushes coming in.
Okay, I'm just waiting so I can set up the spectate. Let's see.
Now, one thing that I think is important here is that we'll see. I think that we'll see more spells being banned this tournament as opposed to before, because before you would ban specific cards to nerf strategies, but I think that now with spells being a more integral part of the deck, because spells, I think now instead of being counter. Like before, when you would run a spell, you would run it to counter what the other person is doing. And I think now that when you're running spells, you're using it to assist what you're doing. And so I think that key spell bans can be very crucial and just as valuable as banning something else. Like, for instance, like if you want to ban a Troubadour, you could just as easily ban something like Combustion or Rage, and that would really nerf a Troubadour push, for instance.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. Instructions were not followed, but alternatives were arranged. So we're just waiting for the players. I'm ready to spectate both of them. I'm going to be main spectating GyDiego, since he only added me on one account, unlike the 2 accounts that he was asked to in the DMs! But it's important just to remain calm in these situations.
Yeah,
Very
of course.
calm,
Like,
yeah.
just level head, like...
Okay, looks like we're going into the game. Dfogo's going to drop out for a minute. Cosmic's going to join us for the commentary here. So this is winners bracket, best of 3. So we're best of 3 until the top 3 matches. So the conquest rules and best of 5 come in at the same time. We're going to have our dual deck technology. Hopefully all things work well, so you can see both players' hands. And here we go, Cosmic.
Okay, so we're starting out. We got Diego playing Setsu and Niprax playing APEP. Now, APEP decks are typically control decks, whereas Setsu decks are typically aggro. So, in general, I would say that Setsu would have a relatively easy time if they have enough to put aggro on face to pull the totem out. But you can easily counter a Setsu jump on face by just dropping that totem. Now, APEP's totem has been changed every 45 seconds, and so as a Setsu, if your hand rotation is faster than 45 seconds, you could still potentially jump on face.
What is it, 45 or 25?
25. Oh, I could have sworn I read 45 somewhere. Okay, I'm crazy.
I don't know, you might be right.
No, it's 25. It's 25.
Okay, so we see the Setsu jump straight onto the Cage Prowler, trying to shut that down immediately. We saw a lot of the big units did get HP nerfs. Sunder, of course, does less face damage as well now. So Yahoo not quite as a beast as it was, but great answer to Yahoo, or any big unit like that, is of course the Howling Moon. Strips away half its HP immediately.
And something that I think is a little strange is on Diego's side, we saw that they banned Mordar, but then they're packing both Stun Blast and Shock Rock. So that's a lot of stuns for something that's not necessarily going to be super useful against, you know, at best you're using it to like stun like an APEP's totem kind of thing.
Setsu, of course, always trying to put pressure on, do face damage, but as you say, Setsu's not going to be quite so efficient at jumping and closing out the game against the APEP totem.
We also, I think that we should play a fun little game with the Shoutcasters. Every time we see someone play an air unit that would normally cap a bridge, I think we just need to add one to a counter over to the side and be like, ah yes, the flying unit thing.
Yikes. We'll have a sound effect. Wah, wah, wah.
Yes.
I can be in charge of that.
And there we see, he's going to hold his Howling Moon. Every time that Yahoon comes out, he's going to get Howling Mooned immediately. So that's a frustrating sort of deck building. Just a bit of luck for Diego there. Okay. Now we did get the Cage Prowler spawning this time. What can it do?
Okay, so here they could have used a Stun Blast to win that bottom area, or even a Shock Rock, I think. So like stuns, if used properly, can kind of tip the scales with a few key units. I think Flightless Dragons and Whirly Scrat are some great units to use stuns with.
Yeah, the amount of work they can get. The amount of work they can get done in those few seconds. Okay, again, Yahoon just really not lasting very long. How do you guys feel, or Cosmic, how do you feel about the change to the Shock Rock doing less damage now?
I like it because I think that the majority of Shock Rock's use is as a stun and not so much as a removal. And I think that there were a lot of control decks that were able to run both Shock Rock and something else to simply just make up for the fact that it's a damaging spell. And I think that it's turned into more of a utility spell because the stun that you get from Shock Rock is insane and can easily tip the scale of battles.
Of course, units like the weak Crystal Archers, things like that, they no longer get removed by the Shock Rock, so that's a nice little buff for that card archetype. Okay, so XP's Diego's ahead on XP right now.
Yes, so perk 3 just kicked in. That's going to do a few things. So Setsu now gets the first shot in that clip is a piercing shot that stuns, with Niprax getting a free 4-mana card, which appears to be a Curse Bearer. Curse Bearer is just going to be a solid skeleton. I don't think the curse is going to do too terribly much in this case. Because there's not really anything that can get cursed really easily on Diego's side.
Okay, so here again, Howling Moon. Now the stun's been very frustrating from that Zap Shrine. So that I think the Zap Shrine was his free card.
Wait, was Zap Shrine the free card?
Yeah, I
Can
think
you
so.
get Zap Shrine as a free card?
Yeah, because it's now a 4-mana card. You can get buildings from Apep. And he does have quite a lot of Zenshi as well. Yeah, I can see it's definitely the free card. The Curse Bearer is a normal deck card.
Curse Bearer is just a normal deck card? Okay. Alright, well, in that case, Stun Shrine's going to be very nice since they have the Zenshi to activate it. That, I think, is going to be really nice because that can kind of stop the Setsu push.
Howling Moon again, but the Wolves go up the top this time, but let's see what he does have to deal with the bottom. So it looks like the Yahoon does have the Growth Burst Shroom, so it is buffed with that extra HP and damage. Now the stun's going to do a good job here, but we're getting a little bit of pressure coming up from Niprax.
Okay.
We're getting very close to Mana Frenzy now for both of them.
Yeah, and the stun up top stopped the Scrats from taking that top bridge, which is huge because that was that much XP. Diogo sacrificing some hit points to just try and contest the bridges here for a little bit.
Yeah, at this point you need to prioritize the bridges. You can't allow your opponent just to get to Mana Frenzy ahead of you. But every time that dog or the Prowler spawns, that's a great setup. And of course he's got to be careful because that will do good face damage. Okay, Diego dropping quite a lot of HP here. Seems to be not sure what to do. He's holding, needs to get that Howling Moon out, but that Sniper's locked on face. That Sniper needs to be taken out immediately. Sniper's going to end the game here.
Ooh.
That was close until it wasn't.
Yeah, the delay on that Sniper shot there was very, very unfortunate.
You could see that he was holding on, trying to get that Howling Moon out to deal with it, but ultimately that delay in getting that out just allowed that Sniper to get a good number of hits on face. So, first game, Dfogo. I think, would you say Niprax would be happy to win that after coming up against a Howling Moon with his Yahoon?
I think we just saw how even by getting value out of a Howling Moon, even if you still know how to make use of your units, you can get value out of them. The Yahoon was getting cut in half every single time, and yet was getting insane amount of value. So Niprax was doing a great job handling it. On the other hand, for me it felt like Diego was trying to win some bridge fights and investing more mana there that he should have invested in attacking. I believe what was giving him the advantage in the beginning was that he was applying pressure, and not just with the Setsu jump. We saw him practicing the totem lots of time, and not because of the jump. That would allow Diego to jump on face with Setsu if he wanted, trying to get the totem also. But he was not able to. He could do a bit of that, but third perk kick in, that Zeb Shrine doing an insane job, and then the Howling Moon was not enough. The Yahoon with the Growth Burst Room was just insane value.
Welcome
Okay, right, we're going to switch to a different voice room very quickly, just so the other one doesn't time out. A bit awkward time to do it, but I don't think we've got any time left. Let me just switch.
So we have a new matchup. We have Ravager versus King Puff. Now King Puff with the rework, I'm very happy with the new King Puff. I think that it's much more dynamic, and I think that it makes much better use of King Puff's perk 3 because it's able to contest a lot of the typically stronger perk 3s like Milloween's level 5 Golem or like Apep's free unit, for instance.
Yeah, the previous perk 3 with the shield it's very defensive, very frustrating to play against, and I think the new perk 3 where you get a Night Puff up to a maximum of 5 of them every time you switch a bridge based on the number of friendly units is a very offensive strategy. But here we say a big push coming in from perk 1 Ravager. ATG Dragon's going to do a good job shutting this down. Some decent face damage.
Yeah, ATG Drone I would say is one of the strongest counters to a Ravager perk 1. Just in the sense that if you forget or if you don't have the proper cycle to get anti-air in, that ATG Drone will just shred Brutus as well as everything else. So here we have a Whirly coming up, but we still don't have anti-air coming in. So this ATG Drone is just wrecking havoc.
Yeah, they will get to face and be taken out, but it's got huge value in the meantime. Now Niprax really does like playing Scotty. Very high DPS unit, especially when it gets that rage. So the way that the King Puff's perk 2 has changed, you see on the right hand side now, you see some puffs that are being collected. It's a rage puff or a shield puff, so your units don't naturally get the buff anymore. You do have to collect them, but I do like the way that it still maintains the philosophy of King Puff with the shields and the rage.
And here we see something very interesting. So with Ravager is not able to hit ranged units or flying units, and Niprax is running both ATG Drone, Soul Stealer, and Buzzers. So that means that Diego needs to hold. They only have 2 ranged cards. They have Infiltration and they have Plasma Marines, and that's 2 cards to counter 3 medium-sized air units. They have to be very careful, otherwise they're just going to get air checked.
Yeah, this ATG Drone is going to be a nightmare to deal with. Massive face damage coming out from those whelps. ATG Drone is still alive. That's going to close the game out. Niprax takes it 2-0. Very quick game there. Both players pushing, doing damage, but it seemed like Niprax was able to kind of bank the mana during his defense and then push and ultimately take the victory. Quick game there, Dfogo.
Yeah, I think it was just a terrible matchup for Diego there. He was probably trying to go for pushes. He had some tools for it. You saw like Ravager with Infiltration. You get a Brutus tanking. You get some Plasma Marines on face. But versus what Niprax was running, it was just too many things to deal with, too many things to handle. And that deck, I don't think it was equipped to deal with. As Cosmic said, there were too many flying ranged units. So it was just too tough, not enough ways to deal with it. I believe for Diego to have a chance, you need to have gotten that first perk, getting pressure with it, and try as much as you could to not lose that tempo, to put pressure on Niprax, force Niprax to make not valuable trades. But no, like the first perk was easily handled. Niprax kept all the tempo. So as a Ravager, the moment you don't have the tempo and you need to be focusing on defending and not on attacking your enemy base, you are already one step into losing your game. So it was definitely a bad matchup for Diego there.
Yeah, we could see there was a big push by Diego, and then it got shut down, and suddenly there was a huge push coming back, and that ATG Drone really was so difficult. You could see he wanted to defend, he wanted to use his Whirly Scrat, he wanted to use his Fergus to clear everything except the ATG Drone, but the ATG Drone just shredded through everything. And that was just a situation where there was one card that he didn't really have a very good counter to. And the ATG Drone on its own is frustrating, but when it's above other things like that and it's difficult to get aggro on it, that's where it really does shine. And it basically just not the the ground units protect it from taking aggro, and it protects the ground units from just about anything around them.
Yeah.
And that's why you see the pushes when you see sometimes a push with a statue and then the ATG drone following slowly behind, because they cover each other's weaknesses a little bit and make them very difficult to deal with.
Even now, since flying units no longer capture bridges, players will be less likely to have cheap flying units like propellers, crats, or bats that at least can also help deal with ATGs, since ATG only targets ground units. But that's already a plus to having ATG now. However, even in the first push, where that ATG had the ground units behind it, when Diego played the Fergus, the ATG was still far away from Ravager range. So even when the Fergus managed to clean up all ground units, the ATG managed to get value by killing the Fergus and then pushing to face. I think Diego there would have gotten more value if he accepted a bit more face damage to guarantee the ATG would be in Ravager range. Just that when Fergus cleaned everything, Ravager dealt with the ATG, and maybe the Fergus could have done something else.
As Deadshot says in the chat, ATGG. that was definitely just one card that his opponent was not able to deal with. Okay, so that's our first game of the day. Whizzed through that one. Of course, we're likely to see faster games with the new version of Minion Masters now, with the speeded up XP, the speeded up mana. And we shall see where we're going to go for game number 2 on the stream. Remember, the brackets are available if you want to check them out. Follow along. We'll try and show you. Yep, go ahead.
And I think that the tournaments in general, I think, are going to be a lot nicer and easier to host, because before you would hit your max mana generation at 5.5 minutes, whereas now you hit it in 3.5 minutes. And so games are usually over after 2 to 3 minutes of being in max mana generation. Because by that point you've hit frenzy, and once you hit frenzy, like, the game just gets intense.
Yeah.
And so, whereas before the average match time was between 7 and 9 minutes, I think that now the average match time is going to be between about 5 and 7 minutes, which, you know, while it's only 2 minutes times, you know, the 3 matches of each bracket times, you know, the 8 bracket matches that we're going to have, like, that's going to shave a good amount of time off of tournaments in general.
Yeah, so for example, on my stream yesterday, we watched a 2v2 final from before all the big changes, and that was a dual elimination final. Without spoiling it too long, it did go on for a couple of hours overall. So, and that was just effectively one match. So yeah, when you think about that in a whole tournament setup, then more streamlined matches hopefully should be better, more exciting to watch, and also less exhausting to the players, because we've seen players that have performed very well in tournaments up to a point, and then they kind of fall off, and that's where they've kind of just reached their limit, and just their concentration has just gone at that point. So hopefully we'll be able to have as many players performing at the best high level as possible. And also, if you're looking at the bracket and you're thinking, how the frick do I look at the different parts of the bracket? Thanks to Cosmic, we do know you can either move the bracket around with your left and right arrow keys, or you can hold down your shift key and use your scroll wheel. So if you were struggling with that, like I may have been, that's how you do it.
Why do you mean hold your shift key and the mouse wheel?
Hold your shift key and then you move your mouse wheel and it moves the bracket left and right.
Oh. I just press my mouse wheel down and then I can freely, like...
That is another way to do it.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
So many options. It's like building a Minion Masters deck. Like, you can accomplish the same thing several different ways.
I find it so difficult to hold my mouse button down without scrolling it at the same time. No one
you
else
gotta practice.
Some
people need to practice not using their keyboard for some reason. Some people need to practice using it. Others need to practice using their mouse wheel.
Okay. I don't know. Anyway, options. You've got options. That's how you do it. 3 different ways of getting through the bracket. If you still can't figure it out, then give up. Right. Thanks for everyone joining us today. Thanks for the follows. We had some new follows today. Welcome. If you guys haven't been part of the Mini Masters community before, welcome in. We are watching a $1,000 tournament today. We're just waiting to get ready for our second game of the day. We'll see exactly where we're going to go for that. We're trying to see as many different players as possible. I know there's a lot of players out there that you guys, I'm sure you have favourites or people that you're looking forward to seeing. We've got a lot of the matches completed in the first round at the moment. We've got some matches awaiting starting in the second round. We've also got players awaiting their opponents from the first round.
Yep. We do have some matches from the first round finishing up. Some results, I would say, go into what we might have been expected. We can see Destroy 6661. We've seen him perform very well in some previous tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
What else can we see? I mean, not that many are still finished. Dark Crow also won. And yep, we can see Ballfire won versus Excalibur. And I would say that's about it in terms of matches completed. Nerzel won versus Toke. And we are now, Big Sister is yet playing Bettowski. We see Westlin still playing. Some matches yet to be defined. It does spike my interest in terms of what decks are these players using.
Okay, so if we remind ourselves what happened in the previous tournament, which was the Minion Masters #1, this was won by Dragon, if I'm looking at the correct one, who beat Westlin in the final. So both of those players are definitely here today. Set and Katt were 3rd and 4th, I think, in that one. So look out for those if we see them. Alright, sorry for the delay on getting the next match started. Remind ourselves where we are on the brackets and see what's looking like a good one. So we need to find a game that hasn't started yet, ideally.
We might also be able to see something similar to that previous tournament you were mentioning, Fish, since once again, Westlin and Katt might face each other before in the winner brackets, before the winner of that matchup has to face either Dragon or Set that are on the other side of the bracket.
Yep.
So might be some players getting revenge here. They might have something prepared just for that specific player.
Now, Froglin against Lazur definitely looks like a good one.
Yeah, Frogling versus Lazur I think is good. Frogling is what I would say that there are certain players that I would say that their skill definitely overshadows most other people, like Westlin, DeathShoot, Katt, Dragon. Like they can all play extremely low, but then there are certain people which I would say that I fall into that category, Satan falls into that category, and Frogling falls into the category of, like, we are good alchemists, for lack of a better word. Like, we can come up with some weird wonky decks that just don't fit the current meta, and so you don't have the proper counters to them in your deck, and you can get kind of surprised and taken off guard. And so I think that Frogling is definitely an alchemist, and Lazur is definitely a good player, and so I think that would be a fun match to watch happen.
Okay, it looks like we've been given the go-ahead to watch Big Sister against DeathShoot.
Yep.
So we'll get that set up for you here. DeathShoot, of course, very, very good player. Very experienced tournament player. So we'll expect him to do well here. Big Sister, not so much of an experienced tournament player, but definitely a very good player. I run into him a lot on the ladder, and he always plays very different decks to what the meta is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So we'll see exactly how that lands. Right, let's see if we got these players ready to go. Right, who do we have? Now, of course, right, so we got Big Sister here. Okay. Now, some of these players like to keep us on our toes by having... okay, hold on. Big Sister against Bettowski. Changes. What's going on?
Yeah, Big Sister has not fought Bettowski yet, I believe.
Right, okay. Okay, sorry about that confusion. But I have both of these players ready, so I'm ready to go when they are. We're going to swap out and get Dfogo in for this game. We'll try and find out exactly what's going on with the bans as well. If you guys can keep an eye out for that, that'll be great.
I am not certain. I do believe we don't have the bans for this matchup yet.
Remember, they're banning a master for their opponent, and they're also banning up to 2 cards for their opponent. So remember, the ban is for the opponent. So if I'm playing Dfogo and I ban Mordor, that means Dfogo can't play Mordor, but I can, unless he bans Mordor back against me, for an example.
You have yet to get any more matches, any more bans?
We're just waiting to see. Okay, stand by. Stand by!
We shall stand by.
So we spoke about the Pincer of Dread change earlier. Now, from the other hotfix changes, if I'm not sure, let me bring them up. Oh, hold on. Looks like we might be going into a game here. Okay.
Yes.
Things
Big
are
Sister
happening.
versus Bettowski.
Okay.
Exactly. So Bettowski banned Mordor, Zealots, and Yahun, and Big Sister also banned Mordor, Zealots, and Yahun. So both players did the exact same ban.
Okay,
so now we are seeing this Valorian versus King Puff matchup.
So Mordor, of course, has been changed. The way the tombstones work is they take 5 seconds to charge to 25%, and at that point they can begin rezzing, and the unit they res has HP based on the percentage of the charge. So 25% tombstone gives you a 25% HP unit. Do you think that changes the way Mordor decks would have been built? Just very quickly, Dfogo.
I think it can change a lot, since right now you don't need to be betting on that one big res that will change your game. Right now you are more guaranteed to have reses. They might just be slightly less impactful, since the minions will not be necessarily at full health. It definitely changes what people bring into Mordor, but it also means other decks, other matchups might start shining more versus Mordor or less. Right now we are just seeing this King Puff versus Valorian. None is doing anything particularly new. We do see that this Valorian is running for some quick cycle, so he might be wanting to get value out of the Searing Light that comes from second perk, since Valorian was also recently changed. So now his damage is not based on the number of Imperium cards he has. Hence, you can bring more different combinations of cards into a Valorian deck.
Now I think Bettowski's always been a player that's big fireball there. Always.
Yeah, and that was value.
Yeah, I think Bettowski's always been a player that's favoured King Puff. It'll be interesting to see now with the King Puff changes if he's been able to adapt to the change, and we'll see. But yeah, fireball now 5 mana, but when you're just going to nail a lot of stuff like that, especially a wolf as well, great value.
For sure. Even considering that with a wolf and also the sniper, that was just insane. Like, spells are more expensive, yes, but one of the reasons is exactly because of this. Now with this extra value you can get from spells, makes sense what the Searing Light, 1 mana to clean that 6 mana sticks. That was very huge.
I feel like Bettowski had to be more alert there for preventing the Searing Light from removing the 6C.
Yeah, for sure. And right now we have lots of skirmishes happening on bottom bridge. King Puff does not have the bridge swap yet. He has used it and has not celebrated his birthday. Like, King Puff does not celebrate his birthday as often. Only 40 seconds, unless he plays a card from 4 to 6 mana. Also probably the reason why we are seeing Bettowski playing all these Whirlists and Lancers, Styxies, Scotty, all these cards that are 4 to 6 mana, to make King Puff celebrate his birthday as much as often. That will mean you have more bridge swaps, that will mean you have more shield puffs and rage puffs. There's
another massive fireball.
Yep.
He doesn't have any way of doing anything against that.
No. I mean, Big Sister does have a Squire Puff, so if he gets value from those shields the Squire Puff can give, might be worth something.
So he has Legionnaires and Wolf Among Sheep, and I think what he's trying to do, where possible, is use the Legionnaires to bait out the Fireball, and then use the Wolf Among Sheep after that.
Yep. But even with that in mind, we can see that Big Sister is cycling much faster than Bettowski, mainly due to the reason that Bettowski deck is composed of these more expensive cards. So even before Bettowski has the Fireball once again, oh wow, that's Fireball getting out some Blood Imps. But there's a heal puff on the bridge. So unless Bettowski manages to quickly kill that heal puff, Big Sister might just get value. Good stun.
I think he's got quite a lot of value out of the heal puffs as the game's gone on. We did see at the top a little while ago there was 2 heal puffs at the same time, and that should just suggest how quick his cycle is. Here we see again, no way that he can stop that removal.
Yeah, I mean this is definitely not looking good for Bettowski.
Perk 3 for Bettowski, now he gets the Night Puffs, but they get shredded by the Grenadier.
The Whirly managed to get to that heal puff with the last swirl. Wow, that was very good for Bettowski for sure. But he's very low. He does not have the tools to handle this.
No, this looks like
Lancer's not stunning the wolf. Once the Lancer down, ooh, this might be game.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yep.
Okay.
Defense.
Big Sister takes that 1-0. Okay. Yep. Crushing through that first game there. He seemed to always be in charge. You know, there was some good Fireball hits, but there was always more to come after the Fireball. And we're seeing a lot of snipers there and thereabouts. How do you feel that match went, Cosmic?
I think the Bettowski potentially could have pulled it off. I personally would have picked something other than Fireball as an assist spell, because the sniper was really tricky for Bettowski to deal with. Because they had to basically use their Stixie to take it out. I think that if they run something like Pincer or Frostfeather Flyby to have like some cheaper sniper removal, that could have been better. Because between like a Whirly Bridge Swap will completely clear either Wolf Among Sheep or the Legionnaires, and so will a Defensive Chopper. So they could have dealt with that relatively easily. With that, I don't know what specific type of unit they were wanting to counter with the Fireball, but I think just a simple spell change could have made that go a lot differently.
For sure. Like the advantage of Fireball here is that the King Puff's birthday celebration is based on when you play a 4 to 6 mana card, not minion card. So those spells also discount King Puff birthday, but you need to get more value. That's the thing. Before you would get value, and you would, and that would allow you board presence. Right now, you are investing 5 mana, half your mana pool, to clean a unit up. And if you don't have units to follow up on that lane, you are not going to have the bridge. So, and that means a lot. In this matchup, even I feel like Valorian's third perk was much more impactful than King Puff's Night Puffs. Like they are good. You can get value off the Night Puffs, but in a matchup where you are losing skirmishes, just if you cannot get some unit to tank for those knights, they deal damage, but they are also somewhat low on health.
Yeah,
so
you could see they just exploded to the Grenadier. Okay, Here we go. Remember, these games are best of 3 at this point. So Niprax is 1-0 to the good.
And we see Big Sister playing Blood Imps again. Now with Stormbringer and Bettowski, King Puff once again. Plasma Marines, 3 mana card, does not discount towards King's birthday. So he might have changed some things in his deck. It might be a different deck.
Okay, sorry I said Niprax, but I meant Big Sister, of course. Okay, so we've got a Crystal deck. We've got a Guardian that's about to be available.
There it is. Saving the Armor Escort.
So you can see the Ghost Strike's just a little bit out of range though, not really doing anything at that point. Good bridge switch as well.
Those were insane swords. Even the bridge swap pop. But Bettowski played really well here, and now these units are somewhat beefy. They deal a lot of damage, and Stormbringer is not good at cleaning them up.
Nope, not at all. Does need to support. That's a lot of face damage coming out there.
Ooh, wow, the Razor Squadron here being huge. Wow, that Armor Escort melted.
Yeah, Razor Squadron slightly less powerful than it was, but still very high DPS. And of course, when Big Sister's got these pushes with a supporting unit like the Guardian, Bettowski has the ability to switch the Guardian away with the bridge switch.
Oh no! Okay, wow, that Vortex to follow up on the Mana Puff Menace was good, but... Oh wow!
Okay.
Oh, the Guardian was not hit.
That bridge switch was a mistake. He basically wasted it and achieved nothing. If he had it now, it would really help.
He probably really wanted the Guardian to have gotten swapped, but that was very unfortunate.
I think what he saw was just those path things. He just realised that he had to do something immediately to try to deal with them, and unfortunately what he did wasn't perfect, but it's played out perfectly well for him though.
Yup.
Big Sister having to tank here with the Crystal Sentry, that's far less than ideal. All these units have got Spirit as well, so they're going to take a lot of removal, and the next push is coming. XP and HP well in Bettowski's favour. Can he close this out? He knows.
Yep. The end was imminent. That was very quick.
Okay.
Bettowski adapted his deck very well. I was like, okay, I know I need to change here. I'll change this. I'll change this. He reduced the amount of cards that would contribute towards a King's Birthday reduction. He put more ranged units. He put stronger DPS units and flying. Because we see this, like, flying does not capture your bridges, but if your opponent is not ready for them, and even though Big Sister was playing crystals, which are good for dealing versus these flying air units, they are squishy. Guardian was not enough. He didn't have any other tanks. A Mana Puff Madness that he was not able to capitalize on. So it was just too many things that Big Sister was trying to do, and Bettowski was ready for it.
Yeah, I think the Mana Puff Madness when Bettowski was at full mana was a mistake. Like they had Vortex to clean it up, but that's 4 mana for the Vortex and then another 3 mana for the Mana Puff Madness, which is a significant amount that you're just doing nothing with. And Wolf Among Sheep is just a great solid card that just applied pressure, and the Guardian just melted beneath all of that pressure.
Yeah, the Mana Puff Madness is one of those, it's a very risky card to use because it can go incredibly well or it can go incredibly badly. And you've got to have a plan, you've got to use it at the right time. And you can see his plan with the Vortex to remove his opponent's ones, but ultimately Bettowski just had enough to deal with it. But yeah, you could see, again, remember the changes a while ago to the Puffs, where Puff is now a type, so each Puff has a faction, and the Mana Puffs are crystal units, so they do get protected by the Guardian. So you could see the plan that he had there to try to keep them alive, but ultimately it just wasn't the case. But it does take us into 1 game to all here, so we're going to see what the decider brings. So Bettowski played King Puff for both of those matches. Now he's won with King Puff. He can still play King Puff if he wants, of course, because no Conquest available yet. But we'll see if he sticks or switches.
And I am wondering what Big Sister is going to play. I feel like his deck might have some chances, but in terms of the ghost turrets we saw, like they leave a lot to be desired, and I think Big Sister can get more value out of them. So let's see what he does in this next matchup.
Okay, here we go. Bettowski, as I mentioned earlier, very fond of King Puff, and he's stuck with King Puff throughout this. Big Sister switches now to Volko, and it's a Demon Warrior Volko.
Oh yes. So this match is definitely going to be very interesting. Like this Volko with Demon Warrior can be very, very scary. And he had it on the opening hand, which means he can actually start cycling it right now. Demon Warrior now does need 6 stacks until it is fully charged, but once you get it, it can be very, very powerful.
He's given up a lot of XP to start with here. His Big Sister. Now we see the pincer there, but there we see the pincer not removing it. Only does 130 damage instead of 170 now, so the players have to adapt to what it can and can't kill. Remember, if it doesn't get a kill, it will fear the unit, which can be
winning
useful.
with that plasma.
Yeah, just getting that bridge at the bottom is nice there, but it does give a spirit, and here comes a return push.
Ooh, more spirit. That's a very good swap. Big Sister just has burn and these magma canyon handle it, so.
But that's a lot of HP that it does need to shred through. Demon Warrior there as well. Does hit decently hard, even in this small state, but More spirits dropping, and XP still in Bettowski's favor.
Yep, not for a lot, but it's still going.
He's got to be real careful as well. He doesn't want to feed into that Spirit Monster.
For sure, that's already costing a match. Oh, good swap if he's gonna get... Wow.
Both spirits. Nicely done.
Wow, that was insane. Bettowski's getting insane value out of this Bridge swap with Spirit Master. It's being very well played.
So you see a lot of people with the Spirit Monster, they use it, but they just don't get much value out of it. They get 1, maybe 2 spirits. But, you know, if you're getting huge number of spirits, that's massive value.
Yep, for sure. And even when you can do these plays, like, you can see how well Bettowski is aware of what he's doing, how Bridge swap are gonna work. You mentioned before he's a good and old King Puff player, and even though King Puff changes, Bridge swap is the same, and we can see that expertise in play here. It's very nice to see.
Okay. Their big sister realizing he needs to take out that Spirit Monster immediately, but he doesn't. That's going to drop another couple of spirits. Bridge Burn is going to soften them up, but 200 extra HP per unit. Even more drop in there. Solid wall.
And it did not kill the Spirit Master. I think that was a mistake. The Spirit Master, he's on those spirits. Oh, this
is problematic. Dropping spirits everywhere right now. He needs to be careful here. The Spirit Monster is going to re-aggro and drop even more spirits. This is a spirited army.
Wow.
Stuns on face as well. This is very problematic at the moment for Big Sister. Remember, Demon Warrior needs to get to stack 6 now.
Yep, the Razor Squadron coming in to support this push, and it's more pressure that Vogu cannot deal with. Even not stun, he cannot handle. He needs units to deal with the Razor Squadron.
Now he's dropping. Needs to be careful because he does have Blood Imps in his deck as well. And of course, Blood Pact is even more terrifying. That's bad.
Oh, that was smart, though, pulling it into the bridge to force the bridge burn as soon as possible. That was very well played. He's playing Blood Imps at his HP. Wow, that's confidence. 200 HP just lost for that Enraged Whirly. That was very big. He's trying to get a heal buff on the bridge, but yeah, Bettowski's aware. He's not gonna let him get value out of it. He needs the bridge burn here. Yep,
okay, the next Demon Warrior is where it's going to be very interesting, but he's got to stay in. He's got to stay relevant. Okay, here we see Demon Warrior. So he's got a very quick cycle deck, but he's dropping low HP.
Super low HP, wow. There's a spirit. Oh, that's very... Ugh, I'm not certain about that trade. That bridge swap.
Right, here we
see. The Demon Warrior was shredded though.
It is, but there's a heal puff there, doing exactly what Big Sister needs it to do. And of course, if he's able to heal quite a bit, then it's going to allow him to use those Blood Imps again. But again, he needs to be so careful here.
Wow.
The Spirit Monster and the Legionnaire push is scary, but of course the Demon Warrior is going to start shredding through them now.
Yep, no trouble at all. The bridge is into Bettowski's favor, though that's not what he wants.
The Razor Squadron at the bottom, putting pressure on face, is that going to work out? Let's find out. Okay, he needs to be careful.
That was a good defense.
Now, Bettowski does have a lot of HP, so he can use that as a way of taking some of the hits, but of course the Demon Warrior, especially at perk 3, that Demon Warrior is enraged, Berserker raged, so it will absolutely shred anything it touches.
Yep, if I'm not mistaken, in Berserker Rage Demon Warrior, it's able to 2-shot a Colossus, right?
Wow. So you can see now, since he got that big Demon Warrior, the dynamic has really changed. But the stun is perfect at the top there.
Wow.
Heal Puff trying to get some value out. Vortex pulling everything together, trying to get some more DPS coming out from the turret. XP still slightly in Bettowski's favour. His perk 3 is going to drop those Wizard Puffs. Night Puffs. I always call them Wizard Puffs. I tried so hard. I did it right the first time, but I messed up.
They don't look like knights, right?
I tried. You love that in the chat.
This pressure, now we can see these Night Puffs giving lots of pressure because they are small, but Vulcan needs to handle them.
They do hit
and
hard.
so Vulcan's not targeting something else. Ooh.
Bettowski's in a good spot, I think, right now. He's got an XP lead, he's closing in on Mana Frenzy, he's got control of the board, and Big Sister is very, very low HP.
Wow. Does Bettowski has any... He does not have any damaging spell on face, though.
Nope, nothing.
And this Demon Warrior is going bot while the Legionnaires are top, and Bettowski just hit Mana Frenzy, so this might spell the beginning of the end.
Big Sister needs to be all over the bridges every second from now until the end of the game, really.
And he needs to do that without playing his Blood Imps, because he does not have HP for them. Even with a heal puff healing a bit right now, that's not enough. Vortex giving good value on top. The heal puff still... Wow, that was good heal puff.
Okay, can he... He's getting the Prowler out pretty regularly, which is good. He's
but
still 10 XP away. Needs to be careful. That's more face damage coming out. Nice bridge switch.
Great bridge switch. And he played the Blood Imp right now, so... Wow. He's really using as much HP as he can, but
That's
it might not be enough.
I think.
This is it.
Okay,
Wow.
Bettowski takes it. His King
Very
Puff
well played.
prowess. And the interesting thing with the bridge switch is, although you say the bridge switch is the same as it used to be, when you get to perk 3, it's a different mindset, because
True.
you start thinking about switching the bridge without enemies on there. So that's a very different way of looking at that. And Bettowski taking that. King Puff 1, 2, and 3 in all those matches. I would have expected Bettowski to play King Puff. Cosmic, are you familiar with Bettowski and his King Puff prowess?
Yes, no, Bettowski, I would say was in the top 3 King Puff players in the game before the rework. I can't say now, just because like before, like it was very obvious who was a good King Puff player, because like there were like all of 10 people who would play King Puff regularly, because it was a very difficult master to make use of. And I think that I really like where King Puff is now, because you can build. You can build your decks differently, because now the Rage isn't necessarily exclusive to the 4 to 6 mana units. Like that's what you play to get more bridge swaps, but you could even run something like a Colossus and then give the Colossus Rage by picking up that Rage Puff. And so I think that the amount of deck options that that King Puff is able to run now is huge. And I think that overall it's a much more flexible master, and Bettowski I think just showed off, like they had some amazing bridge swaps in there, and were able to effectively make use of the Night Puffs very well, I would say.
Yep, and I think the devs have done a good job with removing King Puff from the chains of the deck building restrictions that they had before, but while still maintaining his identity with what we expect from King Puff. So that's good to see, and hopefully we'll see him more in the tournaments, because I don't think he's previously been a master that's been played in the tournaments very much. And again, as we spoke about his perk 3 is now far more of an offensive perk, like most of the masters have, rather than having a really frustrating defensive perk that's not really going to help you to win a game on most opportunities. Maybe just stay in a game for longer, maybe eke out a little win, but not really an exciting offensive perk that it was set up to before. So that's good to see, and hopefully we'll see more of those masters and decks.
I don't think right now, especially in 1v1, I don't think there's any master that is completely unplayable and much weaker than the others. Right now we are in that state where no one has really realized something super strong with lots of masters. Because if you have a master that's super strong, okay, that master gets banned out of equation, everything stands the same, let's go. But when you have many masters that are considerably stronger than others, and you see that in 2v2, usually when you have bans, they're always around Valorian, Volko, Mordar, it's all around always those 3. But in 1v1, we are seeing lots of diversity right now. And as you guys were saying, like King Puff joining up the fray again, very impressive King Puff plays. So this literally leaves a lot to be desired from this tournament.
So it looks like our next game is going to be set against Nataraja. Both very experienced players, both very high-level players. We've definitely seen them both do very well in tournaments before. So it'll be very interesting to see. We'll get their bans and we'll get that game going as soon as possible. Cosmic will join me on the casting for that one. Let's just remind ourselves which round this is in. So that match we just watched was actually a first round match, so it was a little bit delayed. But of course, that can have a bit of a ripple that goes through the tournament if it delays other matches. But hopefully it won't delay things too much, and we'll always have someone else to switch to. So this is going to be a round of 3. So Set's beaten Nuisan in the second round, 2-1. Nataraja's beaten Algor 2-0. This is going to be winner's bracket round of 3. Okay, looks like we are loading in to game number 1 here.
Yep.
Still best of 3. We've got some bans. Nataraja bans Setsu Marines and Wolf Among Sheep. Set bans Apep Stun Lancers and Hypnotize.
Yeah. Now, banning Set against, or banning Setsu against Set, I think is a targeted ban because Set is a really good Setsu player. I would say.
Yeah, I think Set likes aggro, and aggro Setsu as well. We often see him play rammers and things like that, so we'll see what he brings to the table here. Wrecked, of course, one of the newer masters.
And we saw Set banning Apep as a master with Stun Launches and Hypnotize. I don't think like Apep is typically strong, but I think the top 2 bans for this tournament really should be Wrecked and Mortar. I think that those have the most value out of things. Now the Wizard Puff can be huge here because while the clones can technically take a Wizard Puff, one Mortar Stomp is instantly going to obliterate all of that.
Okay.
Very well timed Shock Rock.
Now the Wizard Puff doesn't take out that Wrecked. That's the real Wrecked, and that's the mythic version. So the Wizard Puff will only do 50% damage to it instead of the destroy effect. Now, the tombstones are a little bugged at the moment, in so much as once they've been stunned, then graphically they look kind of broken, but they still res. So,
ooh, that Whirly's going to win the bottom because it was attacking the skeleton. So very, very nice convenient timing on Nataraja's part here.
So we spoke earlier about Mordor and generally going to be running cheaper units. I feel like that's what Nataraja Mordars have always been. He's not the sort of Colossus Mordor. He's more about these smaller units. Definitely the Cage Prowler. Rekinator giving a big explosion at the bottom there. Mordor getting stunned by the Hugger. That's a 10-second stun, I think. Not a big deal at the moment. Oh, it didn't look like 10 seconds. Maybe it's only 5 seconds. So a decent XP lead for Set at the moment. His perk 2 is going to be more of those shadow clones from Wreck jumping in. Second tombstone now available for Nataraja.
Okay, and we see, so Set is immediately playing all of their copies of Shadow Dance as soon as they come into their hand, and I don't think that that's necessarily the best use of it, because like if he would have saved one of those, for instance, right when he locked on the wall, he could have jumped to the sniper, because you can use those to retarget Rex aggro, which I think is the strongest use of those Shadow Dances.
Yeah, there's definitely, as you say, there's 2 versions that you see people play, like Set did there, that just spam them all at the start, or hold them so you have that flexibility to jump. And especially if you're putting pressure on face, the fact you can jump right to the edge of the map and aggro stuff that's in the pocket, that's a real difficult thing for people to defend against. Oh, it looks like Nataraja's getting a bit more pressure. He's definitely coming back on XP.
Yeah, and at this point, like Mortar's power spike is definitely a per 2 power spike, because that's when you get 2 tombstones, and that really helps you stack that mana that you have on the field.
Especially if your opponent has a counter to one of the tombstones. They're unlikely to have counters for both of them. Here we see all those Wrecks pushing at the top.
Yeah, and here we saw again, so the Prowler just instantly jumped forward and killed everything, but if Set were to have saved one of those copies of Shadow Dance, then they could have jumped backwards, the Prowler would have jumped on the clone, and then they could have one-punch blasted the Prowler down.
Do you think that's a little bit of inexperience with the Master, or is this is just the way he prefers to play?
Well, I think that it's inexperience against Mortar specifically. So against most Masters, I would say that just immediately popping out all your clones you can still get value out of. But I think against Mortar specifically, because Mortar just melts all the clones, you have to play the secondary style. Like, you need to be well versed in both aspects, because like you said, they are both different strategies. But the strategy of just massing clones, I don't think is a valid one against a Mortar specifically, because Mortar ignores tiny things that come onto their side of the field.
So through the reses, we're seeing Nataraja getting a decent amount of mana on the field here. And although sometimes it looks like Set's got a lot, most of those are just shadow clones, which effectively are just 0 HP units. And the Prowler doing a great job on face. He's going to get taken out, but we're seeing this pressure reflected in the XP. And Nataraja now ahead on XP and pushing towards his Mana Frenzy.
And set again. So another thing that you can do with the Shadow Dance is you can use Rect to tank. So like similar to like how when you're playing Once Bitten, like if you can wolf something that's almost dead, you're getting the maximum value out of that card. Just like with the Shadow Dance of Rect, if you can Shadow Step right when they're about to die, that's free hit points that you're getting with each copy of that Shadow Dance.
Okay, Mana Frenzy now. Nataraja looking to close this out, and I think that's what you're alluding to. Really, is where the skill in playing the Shadow Dances come.
Yeah, I think Rect is the highest skilled master right now. I think that they're definitely very strong, but you need to understand how to use that Shadow Dance effectively against different deck types. Because this is definitely not the deck type to just put all of your shadow clones out at once against.
Nataraja closes out game number 1. His Mordor too strong for Set's Wrecked. Just the value coming through those tombstones time and time again, ultimately just allowing him to get more position on the field. And of course, once he gets to his perk 3, everything comes back as hasted. So it comes back, takes a bridge quicker, does more damage, and gives him more control. So I think we often see with those Mordor decks, Dfogo, how they can't really keep up with XP at the start, but then once they get their reses rolling, they can start getting themselves back into the match, and we definitely saw that there.
Yeah, considering, as Cosmic mentioned, there was the aspect of the Shadow Clones, I think there were also 2 other very important aspects that made Nataraja won. The first one was how at some point, Set started using his Shock Rocks to stun units that were attacking the Rekinator in self-destruction mode to try to get value of that explosion. He did that twice or thrice, and the Rekinator still didn't explode. So not only that made it not be able to deny reses, it also made him still not get the value that he wanted, and that was very big. Also, the expertise of Nataraja when playing with Bounty Sniper versus a Pincer. The first Bounty Sniper he played was Pincer, no tombstone, no reses. He immediately stopped playing them, and from that moment on, whenever he was playing them, he was certain he had elite tombstone up. And so Set was pincering this Bounty Sniper getting res immediately and giving huge amount of value to Nataraja. That's why a Mordor that's supposed to be behind on experience in the beginning was not, because those Bounty Snipers were getting value, and a lot of value. Adding that to the fact that there's no shadow clones to reach to them, there's no spells to reach to them, it just made those snipers start stacking and stacking and stacking. Snipers deal a lot of damage. Set does not have units that can deal with them. All these units that are somewhat beefy were getting shredded by 2 or 3 snipers. It was too much. You couple that with Undying Skeletons coming back to life, with caged prowlers getting out of their cage. It's just too much value that started accumulating towards one point where the snowball was too big. No matter what Set did there, even if at some point there he started making better use of the clones, it was too late. At one point after the second perk, Nataraja just had the game in his hand. There was no coming back there, I feel.
Yeah, I think that's a good point about the Pincer and the Bounty Sniper. You know, what the good players do is they pay attention to what they've got, what their opponent's got, and then they look at how they can avoid the counters that their opponent has. And as you say, playing it when there was an active tombstone already available was a very smart thing for Nataraja to do. Okay, here we're going to go. Game number 2. Nataraja took the first game 1-0. Take us away, Cosmic.
Okay, so we see Set now playing Mordar, and then Nataraja switching to King Puff.
Okay, so
Nataraja's opening with Plasma Marines. When I see Plasma Marines, especially in a deck like King Puff, where they wouldn't necessarily belong because typically you're looking for 4 and 5 mana units, I assume that there's something that generates tech, especially with something like an ATG. So we're going to see probably Razor Squadron.
You are indeed correct.
Yeah, I would assume that it'd be Razor Squadron. You could also pull out a Scrapyard, because Scrapyard also would proc off of King Puff's ability, because buildings as well as spells now trigger King Puff instead of exclusively minions.
So here we see the ATG drone covering the ground units tanking for it, so there's going to be a lot of damage coming out. Set does deal with it, and of course he's effectively banked that mana while he's defending, and now he can have his own push.
Okay, and so here we see the Fear. While it does not do as much damage, that Shen just wandering off is could have been huge. That bridge shot from Nataraja helped negate a lot of the damage that could have happened.
Yep, good use of the new and somewhat improved pincer in certain situations.
Yeah, I would say that it's not. I would say that it was a tweak and not necessarily a nerf or a buff, because being able to instantly fear something makes Pincer stronger against larger targets, but weaker against mass. And so instead of it just being a removal and kind of crowd control spell, or AoE crowd control, it's now a single target, similar to like the way that a Shock Rock alters a battle. I would say is now the way that that Pincer can alter a battle.
This Rage Squadron is terrifying.
Now walls do pretty well against Razor Squadron because not only does it hold them still for a little bit, but that drains the tech of your opponent. And so if they're trying to make use of multiple aspects of tech, like I've seen people try and run Razor Squadron and Scrapyard, then you can just hold the Razor Squadron just to deal with that aspect. Again, we see the Pincer just taking out that key unit for a little bit.
Okay, so XP's about level. Snipers. We're seeing a lot of snipers in the current meta. Oh, he doesn't want to lose this. Doesn't lose it. Okay, that's quite important.
Okay. This Wolf Among Sheep is going to get absolutely shredded by this Reboomer. Oh, but the bridge swap!
Massive. Reboomer here, defensively, wallop, everything goes. Okay. Now we've got a big push coming. Doesn't want to allow the Prowler to jump on the Shen. He's got to be so careful of that Reboomer. Reboomer's got a Spirit on it as well, I think. Does go down though. Yeah,
Reboomer on Spirit goes away once it cycles modes. So if it was alive when it got the Spirit, then it'll disappear when it dies. If it was dead when it got the Spirit, then as soon as it gets alive again, then the Spirit will once again disappear.
Right. Perk 3 now for Nataraja. Night Puff's available. You need to be careful with that Bounty Sniper though, because those Night Puffs are beautiful targets for the Bounty Sniper to shred, and of course there's 2 of them now. There we see, 2 XP every time that Bounty Sniper gets a kill, and there's lots of small units that it's picking up on. This could be a lot of XP for Set at this position.
Okay, at this point we see a good amount of snipers coming out, and so really what Nataraja needs to do is to let some of this stuff come in so he can deal with the snipers, because there's just not enough removal.
Right, big push, Set pushing, next push is coming. This is going to be game. Sniper army. And I think one thing it's important to mention is neither player banned Mordar, and both players have shredded with Mordar. Do you think if they matched again later on in the tournament, perhaps they would ban differently instead of Setsu and Apep?
Well, I think Setsu and Apep are like targeted bans, whereas Mordar I would say is just a good flat ban, because neither Nataraja nor Set typically play Mordar, and so I think they were counting on the other person to not play it. But then, of course, they both did, and then you know, they were able to just stack the advantage of those tombstones pretty easily.
Okay, here we go. Game number 3. These are best of 3 matches at the moment, so this is the decider.
And so now we see a Mordar on Mordar match. Now, when you're playing a mirror matchup, a lot of it comes down to deck rotation. So both players have opened up with a Caged Prowler. Prowler can do very well against these types of Mordar decks. So the next card that comes out of both players is going to be huge.
Okay, looks like we've got some very similar matchups here. Similar deck lineups now.
That was an interesting jump on the Prowler side. It looks like it jumped towards the Shihao, but it
oh, he would love for that to have survived. Didn't quite. It would have been a massive hill. Now that since they're both playing snipers, they need to pay very close attention to sniper on sniper aggro and try to prevent that as much as possible.
This Ghost right here on the bottom is going to be able to help deal with the skeleton that's arriving, but that Cage Prowler not going off is not going to do too well. So I think Set is kind of off balance from that first push, and they're going to need to get back ahead somehow. Which of course, both players are playing Wizard Puffs, and a Wizard Puff at the right time can do so much.
Of course, the thing you need to be careful with the Wizard Puff is you don't want to be resin that puff that it generates. So the players have got to look out, see if they can burn a res. It's a puff at the top. No tombstones available though. Right, we've got double tombstone up for Nataraja. Units on field, nothing on Set's side of it at the moment. Set very far behind on XP. And now that Tranquil's just going to tank that sniper over and over.
Okay, so we see Bounty Sniper on Bounty Sniper is good. Now tanking the sniper with Tranquil Shihao is huge.
Pincer removal, no sniper res. The players are going to be looking at tombstones. Can they remove snipers, especially the bounty sniper, without res in it? That bounty sniper at the top has got a spirit on it, and that makes it even more problematic.
Because this match, when you have two Mordors going against each other, like the game's going to go into mana frenzy, and so having the double bounty sniper out is huge because you want those stacking as much XP as physically possible.
Oh, the bounty sniper at the bottom took out Nataraja's bounty sniper. Those are huge trades. Looks like Set's getting back into this. He was really struggling early on, but he's getting a bit of a mass up now. Huge hits at the bottom from the Prowlers on each other there.
And so much of this match can be decided by RNG. Like one lucky Jolo versus an unlucky Jolo can be huge. One good Wizard Puff to an unlucky Wizard Puff can be huge.
There's a little bit of a confusing bug at the moment where your units are supposed to have a green circle around them when there's a tombstone active to res them, but there's currently circles all over the place when there's not supposed to be. So that might be a little bit confusing for some people, but that's a bug the devs are aware of and they'll be looking to fix as soon as possible. So for example, there we see all the green circles at the top, no tombstone anywhere in sight. Oh, that whirly's going to explode. Okay, Nataraja's come back on XP now.
Okay, so here we see the Wizard Puff turning the Puff into a friendly Puff.
Right, we saw both players crush with Mordars in the first 2 games. They're both now playing Mordar, and this is far closer. Every bounty sniper shot really important at the moment.
Ooh, this wall was a really good wall, keeping that Wizard Puff from doing any damage.
Oh, and
Wizard
it's so
Puff then
good.
hit
Wizard
the
Puff
wall.
as well.
Oh.
Wow, that wall was the legend. You've got Jolo, the hero path. I'm not sure what Wally,
The hero puff?
Wally, the hero
Scrap.
Yeah, I can speak.
So you and the Puff faction are going to have some beef
right.
pretty soon.
It was a good joke. I was going to call it Wally, the hero wall, and everyone was going to laugh. I completely messed it up, and now the laughter is at me instead of with me. Okay, Mana Frenzy close, but both players still on exactly the same XP. Nataraja has taken a lot of face damage though, so he needs to be very careful.
Yeah, and so we see Set has a good stack of snipers coming in, but the skeleton's about to spawn right in the middle of them. Tanked with the ghost turret. Ooh, and the prowler comes in.
These double bounty snipers at the top getting Set just a bit of a lead, just when he really needs it. He's about to tick over to Mana Frenzy himself. Can he close this out? He's got the bridges, he's got Mana Frenzy. Bottom bridge does go blue though.
Yeah, that's a 15 XP lead though, and I think even if they only get the XP from the passive XP generation, I think that's going to be enough to just close this game out, because anything that's played in either person's deck is just going to stack mana on the field. And when every single card that you have just adds value, especially with the tombstones automatically duplicating your units, like that's insane value for every second that you're able to get a mana.
Triple bounty sniper at the top. Bounty sniper gives XP, remember, but in Mana Frenzy, XP is turned into mana. This is looking like the beginning of the end for Nataraja at the moment. Set is going to take this 2-1 from the looks of it. Nataraja fighting for his life. Prowler ends it in savage fashion. Wow, that was the tale of two Mordors. Very similar decks there, Dfogo.
Very similar decks. It was a very intense match. Lots of things going on at the same time. Those bounty snipers though clearly made a very significant impact into the game. Although I think the turning point was when Nataraja ended up losing 2 bounty snipers without them getting a single shot any value at all.
Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
That was like
Yeah,
that started tipping off the experience.
Oh yeah, and having multiple bounty snipers is huge, because then that's just that much more XP that you're generating, getting double the value because you have double the units. Definitely a strong strategy for sure.
At one point, Set had literally a sniper army on top, 4 snipers in a row. The front one's even spirited. So like too much going on, and just like it's literally just, not just one rifle, like a squad, a double squad. It was too much. If you consider snipers deal 100 damage, that's like insane. Just imagining that what was going on there is that from every 3.5 seconds to 3.5 seconds, Set was getting 400 damage into a unit. Now, Nataraja did not have any units that could consistently deal with that damage. Not just that, if these units die and snipers have something else in range, they are not going to wait again 3.5 seconds to shoot. No, they just instant shoot. So that's why they are so hard to handle. Like devs might even be considering nerfing some part of the damage or the experience generated, because right now with Solar Remover for snipers, this type of decks, super reliant on them, can really shine a lot. And even in case of Sniper Squad now, for example, with King Puff, you can consistently place Sniper Squad onto the Shield Puff. That can be extremely annoying and hard to handle. If you couple that on with a Bannerman on top of it, you might even just play them on range and then Bannerman on top. There's a lot you can do with Snipers right now. And you might consider Poison as a good removal. If they have spirits, it's harder to handle it. It's too much going on. Snipers just handle a lot. It's very hard. We did see a very interesting interaction that I do need to mention. I think was the honorable mention there. I just said how snipers retarget when some unit's about to die. We had 3 snipers targeting the same Jolo. So they all shot at the same time, but before the last 2 shot, the first one was like, okay, I'm gonna shoot, I'm gonna kill. So the other 2 were like, okay, we're just gonna start walking. Joe dodged, and then they were all like, oh wait, we need to shoot again. Go back, people, go back, everyone. He's still alive.
Yeah, the the way that they redid the movement pathing is, I would say, overall better, but it does lead to some interesting interactions with things like Jolo, or like if you try and Frostfeather a unit and then like a Valorian heal goes.
Ooh,
Like I've had Valorian's heal change like some Frostfeather kills because it didn't allocate the proper amount of Frostfeathers.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the game tries to predict what's going to happen, but sometimes it's not
fails.
correct. Okay, so the next game we're going to be going into is a big one. It's going to be Dragon against Lazur. And I think we have some ban information if you guys would like to go through that briefly. Okay. Anyone?
Yes, so the ban information is Dragon banned Wrecked, Stixie, and Wolf Among Sheep, whereas Lazur banned Mordar, Sunburn, and Bounty Sniper.
Ooh, interesting ban on Sunburn.
Well, Sunburn, I would say, is an alternative to Pincer. So Pincer you can use as an anti-large unit and a sniper removal, whereas Sunburn you can use as an anti-mass, as well as a large unit assist. I don't think that Sunburn is as valuable as it used to be, with a lot of the targets that you would Sunburn now having lower health. But I think that it can still be very useful.
For sure. Even like, as we were talking about the snipers, right? No sniper trouble. So it's very interesting though. Like Wrecked, we've talked how it's very strong right now, so that ban does make sense. I'm curious about what the Stixie and Wolf Among Sheep ban are supposed to target.
Okay, we shall see very shortly. Players are almost ready to go here.
Who am I to spectate then?
Dragon versus Lazur. Fish, were you spectating?
I have got the main spectate on Dragon. Lazur is
Right,
second.
I'm doing for Lazur.
Okay, so we are ready to go with this one. Two very good players, two very experienced players going head to head. Okay, sorry, I just messed up Stream Raiders for a second there. Let's just remove that. Okay. Right, these players are ready to go. Dfogo's going to join me on the cast for this one. Cool.
So let's see, are the players ready? I mean, they say in menu, so no one is making last-minute decks.
So just a big shout out to the sponsors of this event. We got a $1,000 prize pool. We're talking about GGtoor, we're talking about Community Gaming, Betadwarf, and Team Mana Frenzy. We'll put some links in the chat so you can check the partners out.
Right.
We're just waiting for these guys to start their game.
Yep. In the meanwhile, what do you guys think the ban on Wolf Among Sheep is for? Like those Sims cards that we've seen being played on King Puff so far. So is it like, okay, I'm gonna ban Wrecked and gonna inhibit some of King Puff's decks?
I think it's just a very strong meta card at the moment. Cosmic, you're muted, I think so.
Yes, thank you. So I think the ban on Wrecked is absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
Because Wrecked in the hands of someone who understands how to properly utilize that dance can shred a Mordar. Or an Apep, either way. And Mordar and Apep being some of Dragon's favorite masters. And then Stixie is a heavy meta card right now, I would say, especially with the nerf to Pincer. Because if you can shield Stixie, then that makes Stixie basically automatically live however long you need them to walk across the field. And so you can really stack Stixies, especially if you're playing something like a Valorian that can heal, or something like a King Puff that can shield or rage the Stixie, or both. Potentially, I've had it where if you time your birthdays, you can pick up both the shield and the rage Puff with the same unit.
Ooh, very good aspect.
Okay, here we go. Game number 1. This is winners bracket round of 4.
Let's go.
Okay, and we are seeing Lazur play Mordar and Dragon play Morelia.
Now, Dragon is a very strong Morelia player for sure. We see him play that a lot in tournaments and on ladder. See what he brings here.
We usually see him play Morelia with Ascension and Dragon. We see Dragon with his own Dragon. Although we also see Lazur now it is Mordar. Kind of a different version of Mordar we've seen so far. So this has the Undying Skeleton, this has the Wizard Puff Dragon populating the field as quickly as possible.
Gets a lucky Wizard Puff there.
Not much he can do. Probably gonna put a wall here to stop the Stun Lancers. Yeah. And there it is, double snipers as well. Alright, so we've seen generally these front lines swapping between the Mordar decks. Some have Jolo, Undying Skeleton, Tranquil Shield, Defensive Chopper. But generally the backlines are still the snipers and the Wizard Puffs. We are seeing there's the Stixie that Dragon has. Wow, lots of skirmishes everywhere.
Yeah, the Stixie could be important because, of course, sniper on sniper action, Stixie does have a longer range, so can potentially
and shorter like cooldown. Like, while he's waiting, he's stealth, so the sniper might just retarget somewhere else.
Now Stixie is locked on face. Gonna get taken out here by the turret.
Ooh, is it though?
Or is it? It does have the Spirit.
Wow.
That Spirit allows it to tank. That could be massive. Spirit drops on the Bounty Sniper. That's exactly where Lazur wants it.
Oh, and the Tranquil also got another Spirit. That's very good. That's definitely very good.
And Prowler going down.
Yep, like a very good res.
Okay, Stixie is not locked on face yet. Okay, we saw some good Wizard Puff luck at the start. What are we going to get here? Only takes a Stun Lance. It's not amazing, but the Spirit, the Wizard Puff does res though. Fights another day.
Oh no, Stixie is into the Bounty Sniper and the... Wow, the good thing that was killed, because the Grenadier, since it was targeting the Ghost Turret with AoE, also dealt some damage to the Bounty Sniper. The Bounty Sniper was about to die, but that's a very good feast for Bounty Sniper on bot with all those little skeletons.
Yep, here we go. That Bounty Sniper getting massive value, and that's contributing to Lazur being ahead on XP at the moment. There we see. He does have a lot of HP, so he does tank on face there. Doesn't want to lose too much of it, though.
He had mana to handle it, and since he ended up playing Tranquil Shield anyways, I don't know why he felt the need to play some
Spirit
face.
again on the Bounty Sniper.
Wow. But as you said before, the Stixie just targeting the Bounty Sniper on bottom with his larger range. Huge.
The Stixie is going to take some removing at the top.
Yep. Tranquil as a res, it's a great res because if there's nothing near him, he'll just res with whatever percentage of HP he has and then heal all the way up. That's a very good way of using the Tranquil Shield in a Mordar deck.
Wizard Puff is going to go only on a stim. Dragon will be happy with that. XP is well in Lazur's favour though, perk 3 now.
True. As a Mordar being ahead on XP like this, it's very, very good. Lots of snipers, lots of action. These bridges constantly swapping sides, although Stixie... Wow. These spirits are making so that Stixie does not one-shot units. And if Stixie does not one-shot units, he needs to keep recharging for 6 seconds.
Yep.
Which will be longer than the average sniper. It's a trade-off. It's faster if you win, it's longer if you lose. So...
Okay, here we see Ascension not available yet. But he's not playing an Ascension deck, so... If he does get any benefit from it, it'll be a long time coming.
Oh no, is the Stixie
Double
actually gonna...
Stixie taking out the sniper, that's huge. Double Stixie with Spirit, that's going to be very difficult for him to deal with. Might get a... Lazur is praying for a lucky Wizard Puff here, really, to help remove one of those Stixies if possible. But it's...
The Stixie on bottom just targeting that Bounty Sniper, it's gonna take him out just about now. There it goes. Wow. It's really very solid backlines. Not just that, Dragon has the third perk Dragon from Morelia right now.
He's getting very lucky with those Wizard Puffs, his Dragon, what they're hitting on.
Lazur does just need to hold on for 20 more experience. He's 20 experience away from Mana Frenzy. If Dragon does not put his Dragon out and win here, it might just be...
Well, your cam's completely exploded.
I miss my cam.
It's weird, it seems fine to me on one screen, but not on the other. Okay, it's back.
That's go. And here's a dragon. Okay, dragon now has the bridges.
So I think Dragon's plan is just building up this army of Stixies. Their long range means they're just going to sit right at the back. Look at that Stixie at the bottom. It's barely on the screen.
How did he get pushed into there? No, that's very nice.
Dragon's going to go down pretty quickly to the Curse Bearer, but all this time is allowing Dragon to catch up. Mana Frenzy about to hit for Lazur, though. Very important part of the match right now.
There goes the dragon.
No removal for those Stixies. He's actually destroying Lazur at the moment.
Wow.
3 Stixies alive.
Frenzy. And now the 4th one. It just keeps stacking. Ooh, the bottom one is about to die, though.
But there's always another one to come.
Yep. Dragon keeping the bottom bridge, but the top bridge is now in Lazur's favor. Lazur also has a mana buff there that just generated mana. I think Dragon was just a tiny bit too late. I'm curious if he does manage to come back. It's gonna be an awesome comeback. It's very hard, but these Stixies might just bring him the value he needs.
Just needs to keep them alive. Hope that the Wizard Puff doesn't get a lucky hit on one of them. But there we go, one of them goes down.
Yep.
If these Stixies get cleared, this one in the middle is going to get aggroed down quickly as well. This is probably going to be the end here.
Yep.
As soon as the Stixie army was taken out, just too much.
Yep.
10 XP
Dragon
away.
throwing the GG. It is the end. It's too much. The snipers just like getting so much value. Not the sticks in this case, like Lazur snipers with those spirits. At one point in the middle, Dragon was really wanting those Stixies to focus on the snipers and kill them fast. That happened. Check. However, those snipers had spirited, and instead of dying for 1 shot, they needed 3 shots to die. That was 18 seconds, where 12 seconds at least, where the Stixies just on the same targeted, not moving, not wearing bridges, not generating lots of value. It was very bad, and Dragon needed that pressure to have be more felt. Lazur made really good use of it, capitalized on bridges. He was aware Dragon was coming, and just guaranteed, like, I need this XP lead. I'm gonna go for it. It was very well played.
Probably just the Bounty Sniper that allowed him just to get that XP lead. Of course, Stixie was doing a great job removing stuff, but every time the Bounty Sniper was getting something, it was just getting him further and further.
Spirits in a row.
And there was a moment when the Tranquil Shihao just sat there healing while 2 Stixies were just wailing on it, and it tanked a good 6 Stixie shots, which let Lazur bank a lot more mana with the Tombstones and Snipers to kind of make a decent counter push.
Yep. Very exciting, very exciting. Different types of snipers being used differently, and you could see the situations in which the snipers excelled, but you could also see the situations in which Stixie really struggled. And as you said, Cosmic with the Tranquil, locked onto that Tranquil, effectively doing nothing for long periods of the match.
For sure, having a Tranquil in this matchup was a great frontline versus snipers. I guess that's the biggest failure right now. Like, Tranquils are far away from snipers. They just take damage, re-heal everything. Oh, I'm still under fire. It's fine. I'm just going to keep healing. Your sniper's not on the bridge. That's fine for me. I'll take it. Thank you very much. It was a very powerful interaction leaning towards Lazur's side. I would say it's something similar to an interaction of a Snake Druid on Scrat Tank. The Snake Druid is just going to stop the Scrat Tank, but Scrat Tank has nothing close. Lead close, he's just not going to take damage and stay still, like, yep, just going to stay right here, thank you very much. If that happens on a bridge, that player can capitalize on a lot on that tank just staying there immobile and getting aggro.
We're just seeing how strong Mordor is on the ladder. We've seen it in the last few days, and now in the tournament. The only match we've seen where Mordor has lost is when it's been up against another Mordor.
Yep.
So that's likely to affect people's ban process as we go through.
No, I think Mordor definitely is something. I think the only deck that stands a chance against Mordor is one that's able to effectively neutralize. You have to have multiple removals for the Bounty Sniper specifically, because yeah.
Okay, here we go. 1-0 to Lazur. We're loading into game number 2. What are we seeing, Dfogo?
We are seeing Dragon still playing his Dynasty Morelia, so he's still insisting on that. We are about to see if it's the same deck or not. And Lazur now playing Valorian. Valorian still very strong. as we were talking about before, the heals can get very interesting and powerful interactions. So let's see, Dragon is now opening the Skeleton Horde. So we might just be seeing which counted for stacks, and there's Wolf Among Sheep. So Dragon might now be showing us his Ascension Moralia, which he did not play previously.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that. And of course, one of the main strengths of Valorian is that perk 2, and the perk 2 improved at perk 3, that Searing Light removal, but that's not going to be incredible against all these little skellies.
It's not. And even Zealots have a tough time versus Skeletons, because every time Zealots attack, they take 10% of their health as true damage. So interesting Symphony, guaranteeing bridge on bot. There's his Dragon having this control over bridges very well handled.
Yep, so with the Accursed, it's going to get a lot stronger. Remember, the Accursed counter is now 80 in its latest change. So if you look at the cards in his hand, or the counter above it, he's currently at 23. So every time he spends mana on an Accursed card, that increases his counter. Every time he kills something with the Slumbers, which is now a 4 mana card, that increases his counter. No Hugger though.
Nope.
And Hugger used to be an auto-include, but since, especially now it's back to 2 mana and can't take bridges, it's definitely not so much of an auto-include.
I do need to say I still like Hugger a lot, because his fast insertion into a unit can be very powerful. Plus they're now revealing the Howling Moon, which is very interesting, because if you are playing a Moralia, you will have a Dragon. So even if that Howling Moon does not give much value, it's a Howling Moon that will for sure target your third perk Dragon, and you cannot bait it with something else. You are gonna have that Howling Moon to deal with it. Strong presence on bot. Lazur is behind on experience, which usually it's not ideal when playing Ascension, since Ascension is expected to be weaker early game and stronger late game. But Lazur deck might also get stronger now with second perk with the Searing Lights.
Dragon will be happy with how this is going. He's ahead on XP, he's done decent face damage, and of course he's still awaiting his power spike from the Ascension.
Yep. And we can see like these splits are really not happening as Lazur wants them. Like both Zealots going bot, it's not ideal.
And again, as you said, here we're going to see the Zealots on the little skellies, and that's just the worst case scenario. They're not really killing much and they're damaging themselves.
More Skeletons. On this Howling Moon does give you the Wolves, but it's not super valid, since Skeletons that have HP aren't as
they're getting one shot by the Grenadier at the bottom for sure.
Only advantage it really gave. Although I guess that just makes the Werewolf on bot have more health. Not that it makes a difference, considering Dragon is still getting lots of
And there we hear the Ascension sound.
Yep, and the Skeleton crew was now 5 Skeletons killing that Grenadier.
So that means a lot of the cards in Dragon's deck are now going to be more powerful than ever, and he's already in a commanding position.
Yeah, this is the reason why I feel like this. Oh, we just saw Niprax Slumber on top being played for the first time, I believe. Also, Breath being played for the first time. And lots of Skeletons. Now we know Dragon also has more Dragons to play. He has a Breath to support those pushes. Third perk just hitting, so he also has the Queen's Dragon right now.
So he used the Slumbers there just really to get the cycle out. He's Ascension now, he needs to cycle it to get the Dragon out. So it did a bit of damage, but the main purpose was to get it cycled so the next time it comes around. So remember, he's going to have his perk 3 Dragon, and he's also got near the Fallen card as well. Here we see perk 3.
Yep. Howling Moon should be coming out anytime now, I would suspect.
Yeah, he's got the mana for it. He's waiting.
Capitalize that value as much as possible. There it is.
Yeah, you want your opponent to spawn as much into the Howling Moon as possible. Here we go. But here the Searing Light is just going to be tickling those skellies, not really hitting anything of value. Maybe one hit on the Dragon.
Which is also not that significant, because Dragon at this point has lots of front times in these little Skeletons, then Holy Crown doing a lot, breeding top to secure more. Now these were very good stun lancers though, with the Zealots. The Dragon is gonna get shredded and die right here, but...
I mean, he's dealing with the Dragon well, but the problem is the bridges are staying blue this whole time. Trying his best to grab one, but...
Lots of Skeletons. Yeah, I think the really key aspect here is that these Skeletons are little, are small, but they hit somewhat hard and aren't the easiest unit to remove. And the Lazur deck does not have consistent AoE. The only really reliant AoE you have is the Grenadier. So You only have too many units to deal with lots and lots of skeletons. It's too much.
Yeah, and Dragon's just pushing towards his own Mana Frenzy here. His Dragon getting locked down, but it's not going to die from the Arcane Bolt.
That was probably Lazur's last struggle to say, okay, I need to remove this Dragon to get some chances, because Dragon is just getting super close to Mana Frenzy. There it is.
Lazur took the first game, but it looks like Dragon's going to bring it back.
Yep,
in the second game.
1-1. I don't think Lazur can come back off this. Lots of units on face.
You could see Dragon was just controlling the game really before Ascension, and as soon as Ascension came, he was able to get those dragons spawned. He's really just been able to hold the bridges for a majority of the time.
I think as a Morelia player with Exclamation Extension, yeah, we're gonna see the game going down now. That was very well played. He knew what type of deck he was playing with, and I think this right now is one of the most beautiful things of Morelia. In the previous match, Dragon was getting use of the Morelia mainly for spirits on those Stixies. Right now, he had all those chances. He could try to spirit a wolf. He could try to spirit something important. He could try to reduce his breath. But he knew, no, I want bridges in the beginning. So he was using the Symphony to kill Lazur's small units to get those bridges. And then at one point, he was like, what? This guy has absolutely no clear for my skeletons. Fine, Skeleton Horde going with lots of skeletons. After Ascension, Skeleton Crew adding to the fray. He also has the book more skeletons. And then Lazur's just getting swarmed and stops playing in Dragon's side and starts playing on his side. Too many little skeletons, nothing to remove them consistently. Pressure keeps building up. Dragons start getting into play. Lazur cannot deal with it.
Yeah, that was just not a deck that Lazur would like to have faced with his setup. But I feel like you're playing against Dragon. You've got to kind of assume that Ascension, don't you, Cosmic?
Yeah, no, I would say I think Dragon has played Mordar, Ascension, and like some form of APEP in just about every tournament that I've seen him in, of any kind. But I think that it was a little bit of a deck of foresight on Lazur's part to not have any kind of swarm removal, because they have Zealots, which are a strong card, but the Zealots died to swarms, and so there just wasn't much swarm removal for a huge weakness of his win condition card. And so I think that was kind of a slight deck building error in that regard. And the spell that they were packing was Arcane Bolt, which is a large unit removal, not a horde removal, which is what they would need to assist the Zealots.
Yep, so that brings us at 1 game all. We saw Lazur take the first with Mordar, Dragons fought back with Morelia. No conquest rules yet, so they can play the same master again, should they wish to. Okay, I'm going to do a quick giveaway here, and congratulations to That Is Too Much Sauce! You've won a big dwarf pack containing 300 rubies, 15 power tokens. Thanks to Betadwarf for supporting with these codes. Okay, so 1 game all, we're just waiting.
Yep.
The players
I feel they're in deck building, so he might be trying to come up with new strategies. Dragon can play Rex, though. I guess Dragon was aware that Lazur was most likely gonna play Mordar, and he's aware how Mordar handles Shadow Clones very well. So like, okay, I have this opportunity. I'll try to bait him into something. Because honestly, I feel like the first matchup, Dragon's deck was prepared with a Mordor Sniper. The Stixie really calls on to that because of the one shot and how he can quickly target those units. But at the same time, maybe the match just didn't go the way Dragon was expecting it to go.
Okay, so he didn't use Breath that much, but he held it for when he really needed it, and was just always in control. I feel like we've got to see some balance to Breath at some point. You can see even when it's not wildcarded, it's still a very strong spell. You know, not only can it clear a lane, but it can also take bridges as well, which potentially is too much.
I think the bridge taking aspect was a huge buff to the spell. Because and I was explaining this to someone who was asking, like, why do you think Breath is so overpowered? And I was like, well, why it comes down to like the core fundamentals of Minion Masters, right? So when you play a minion, you're playing a minion to either deal face damage, counter another minion played, or grab bridges. And Breath fulfills 2 of those roles. Like, the only thing it doesn't do is face damage, but when you're playing a Cursed, it doesn't matter about face damage because you're just waiting for your Ascension to hit.
Yeah. Maybe they need to only spawn the Skellies in your opponent's build or something. Not sure. Okay, here we go. We're into game number 3. This is the decider of this match. Still in best of 3 territory.
Yep. And we see Dragon is still playing Morelia, and Lazur is now playing APAP. So, Dragon might just try to capitalize on lots of skeletons again if Lazur is not ready with some decent AoE. We do see a Poison Scratch. Poison Scratch, well, we can see right now how he somewhat handles those skeletons. He might be good when played in the middle of Skeleton Horde. But let's see how Lazur handles it. He does now seem to have a deck more dedicated in focus on the bridges, which is definitely going to be very helpful when you are playing versus an extension. This way he might not be behind on experience as he was in the previous match. Might just make the big enough of a difference.
So that brother, when it drops its holy fire, it's going to help him deal with all those skellies for sure.
Lazur just got a free skeleton crew, which did a very good job capturing the bridge on top. Now, not a strong push, but Lazur has the board presence. Brother bot, warrior top, Succubus bot going to support that brother.
Yes, remember in the previous match we saw straight away that Dragon was able to take an XP lead and just control it.
That team did not go the way Dragon wanted. Yep, and there is his Skeleton Horde. Grenadier getting his value even versus a Spirited one. Yep, Lazur much more, keeping a much closer eye on the bridges right now.
So he is running the pincer. We'll see how he's able to use that, what he's going to try to use it on.
Yep, I mean, we might just see him get value off the pincer versus the dragon, just fearing the dragon.
Yeah. He might just
warrior.
Keep it hidden until his opponent's not expecting it. Here we see the breath. Lots of damage.
Not killing the Succubus, so if that Holy Fire gets procced, which Morelia will probably do that Succubus might just heal a bit.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, wow, that
went down pretty quickly though, right? Grenadier's going to do a good job at the bottom, but we've got one Spirited Skelly that's going to be a problem for it to deal with.
Oh, the tank of the totem.
Very nicely done, but can the Grenadiers still win this trade? Ooh. Not quite. That Spirit just too much.
There we see both players very close in experience, so I would say this means Dragon has an advantage.
So the brothers basically single-shotting the Legionnaire, so if he's able to deny the Wolf, that'll be perfect for him, but of course he just needs a bit of luck for it.
I mean, Lazur can place his brother in a way to guarantee to secure that, like, no, all wolves are dying here. Although the Holy Fire might ruin those plans a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That Grenadier still got a good amount of value there.
XP lead for Lazur, but close to Ascension, so that's when Dragon could potentially get back into this. It's going to be interesting to see what Lazur gets from his perk 3. If he drops something incredibly useful.
Like a Curse Bearer versus Dragon.
Yeah. Or the Blast Monster's still on the table, right? That could be really helpful.
We just saw Dragon hit Curse Ascension and instantaneously use his Near Slumber on that Grenadier.
Yeah, he wants to get
Lazur no longer has Howling Moon on this match now, so it might spell trouble if he does not get anything that can consistently deal with the dragon.
Yeah. And Dragon's going to have that opportunity where he can spawn his dragon, and then he can spawn the perk 3 dragon, and then he can spawn his dragon again in quick succession, and that's a very big power spike.
Dragon just played those Wolf Among Sheep into the brother and did not get any wolf. But here's the dragon's dragon, alright. Coming up even before third perk.
That means as soon as it dies, he's going to have his third perk with the breath.
Yep, most likely.
To put more pressure on, but we need to see how Lazur deals with this. He does have the pincer. Okay, he's got a Chisma Boomstick. How do we feel about that?
I'm not sure it's what he needed. Chisma Boomstick can do very cool things right now, and he's harder to remove.
Especially against the Horde, but against the... I mean...
Oh, look at that. That was good value versus Wolf Among Sheep. It's just that it's not giving the value he probably wanted.
No.
Yup.
Still got that dragon to deal with, tanking it well. But as we see, this dragon's allowing Dragon to get an XP lead. keeping that bottom bridge. Okay, Chisma Boomstick goes down. The Chisma Boomstick can be very good, as I said, against the Horde, but the Dragon not so much.
New Dragon might just be coming up. Succubus tried to hold on fighting top, but still not very strong. Oh, there is Breath coming with the Dragon. Alright, so experience is close. Experience is close. Both players are currently fighting for the bridges, but Dragon has a Dragon Nirvir. Let's say Nirvir, not confuse people saying Dragon's Dragon, right?
Yeah.
Here I am after saying it like
Dragon's
for
Dragon.
10 minutes. So
Dragon,
let's go.
Dragon. Okay. What can he do against this? He needs to just whittle this dragon down, but he doesn't have any very high DPS outside of the Succubus that's not available yet. There we see the pincer. So the pincer turns the dragon around.
It does not feel like it gave Lazur the 3-mana value.
No,
Chisma, it's not doing lots of things. Actually, Chisma just procs the 12.
Oh, it's gonna save itself in the corner though. Okay. Now I played a game against Katt yesterday on the ladder, and he had Chismas, and they got kind of out of control. Because they kind of just attack and then they go back and they'll bank mana, and they can be frustrating. But Lazur's low on HP here.
Very low. He does has a heal buff, but he needs to be able to handle this. And Dragon just plays another dragon on the board. That's the thing. No Howling Moon. These dragons just become 2 times more threatening, right? They have the double amount of HP as per se. Lazur is doing a great job getting these bridges as much as he can, but Dragon has the tools to recapture them, and with this Dragon, with this Nirvir, he can't put enough pressure to the point where Lazur needs to invest mana on it. Dragon's about to hit Mana Frenzy right now.
He's going to have Mana Frenzy, and that bottom bridge is going to be pretty locked down as well. So, and now he's got both bridges. This is looking like the beginning of the end for Lazur. He's got no good way of dealing with that dragon. Had he got a Curse Bearer from his perk 3, that could have changed things a lot.
For sure. Ooh, this Nirvir is on face due to the range. Breath getting the Succubus and the Totem. This is gonna be it. Skeleton spawning everywhere. Too many units on the field. Skeleton's on face. Dragon is down, but there's a wolf. That's too much. There it is.
Way too much on the field there. Wow. Power of Ascension.
I would just resume it in 2 words. No curse, no AoE.
Yep. He couldn't deal with the big units, he couldn't deal with the small units, and ultimately that's what happens. Okay, Ascension, Morelia, very strong still, Cosmic.
Yes. And with Nirvir Slumbers now being 4 mana, it also can be reduced by Morelia's perk. And so with running both the Slumbers and the Breath, you have options for spell reduction without having to pack something extra in your Ascension decks. Because I used to pack the Toll the Dead just that way I would have another spell to reduce. Or your options are basically Toll the Dead or Howling Moon for a curse spells, or Spirit. But Spirit with Morelia is kind of useless because you can just get the Spirit from our book. But now with Nirvir Slumbers also being 4 mana, you can have 2 spells in your deck. So you can get value out of that reduction if you don't necessarily need the Spirit or the Skeletons.
Okay.
I had completely forgotten that. That's awesome. Like, that's so awesome. The fact that by having a Nirvir Slumber as a spell to reduce, you can actually be getting much more value out of it. Wow. Like, it does give you less Ascension stacks, because once a spell is reduced, it's going to give the reduced amount of stacks for Ascension, not the full one. But just the fact that Nirvir Slumbers can be rotating to give that extra value at 2 mana, it is very big.
And kills with Nirvir Slumbers count as Ascension points. So if you use it to remove Plasma Marines, you're gaining. If you spend 4 mana to remove Plasma Marines, you're getting 6 points of Ascension. So like the whole reduce cost doesn't necessarily matter, because like let's say you reduce it even to 3 mana of what it was before, you're then getting 5 points. If you reduce it to 2 mana, you're getting 4 points. Like the fact that you're not getting the Ascension value out of Slumbers is irrelevant, because that makes it up. And plus, with the Haunting Hugger attacking faster nowadays, I think that's huge. I think that the 1 mana Hugger was ridiculously oppressive in Ascension decks, and I'm very glad that got changed to 2, because outside of Ascension decks it was okay, but in an Ascension deck it was incredibly strong.
It opens the doors to so many possibilities right now. Like, you were mentioning the thing of having the other spell to reduce, which is exactly it. Like, if you are running for super late extension, you might just want the breath or something. If you are going for skeleton play with Morelli, you might want the Restless and the Tale of the Dead, so you can be reducing those to get extra value. If you are going on 2v2 for something more with crystals or other supporting units, you might be focusing more on spirits and having spirit infusion. But now, every single one of these strategies can be supported by a dragon that for most of the game, it's going to be a 4-mana spell that you can consistently reduce. It's not a bad removal, especially when we are in a season where snipers shine a lot. Wow. I'm ashamed of myself for not having thought of that before.
Okay, we're going into our next game very shortly, guys. We're going to have another winners bracket round of 4. We're going to have Westlin, Duck Westlin against DeathShoot. Both mighty opponents. If you look in the chat, we've got some ban information if you want to go through that, one of you guys.
Yeah, so we have DeathShoot banning Mordar, Bounty Sniper, and Stun Lancers, which are all incredibly strong cards and go with mini decks, with Westlin banning Wrecked, Bounty Sniper, and Azali. Sorry, no, I mixed that up. Westlin banned Mordar, Bounty Sniper, and Stun Lancers, and DeathShoot banned Wrecked, Bounty Sniper, and Azali. Now, Azali is definitely a targeted ban against Westlin, because Westlin loves them some good Azali decks. They have Milloween Azali decks. They have Wrecked Azali decks. I'm pretty sure they even tried it with Volko, which obviously wouldn't be as strong, but it would still be a very strong card. And so that was very much so a targeted ban.
I do need to say, I'm curious to see what Westlin has in store for DeathShoot, because DeathShoot has been playing a lot of Wrecked on ladder. So I would say most players are aware how much DeathShoot has been playing Wrecked. And as such, Westlin not banning Wrecked, he banned the Bounty Sniper. So also banning the Bounty Sniper is saying, okay, Mordar decks you're going to bring are now weaker. But he also banned Mordar. It's like no Mordar and no Bounty Sniper. So it's like, go Wrecked. Like, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Wrecked. So is Westlin ready to counter it? I guess it's something we will find out shortly.
Yeah, this is going to be a great game. 2 good players ready to go here when they're ready to go. Thanks, as always, to you guys joining us. Hopefully you're enjoying this. Let us know what's going on. We are ready to go into a winners bracket round of 4. Duck Westlin versus DeathShootOneyOoney. Waiting for the players to load in. Cosmic's joining me on this one, I believe.
Yes.
Cool.
You can't sound sad and disappointed. It is fine.
Dfogo's not joining me on this one. Let's go.
It's all right. See, now we can all make fun of the fact that me and Dfogo are competing, but we all know, Fish. It's you. Your heart goes out to Anno. Like, it's fine. We know.
Yeah.
Like, you
Close the wardrobe.
Like
Close.
For those who didn't know, Fish asked Anno to remove his wardrobe, of which
Close.
his clothes. What?
I meant close.
To lose his wardrobe.
No,
to lose
I
his wardrobe.
It.
Not remove.
I'm pretty sure that he's
saying.
And
And then Anno went into the wardrobe, and Fish asked him to come out of the closet, and so Anno came out of the closet for Fish. I'm sure much to Fish's excitement. I mean, y'all have known each other a very long time. Anno's been modding your tournaments for a significant amount of time. Like, how do you feel about your relationship with Anno, Fish?
This whole thing, this complete nonsense was born out of a very small typo by me. I was simply asking.
You need to be ashamed of it. Like, as we said,
I was like, it's okay. Like, that's fine.
I know, it's fine.
I was asking him to close the closet, and the stupid thing was, I wasn't even asking him. I was asking on someone else's behalf. They were like, "Oh God, Anna's
I'm asking for a friend, guys. Look.
For a friend.
As a boyfriend, I'm asking for a friend, okay?
God,
Like, it's fine. Like,
I did say lose the wardrobe, but I meant close.
You did say lose the wardrobe. Yep. See, and you also made it a point to show that you enjoyed having Anno's dong on your stream every time that the tournament sound made. Like, I'm like, the signs are there, Fish. I'm just saying.
Exactly. We are not making stuff up. I think it's important to highlight. We are not making stuff up.
You're reading far too much into something.
This is like, it's. I would say that this is like. It's not like quite full on conspiracy levels, but like I wouldn't say that there's like no proof of it either.
We all enjoyed Anno's dong. All of us.
that just confirms that you do indeed enjoy it, you know? You can't try to make it a group
as
thing.
much
Might
as the
be
next
weird,
person.
but
Like,
As
hey,
much as the
like
next person.
if it makes you feel better, I also enjoyed spending time with Anofish. Like, you don't have to be ashamed. Like, I also enjoy their company. Like, it's okay.
I'm not ashamed of my friendship with Anno. It's just the friendship.
of
Just
course,
the friendship.
I saw the air comments on that just friendship, but
No, that did not happen.
Just wait for that 2-minute delay to catch up.
Okay, gameplay.
You see the ghost of Anno come in on the stream. Alright, so we see DeathShoot playing Setsu with Westlin playing Valorian.
Whatever the cost, the
Which
Empire
is an
cannot
interesting
fall.
matchup, I would say. DeathShoot denying the XP from the bridge with the Swarmers.
Yeah, a lot of Cage Prowler. Oof.
Alright, so we see the Howling Moon went out, and you know when your opponent has a Howling Moon because you'll see the wolf come out of their Master Tower, that wolf icon. And oh no, this lash placement! He's trying to make it closer and it's just not working!
Oh dear, that was a very unlikely, unexpected, uncommon mistake from DeathShoot there. Now, Frostfeathers do more damage than they used to, but they can no longer take bridges, so their role has been removed a little bit. Okay, trying to keep that Cage Prowler alive, didn't happen. Here we see the Rock Rivals. Now, Rock Rivals is a little stronger than it was because the statue did get nerfed.
Ooh, that was a very good shock rock. It's I would say DeathShoot is a great person to showcase why shock rock doesn't need damage, because DeathShoot has excellent precision with their shock rocks, and can always get a good, consistent value out of them.
Okay, Setsu having to jump defensively now. Taking some decent face damage. That Westlin in a decent position here. He's head on XP, done some decent face damage. Valid doesn't spawn.
Yes, which is a benefit of the nerf, or the buff of the Frost Feathers. Yes, sorry. And here we see Lash coming in. Now that's a double wolfed Wolf Among Sheep from Westlin that just got completely shredded by the Lash.
Lash, another one of the flying units can't take bridges. Casualties. Here comes Setsu trying to clear the top. Does it have enough? This Shock Rock's going to help him clear it. Bit of face damage coming out there. Setsu's still alive. Zealot's pushing at the bottom.
And Zealots will get completely removed by Skeleton Horde, both from the damage and the fact that Zealots inflict self-damage is just a lot for them to handle. Now this is really good though. The bottom Zealot took all the damage, so now the top one is heading straight for face.
Does Westlin need to stop cycling with the Cage Prowler because it's really just doing nothing time and time again, or I'm not entirely sure, but here we go. We've got a big push at the top though. I'm sure he would have preferred Set to have been behind the Golem, but can't have them all.
Well, Setsu can also just sit here and put pressure on face, because any unit that's played to get rid of Setsu will then get crushed by the Golem. And then we'll see the
Really re-aggroed.
And that's a good thing. So if you're pushing in face with an Arcane Missiles, it's always better to go at the top lane for exactly the reason we saw there, because your Arcane Ring, because it goes clockwise, will pull units out of that top pocket.
Yep, I believe I did a drawing of that on the stream once. One of my incredible drawings. Okay. Perk 3 Setsu's going to be very scary though, because Westlin is low HP here. He might be ahead on XP, but as soon as Deadshot gets to perk 3, he's going to be all over Westlin's face. see? Positioning DeathShoot to hit face as well as the Prowler. Both players doing a lot of face damage. Okay.
Ooh! Oh, that shock rock!
Oh, it re-aggroed as well! Oh my god, it re-aggroed onto the Swarmer. That was going to win the game there.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that was an amazing back and forth of plays, and now we have perk 3 Setsu going in. This is incredibly deadly for both players. Both players easily within lethal. Okay, that's one sunburn on face, so all that Westlin has to do now is just survive until they rotate to sunburn again. But this push can also connect to face on the top for DeathShoot and on the bottom for Westlin. Oh, barely taking that sun shot. Westlin now leaping towards face. Can Westlin get sunburn out in time?
Oh my
goodness.
Holy. DeathShoot had to win at that moment or he lost.
That just took my breath away
Oh,
so much.
yeah,
And a bit of my heart and probably ears, but wow.
Oh, no, that was well played on both sides. And I think Setsu Valorian is a great even master matchup. Like there are certain masters that have certain strategies that are just, you know, automatically at a disadvantage. But I think Setsu and Valorian can both do their thing, you know, without being too terribly hindered by the other master. And so we really got to see like the strength of both players as they kind of did their dance back and forth with their mana, and that was very incredible from start to finish.
Yep. Although like that Lash, like for sure, one of the MVPs in that matchup was the Lash. Lash allowed us to remain in the game for so long, just completely shutting down all those pushes. Like those werewolves were scary, and then being able to deny all of that. Westlin deck was very well constructed. He had the option of just going for the Tantrum Thrower with once beaten, which he did a good amount of times at the end, but still.
Looked like the Zealot was going to finish the game, win it for Westlin, but then I think it got Shock Rock and re-aggroed onto the Elite Swarmer, and it was able to be killed. Goodness me.
Yeah, and then there was that one Lash that killed 8 mana worth of wolves, which I think was huge. And I think Westlin should have held their wolf. But I think part of it is that not too many people are using Lash in the ladder right now. And I think that's not anything to say about the spell. I think the spell is very strong as, you know, a line removal spell. I think there's just a lot of people aren't necessarily used to using it because it's not a flat AoE. You do have to have a little bit of skill and precision. And
I find it difficult to use because you've got to figure out where everything's going to be, and then by the time you've spawned it, everything's moved a little bit as well.
You have to have a very good understanding of the way aggro works to use it properly. But I think if used properly, it can be very, very strong.
Milo against Rect. Again, we see the Cage Prowler getting shut down. A lot of value coming out of the Ion Grenade to start with there. We are seeing a lot of Cage Prowler play.
Cage Prowler did get a buff when the mana was changed. Cage Prowler has less health but activates sooner, which essentially just means that it activates sooner, but you know, doesn't have the extra hit points for the time.
Of course, with the overall spell cost increase, it doesn't have the counter's not quite so efficient. Right, Slithering Summons gives us a statue pushing at the bottom.
Okay, ooh, that Hypnotize is going to be huge. Okay, the Stun Lancers are great here because that's letting... and oh no! DeathShoot just left.
Westlin left as well.
But they can't both leave!
Somebody's gonna win! Okay, we'll find out what's going on.
The funniest part is that they both had basically the same experience, and they each has a bridge, so it's just gonna be like.
Yep.
Okay. Are they going to be locked into this game, or can we all leave and it's no problem? What's the...
Let's try all leaving.
But technically the match will still be going on the server, so once this match reaches 30 minutes, both players will get a prompt in-game saying they just disconnected from an active match, which means if at that point they were already in another match, they will temporarily be disconnected from that match. This has been going on. I don't think it has been like fixed or anything like that. So it's per se, if in around the 28 minutes they are in the middle of a match, they will be disconnected off that match, which might spell trouble.
Yeah, okay. So they both left. Be frustrating.
Alright, so I'm assuming they're both going to use the same decks. So what do you think would likely play out, Dfogo? Like, do you think that, you know, of what we saw, like I'm assuming perk 1 would go to Millowing, because the Golem, I feel like, at least against the deck that Westlin is using, would be very strong versus the 2 Rect clones.
Not to mention that there are barely any safe removals that should has for the Golem.
And that, but I think that perk 2, there aren't a large amount of missile targets, maybe like Whirly or a Stun Lancer, and so I think perk 2 would go to DeathShoot, but perk 3 would definitely go in Westlin's favor, I feel like, especially if they're able to pull like a statue consistently from that Slithering Summons. And Hypnotize is huge though against all the Red clones, because that can completely shut down that push, and so DeathShoot would have to hold their clones until after Hypnotize was played if they were trying to do a push.
Okay, so it looks like Stun Lancers were banned, but DeathShoot played them. But they're going to remake it and go again. So
I see. I also think another big advantage of Hypnotize is how it's going to be able to stop those zealots. Like the threat from those zealots will be much less severe.
Well, looks like they're already in the match, are they?
Yep.
Okay. Right. Here we go again.
Okay, so from the top this time without Stun Lancers. Now, moments like this, or when you know that you did a good ban though, like if your ban forces the other person to adjust their decks, and they're having to make like those deck modifications on the fly, which can be pretty difficult because it's not the deck that you're used to playing. You're doing it slightly different.
I don't even know what happened there. Let's find out.
I believe that should didn't exit to menu, he exit to desktop. So when he and Westlin did the same, so that means when they restart the game, they were not in a lobby, they were in an active match. That's why they were able to rejoin the same match.
Okay, right.
Okay, so
right, sorry about that.
Previous match has been finished off, so we now have DeathShoot going against Westlin again. Both.
Okay, right. It's nice that nobody tells us what's going on, but who knows? Right, what's the score? It's 1-0, right? And they're going to replay that match.
Correct.
Yep.
Oh, hold on. DeathShot says it's 1-1. Okay, so you lost the game because... Right. So I think... Okay. Okay, so they're not remaking it. It's 1 game all. Deadshot took the loss, disqualified for the playing the banned cards. Okay, so right, 1 game all. Okay, we got there. 1 game all.
And so this I would say is with Westlin taking the disqualify, that's a 1-1, which I think that Westlin would have won that in the end.
Yeah.
Regardless, even with DeathShoot playing Stun Lancers. And so taking that disqualified, I think is like you should. Like this is $1,000 tournament. Like if you correctly ban a card and it forces someone, to edit a deck, and they are, you're targeting a deck obviously, and if they don't double check their deck, then yes, like you've won the mind game, which is one of the many facets of Minion Masters, especially in tournament play. Like in ladder, you don't get to play the mind game. In tournaments, it's very much so is my opponent going to play this? Am I going to play that? Which like in the fish tournament, the 1v1, I beat Satan literally just because I beat him in the mind game. Like that was it. Like Satan had decks that countered most of my main decks, but I scared him out of that deck and into another one, and so I beat him. And so like this absolutely is 100% a part of how tournament play is, and why I enjoy playing in tournaments is specifically for like the mind game aspect.
Yeah. Like it's part of it. You won the mind game, though. It's an awesome way of saying it. You won the mind game. Good job.
Yes.
Okay, so Deadshot won the first game. Westlin won the second game via disqualification because Deadshot used a card that was banned. So it's 1 game all, and we are waiting game number 3. Sorry for the confusion there. I would have been able to unwrap the confusion, but DeathShot was being a bloody pain in the arse. Right, so make sure we got our spectate set up. Players have restarted. So, okay, Duck Westlin, DeathShot, okay. Right, 1 game all.
Right.
Hopefully we shouldn't have to wait too long. Bit of drama, but when there's a lot of money on the line, sometimes you could say, oh, let's just be sportsmanlike and say, oh, let's replay it, but rules are rules. There's nothing wrong with just saying, let's follow the rules.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, because when you queue, like you're revealing a deck to an opponent, and I would say, if anything, it would be a disadvantage on Westlin's side if he were to say that they could replay the match, because now he doesn't know one of DeathShoot's decks, because DeathShoot is not going to be playing that deck because it doesn't have Stun Lancers. So it would either be swapped or just play a different deck entirely. Whereas Westlin has now revealed one of their decks that does not have any banned cards or masters. And so to not take the win means that, one, you're saying, yes, I won the mind game, but we're just going to play this anyway, which is a disservice to yourself. But also you're putting yourself at a disadvantage because you have revealed a deck and your opponent has not.
Yeah, I think it's just a reminder to everyone in the tournament, or tournaments in general. You've got to be alert to everything. You've got to read the rules, yeah, and make sure you follow the bans. You don't want to just lose, especially in big money tourneys like this. You don't want to lose through just something silly. It could easily be avoided. I do remember, Untitled messaged me and reminded me, but I do remember DeathShoot did play a banned card in a previous tournament. I think it was the Resonating Blast Crystal, but he realised during the game that it was banned and never played it. And then his opponent, I think, was Niprax. Seems to seem familiar. Said, well, you didn't play it, so we'll accept the result. I can't remember who won that one, but...
And in moments like that, you can kind of hit a gray area, but there was no way that DeathShoot was going to be able to pull off a Rect without Stun Lancers. Alright, from the top, we have DeathShoot playing Rect, Westlin playing Setsu this time.
And another Caged Prowler. We'll have to see what DeathShoot can do to shut down their Caged Prowler. I just realised I've set the spectate up in the opposite direction as we had before, so DeathShoot's on the left, Westlin's on the right, so hopefully that doesn't confuse too many people. Apologies about that. You see the Lash getting some good value. My heart was in my mouth for a second there when he spawned that underneath the Lash.
Yeah. Okay, so here we see the Rect clone is being held. Frost Feathers coming out, cleaning up the Plasma Marines. Okay, and so this is where you could Shadow Dance to maybe get a little bit more face damage out. Or in this case, to remove the Stun Lancers. So that's huge because that keeps DeathShoot that top bridge there, because XP is very crucial in games like this.
He's trying to kill it with the Wolf before the Wolf appears. Very nice. I'm going to try and put some pressure on now. Black Hole to deny the Frost Feathers, and he's going to shut it down. No, he's not. Okay, the Prowler's going to spawn, but it's going to get shredded. Does it get the bridge? It just gets the bridge.
It does take the bridge. Razor Squadron is going to be huge, though. Especially with Black Hole, because you can use that to kind of deny spells that would kill it, because you can put a significant amount of pressure on face with that.
Shoot at the moment. He's very good with his bridge control. Takes out those Marines. And you can see he's holding these Shadow Clones until he really wants to use them. So once you jump away, the remaining one will explode. He decides not to use them there. I thought he would, but he didn't. But he's going to clear the top and hold that bridge.
Well, at this point, I think DeathShoot has a good XP lead, and so you can hold your clones to just put slow, steady pressure on both sides of the bridge. Because at this point, I think if the game goes to Mana Frenzy, DeathShoot will win. Because Rex clones can get value, even if... Ooh, okay, so Shock Rock and Black Hole. Oh, but the Lash still went off!
Just in time. Okay, bit of face damage. He's got a lot of HP, so he doesn't need to freak out about this. But we're seeing some mana being burnt at the moment by Westlin. He needs to try to nip that in the bud. I'm trying to take out the Marines. Doesn't quite get them both, though.
Yeah, so we're going to see a huge push come from DeathShoot. They have all 3 copies with their Shadow Dance in. Razor Squadron comes out. Setsu comes in. Ooh, for a moment I thought that Setsu was going to happen to land on the Razor Squadron. That would have been huge. Okay, good amount of face damage coming in from Westlin, but Razor Squadron's locked onto face and is going to deal a good amount of damage back. Okay, that was great push by Westlin. Perk 3 coming out, One Punch Blast, going to be a great removal spell for this Wolf.
Deadshot seems to be in control of the XP, definitely at the moment. Perk 3 Setsu can get very scary, but Westlin's still a little bit away from that. Nice Shock Rock trying to deny the Stun Lancers. Deadshot's trying to put everything in front of the Stun Lancers, trying to keep it alive, but the clones jumping around. Here comes the Wolf, that's going to be really useful to help shut this down. Here comes the DPS of the Razor Squadron. Deadshot just in control, I feel, at the moment. Remember, if he takes this, he progresses to the next round.
Yeah, the ability to split both Rect and a Clone and Wolf Among Sheep and the Legionnaires is just constant pressure on both lanes. Whereas Setsu is really only able to put pressure on one lane at a time with their Master.
Oh, he denies the wolf at the bottom again, and that's very big. But here we go, perk 3 for Setsu. Can this help him? I feel like he's just too far behind, even if this helps him.
Frost Feathers is a great answer to Razor Squadron if you can get it when it's on the other side of the bridge, but just with the way that they were having to defend face, like, DeathShoot made great use of their perk 3 and it's just capitalized on this constant, steady pressure on both sides.
Yeah, very nice Shadow Dance there. Keeps the pressure on. Setsu having to reload. It's going to take a while. Jumps, splits them. Make sure Setsu can't hit them all. This is just Deadshot just holding the bridge, holding the fight on the right-hand side. And we saw Westlin use some incredible wreck strats in a previous tournament, but he's getting wrecked himself right now.
And here it is. This is going to be the final push. I feel like as this Razor Squadron pulls in. Another Shadow Dance is already available.
And close it out. Deadshot takes it. Bit of drama, but he does take it by 2-1 in the end there. Very strong. Wrecked. Okay. Right. Very nicely done indeed. Setsu just not strong enough. Right. I just need a quick bathroom break, and then we'll get set up for the next game. If you guys want to just maybe talk about what we saw at the end of that game.
Yeah, I think it were very well played. We saw how much the advantage Rect has over Setsu, because Setsu can be very powerful and aggressive, but it's not a split aggressive. You go into one lane, you push it, you are just bam, like reloading. Now Rect was constantly on those lanes. It was very, very it allows us to see the essence of Rect and how much value you can get off Rect.
Yeah, and I would say in a Rekt versus Setsu matchup, Rekt definitely has the advantage, literally just because of the ability to change lanes, whereas Setsu has to have a full deck rotation before they can choose to put pressure on the other lane.
Yep. It's like the pressure she puts is stronger in where she puts it, but Rekt is applying pressure on more sides. And that does mean something.
And the Shadow Clone is huge, though. Like even the clone, while it doesn't necessarily have a lot of damage, it can be used as mass removal. Like I've seen Ascension decks just melt before Rekt, because if you just pop out one of those clones in the middle of a skeleton horde, that's 4 mana that you just annihilated for 1 mana, and you still have your actual Rekt copy that's then on the field doing damage.
I would say one play that really caught my attention was when Deathshoot tried to stop the Lash with Shockrock and Black Hole. Now, that failed. We still saw 1 Lash. However, I want to highlight it is possible to actually stop the Lash fully with Black Hole and Shockrock. The problem there, if I'm not mistaken, is that the Black Hole was just slightly too early. And and kind of the same for the Shock Rockets. Lash is going to be there for 8 seconds. It's not for 2 lashes. It's going to be there for 8 seconds. If he can, in those 8 seconds, he will lash twice. So you can Shock Rock in between the first shots and consume 4 seconds. If then you Black Hole the units at the exact timing to stop the next 4 seconds, it can be very, very huge. So it's really just a matter of precision. It's a very small precision. Can be achieved, but it does require practice. Although in this matchup, as we saw, it was not at the point of it being super crucial and game-changing scenes. Deathshoot did manage to keep up the pressure, keep up the game, the bridges, and so he just kept going.
Okay, so we're just getting set up for our next game here, which is going to be Set versus Dragon. This is the winner's bracket round of 5. So we're going to do, I'm going to main spectate Set here.
Okay, and Set has banned Apep, Bounty Sniper, and Zealots of the Burning Fist, whereas Dragon has banned Setsu, Bounty Sniper, and Wolf Among Sheep. Again, I think that this is a targeted ban against Set, because Dragon, while knowing that both Apep, Mordar, and Rekt, I would say, are probably some of the strongest masters right now, Set's versatility with Setsu is a force to behold, and I think Dragon's confident that they're able to deal with Set's Mordar, Apep, and Rekt better than they would be able to handle their Set.
I do think, though, that at this point, Set should be expecting these Setsu bans. the APEP ban is good, but for the players he has faced so far, I think he could have gotten a lot more value out of the ban if he opted to ban Mordor or even Wrecked. Because it's like, APEP is a great ban, especially if you are banning Setsu. Since there's no totem to consider, Setsu is just free to do those jumps on face with guaranteed some value. It's gonna hit. If APEP has a totem, that does not happen. I think that's the main reason why Set likes to ban APEP. But if he takes it one step beyond and it's like, they're gonna ban my Setsu, so I should be already prepared for what I'm gonna play next. I'm gonna play my Mordor. I don't want to face another Mordor. I'll ban Mordor. Something like that.
Set has shown that they can win a Mordor on Mordor match, though. And so I think that Set was confident that if Mordor was banned, or if they ended up playing a Mordor on Mordor match, which is possible in this, then they'll come out ahead.
Let's see if that confidence does pay him off or not. I do think he would still have an advantage as a Mordor versus an APEP, but let's see how it goes.
Okay,
everything can happen.
This is going to be a winners bracket round of 5. We have a quick look here at the bracket. We can see down here, this is the match we're going to look. Set against Dragon. On the other side of the winners bracket, we've got Katt against DeathShoot. So the winner of each of those matches will face each other in the winners bracket final. The winner of that will go into the grand final. Of course, all the people that are losing will get dropped down into the redemption bracket final, and they will fight their way through. There's a link in the chat, !brackets, if you want to keep up with exactly what's going on. So you can see down here in the redemption bracket, we've already got Lazur down there, Satan's down there, Niprax and Big Sister down there, Westlin down there, Nerzel down there. A lot of the big names still fighting for their second life and trying to get back as deep into this tournament as possible.
Let's get this duel started.
But without any further ado, we're going to load into game number 1 here.
Throw down those cards. I'm gonna warn you.
Yes, Dragon playing the Morelli that we have seen before, and Set playing a Volko, which might be the Demon Warrior Volko we saw before. Now this for me already spells doom for Set, since usually of course the extension has an advantage versus Demon Warrior, considering that they are both late game strategies.
It may not be Demon Warrior though, I'm not seeing one, I'm seeing a Scotty in here.
Oh,
interesting. For a different type of DPS. Here we have a Scotty, he's got a Hypnotize. He's got some different tools there. No Demon Warrior yet, and I feel like if it was a Demon Warrior, he wouldn't have the Scotty. That's too heavy to slow down the cycle.
Yeah.
Do the same sort of thing. Now, of course, the Bridge Burn's going to be great at dealing with the Skelly Hordes.
And here it is, yep. Featuring into the future. And there's their own horde from Set with these little spreads.
So he's looking to take advantage of the Rage and the Berserker Rage with things like the Scotty. Even the Scrat Horde is insane when it's Rage and Berserker Rage. And of course the Prowler as well.
Yep, a Berserker's Rage Prowler, it's something so scary and so easy to underestimate. It's just ridiculous. Ooh, not sure if that even was supposed to be on the Prowler. Prowler jumped on one of the... Oh, it was not a wolf though.
Sometimes you just have to hope you get that luck. It doesn't really change much. Did you see the breath?
Yep.
A lot of value from the breath, and again, the Skellies to take that bridge back.
Experience is quite close, though Set is slightly ahead, although that might just change since Dragon has got the reviews right now. So they are very par on par. Then again, Extension should be behind as it's more late game strategy.
Yeah. It's just going to be how can Set deal with the Skelly Hordes. You know, Scotty does attack very quickly, so he can shred through them pretty decently.
Very true.
Set does have a Hypnotize, like waiting to surprise his opponent really and try to get some huge value maybe when the Dragon comes out.
Scotty dying. There's the thing of the...
Grenadier win this trade, needs a couple more hits. It's going to win it and it's going to get supported. Great.
Okay. Yep. Dragon's probably going to lose his spirit. Nope. Playing something right on top of it. Yep. Ooh, those skeletons were whirly.
So Dragon doesn't really have much to deny the Cage Prowler.
Ooh! Enraged Grenadier one-shotting the... Wow, that is actually going to be very big in this matchup.
Do you see the Ember on the top ridge? Anything that picks it up gets rage. Even flying units, even ranged units.
And it's even scarier when everything picks up that rage, as we saw just now. Dragon is being forced to use his Book of the Dead into Skeletons to try to pick up this XP as close as possible. Yeah. He does have the extension now, so the game is about to change. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, so the worst thing for a high DPS unit is for just wailing away on just small little units. That's what Set doesn't want, but that's exactly what Dragon does want.
For sure. Yeah, we can see just now, like, Dragon just instantaneously putting a Skeleton Horde and then following up with a Skeleton Horde from the Book of the Dead. Just capitalizing on it as much as he can. But Set has the tools to handle it.
He's ahead on XP, and the high DPS is really going to help him when he tries to shred through that Dragon. We saw in an earlier match, Lazur came up against the Dragon, but just had no tools to deal with it.
For sure. I mean, this Berserker's Rage, you met Berserker's Rage Scott can just easily shred a Dragon if he's not focused on it.
The Dragons spawn very defensively, which is what you normally should do, but of course that means the bridges are going to stay in Set's favour and give him that bigger lead.
I think Dragon realized, like, okay, yeah, I'm not playing any Evirs before he has the Berserker's Rage, so let's take that loss and let's play around it.
Bit of mana burn from Set, I'm not sure what to do.
Wow! The Berserker's Rage Brawler, without jumping, just killed 2 of the Legionnaires. It was not the Wolf though, wow.
Okay,
there's the Scotty though.
The Dragon's being a pain at the bottom. He does have to hypnotise to try to stall things, but it looks like the Prowler's taking too much damage from the Skellies. Scotty's wailing away, but it's just a regular Scotty. He hasn't got buffed.
That was very, very sad. The worst part is that there was an Ember there, so if that Whirly had managed to get on the bridge, he would have given Scotty the rage. That would have
face damage. Even just the little Skelly's being a huge problem. That's the issue with defending as Volko. You're not able really to pick up any of those Embers and get the value of them.
For sure, you always want to be applying that pressure, finding on bridges as Volko. When you don't do that, you are literally getting no value of your perks, no Ember, no burn.
Like we saw that Scotty DPS in the Dragon, but had he been Berserker Rage, it would have effectively been 2 Scotties DPS in that Dragon.
Yep. Dragon? Symphony HP here, I don't know why. It was a perfect rejection, he had literally everything in hand, but there we go, another Dragon on the field. Just a reminder, this is still not the perks Dragon. Dragon still has the Nirvir from 3rd perk Moralia that he can use. Another Scotty going into that Nirvir, getting stopped.
Desperately trying to pick up that rage, but can't. Could maybe put his Unholy Ground down and try and pick that up, but so he's gone for the stun. The DPS is going to be strong enough to kill it pretty quickly. But
ooh, what a breath! That's breath value.
That's a big breath.
Wow.
That bridge stayed red that whole time. Mon Frenzy about to tick over for Dragon right now.
Yep, Set needs to be on those bridges all the time right now. He cannot allow it. He is only 20 away. Now that is much more than it was before, considering you now have more mana and more experience.
He's closing, really.
Yep, Dragon just swapped it out. Queen's Dragon getting into the field. This Nirvir is gonna apply pressure. Set's not gonna touch top. This is spelling doom.
He's hypnotized at all, I don't think. He hasn't burned the bridges. He's to keep these stuns alive. Again, the Scotties just can't get the rage on them.
He did manage to get the bridge with Skeleton Horde right, Scrap Horde right now, but it wasn't enough. There goes the Hypnotize.
I think the problem was that he picked up the rage on the top bridge with the stun lances, so he couldn't get a rage scrapple. Yeah. Both players have got Mana Frenzy, but huge.
There's so much on the field. If he does manage to survive now, like there's a Scott. No, throwing the GG, he is aware of the circumstances.
It's too much.
He's lost 4 dragons, right? Dragon played 4 Nirvirs. It was huge. It's the pressure of Nirvir right now in the current state. It's very huge. And as you said, no enraged Scotty ever managed to DPS that Nirvir down. It was very sad for Set. Definitely not what he wanted.
Yeah, that's the problem with trying to pick up those embers and trying to defend. You can't really do both at the same time. So you've got all these perks, these buffs available, but you can't use them to help you. And again, Cosmic, we see the power of Morelia. Not really much horde clear for Set, and that really was a problem.
Yeah, and I think Set could have defended face a little bit better too, because Volko does a great job of removing the skeleton, like the tiny skeletons. But we saw like that one dragon push where there was a werewolf that tanked for a good 20 skeletons that were just wailing away, peeled off a good 3/4 of Set's health. Just because they were trying to focus on removing the horde, when in that instance they should have sacrificed a little bit of face damage and focused on removing just that one werewolf and keeping the higher hit point units out of the way, so that way Volko can fully utilize his splash attack. But I think that goes to show, like, you need to understand how the different masters defend. Like Volko, like hordes don't necessarily mean much to him, but the bigger units are like, if a bigger unit tanks for a horde, then you end up taking a lot of damage because his actual damage is low.
Okay, here we go. Loading into game number 2.
Spells with a dash of minions.
We see Set now playing Millowin and Dragon playing Morelia once again. So Dragon is probably on the same deck.
Yep,
Let's see
looks
what
like it.
Set brings. Both players with interesting arenas, both players playing Dynasty skins.
It's going to be interesting to see, does Set have any way of dealing with the horde that was so terrifying to him in the previous game? He's playing Shield Guard Avea.
Oh, interesting.
That is a card we're unlikely to see much of.
Yeah.
Or
I'm kind of curious to see how Avea is gonna go versus Ascension.
So if you're not familiar with Avea, I think she's the only unit in the game that has a quest. Her quest is to shield other units. Every time she takes damage, as long as it's not on cooldown, she will shield herself and units around her. She needs to shield at least one other unit 5 times to complete her quest. Once she completes the quest, she will then spawn every further time in the game with 4 extra Legionnaires. So it's very important to at least get 1 quest credit every time you use her.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, like,
You've already got
I
2.
would not say V is good at dealing with hordes, and we've seen how Dragon is capitalizing as much as he can on these hordes. In the previous match, I think what gave Set the advantage and made him not stay behind was that he had the Grenadier and the Whirly. And what made him lose was that he was not able to capitalize on those breaches. But now, he just lost the AoE advantage. He does not have the breach grab advantage. No DPS advantage as well. He's trying to go for a pressure with Avea and those extra Legionnaires, but all of that can be easily swept away by a breath.
Yeah. Again, it's about how he can deal with the horde, and then when we get deeper into the game, how can he deal with the dragon? And I think
Maybe Avea with Legionnaires for the Dragon, or what do you think?
Well, he does have the Hugger. If you can get the Hugger on the dragon, that's going to be great. But there we go. I think he may have completed the quest. Not sure. He's very close to completing the Avea quest. And those Legionnaires will help, although they're not a horde clear. There's 4 of them, so they will shred through the skellies pretty quick.
That's true, and they might also do a good job versus these Wolfmonk ship. So let's see how it goes.
And Avea
At
has
any
had
moment.
some busters, so she does get hard.
He's very hard. Yep, as you said, the quest is completed. All these Legionnaires now shielded, helping on the defense. Very good job of it doing.
And he's got a cheap cycle, which is what you want with Avea. And he's going to hope to put some pressure on here and hopefully be round to the next pressure point again. So we know there's going to be dragons from Dragon. Near Veers. Now the question is, can Set get the Hugger on it? Remember, the Hugger has been buffed in so much that it does hug quicker now, so it's less time for your opponent to react and try to deny it. It does also have the DPS of the Flightless Dragons as well, which will, if left uncontested, shred it pretty quickly.
Doesn't matter if they,
Dragon is decently ahead on XP and has just got his Cursed Ascension.
I don't think this match is gonna go how Set is expecting it. I can figure that if he had managed to get that Avea quest up much earlier than Dragon with Ascension, he might have gotten more value out of it, but that was not the case. He got the quest and the Avea with the quest like 6 stacks before Dragon hit his Ascension. And as you saw now, second time Avea was played, Dragon already on Ascension and Niprax on the battlefield. Nivir is shredding these Legionnaires by a bit. Nivir is slowed, but
The Hugger's already out on the field, getting some work
Yep.
done, but
not on bot.
No, it's not where it needs to be.
This is lots of pressure, even with the Legionnaire from Wolf Among Sheep. Set trying to contest with the investing mana there. Oh, there's a Hugger on the Dragon. Yup.
So far behind on XP though.
And all this pressure. Dragon is slowed, but it's... Wow.
Look at the HP though, Set's dying here.
It's going down, and this might be it. This is gonna be game. No, he's still alive, but for how much longer? There's Let's Scout and hit. Wow.
Wow, that was brave. When I say brave, is brave the right word for Avea? I'm not sure. Okay, Dfogo, your cam's gone weird for me again, but I'm sure it will clear up.
Let's hope so.
I think Avea into Ascension is just a poor choice because Ascension is going to run Breath with just how strong of a card Breath is. And Avea, unless you split her, is just going to get Breath, and it completely removes her and negates all of her shields. Like, I think one of the main things that you can capitalize on Avea is her shields, but shields mean nothing to an Accursed deck. Nothing in an Accursed deck is really going to get affected by shields all that much, and so I don't think that Avea was necessarily the best choice. To take into what you basically know is going to be an Ascension match because that's all the Dragon has used so far.
And it's like, as if you are playing Avea more defensively, in a certain way, you are going to have less control where the Legionnaires go, because if there's a push coming top, you play Avea, Legionnaires are going to defend top, or go to the same lane, bam, Breath value. So you will be very limited. I'm really... I'm trying to think what in that deck could have been the key for winning that. It is to mention, like, the fast cycle was insane. We saw that Dragon was like hit by Frost Feathers twice, I believe, and there were 2 Huggers on the field, one on bot and then another on the Dragon. Set did invest a Shock Rock on the Dragon to guarantee that he would not stop the Hugger, which I do feel it was a mistake, because the Hugger was about in, as we were saying. Hugger is buffed into what he was before the big changes, not before the hotfix. He enters faster. There was no need to invest those extra 2 mana. When you have pressure on the bridge, you need to stop your opponent from dealing damage. Using a shock on something that's not on your face feels like a misplacement of your mana. So it's... He had some tools he could use. I just feel like it was a very tough matchup to make those tools shine.
Okay. Another big game. All the big games coming thick and fast at the moment. Our next game is going to be Katt against DeathShoot. Now that's a mouth-watering tie.
Can barely contain my excitement. It does look like it promises.
Okay, so let's make sure these guys are... Hopefully Deadshot manages to not play any banned cards this time. That'll be ideal. Now...
Yeah, and this final is going to be very, very interesting. So we see, I mean, it turned out, I mean, pretty close to what we would expect. Like, it was Satan versus like for bracket, for bracket 4, it was Katt versus Nerzel, both good players. Doshi versus Westlin, good players. Satan versus Set, good players. And then Dragon versus Lazur. And I think like all those players being able to consistently make their way to the top of brackets in tournaments is huge.
Right. So we see the bans. Do you guys want to just go quickly through the bans that we've got while I set this up?
Yep, we can see that DeathShoot banned Wrecked, Bounty Sniper, and Wolf Among Sheep, and Katt also banned Wrecked, Flyby, and Wolf Among Sheep. So no Wrecked, no Wolf Among Sheep, and then DeathShoot cannot play Frostfeather Flyby, and Katt cannot play Bounty Sniper. So how do you think this is going to affect the matchups and what we're going to see, Cosmic?
I think Bounty Sniper is a great ban if you plan on fighting a Mordar. Because one of the main things that helps you catch up with Mordars is the non-stop Bounty Sniper pressure. And so while you can still have like a sniper army without Bounty Sniper, you can at least fight for the bridges and win that way.
Okay, so we're just getting set up here. So just to remind ourselves, this is a winners bracket round of 5. So the Set versus Dragon that we just watched, that was on the other side of the bracket. So Dragon is now into the winners bracket final, and he will face the winner of either Katt or DeathShoot. So names that we would expect to see at this point, definitely. But there's not much to split these players apart. So it's very much down to how the players play and how the decks match up against each other. And how the mind game goes. And of course, whether Deadshot plays a banned card or not.
That's a very key aspect, I guess. It is gonna be a best of 5, right? So it's for sure.
This is still best of 3 because yet. This is winners bracket 5. Then the next match will be the winners bracket final.
So no conquest yet, right?
No conquest. No best of 5 yet. So the players are almost ready. Katt, you've always got to be careful when you're spectating Katt because he likes to restart his game a lot, which of course breaks the spectate. So you think you're ready to go, and before you know it, you've missed half a game.
I mean, Katt is in deck building right now.
Yeah.
What he's brewing, we do not know, but
which we'll find out very soon for sure.
It's not triple Gex this time, right, Fish?
No, and I think I think the bans that we see of these two players against each other shows that they both are aware of the current strategies of the other person. Because and I promise you, all these players in the top 8 are on the leaderboard, right? And so because they've all been practicing for this tournament, and I promise you they're all looking at the leaderboard constantly to see what kind of decks their opponents are playing with. And so to understand what cards to ban, and then to know that they, like Katt and DeathShoot, both probably have a good idea of what the other person's going to play now that they've banned those cards. And so that lets the mind game aspect take a lot more prevalence because they are both also aware that the other person has been paying attention to their deck style.
Exactly.
And also to take that, speaking about looking at the leaderboard, taking that to the next level, sometimes they put a stupid deck or a deck that they're definitely not going to play. You'll see Katt with his triple Gax deck just left up there on the leaderboard after he's finished playing. He just casually wins a game. Normally against me in the night. And then that's up there on the leaderboard. Nothing to be grasped from that.
All right,
Is
so
that
now
seeding information or?
No, that's leaderboard information.
Ah, okay.
We can see that Katt is number 1, Dragon is number 3, DeathShoot is number 5. So, I mean, Seth, I cannot find him on the sole leaderboard, so it might be the strategy, like
shots fired.
Well, that's typically my strategy. Is I think I hit the leaderboard only at the very end of last season, purposely because I wanted to keep my DreamHack deck secret. And then I wasn't able to do it this season because I had too much fun playing around with different strategies that ended up having high win rates.
I'm winning. This is weird. Why am I winning?
Oh.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I'm playing triple boomstick, I expect triple boomstick to lose. But if you take triple boomstick against double brothers is not going to make it very far because there's just so much going on.
And Katt restarted his game.
Nice. I was spectating him, so
I'm ready for you, Katt. I'm ready. I'm aware. I know. I don't know if he does it because he wants his game to run as smooth as possible, or if he just wants to troll me. One of the two.
Or both.
Or
both. Both is a very good option, I feel like.
I want no memory leak, and I want Fish's attention. All eyes on me.
Okay.
Let us see.
There is no hat giveaway.
Yet.
Yeah.
We're aware that you don't necessarily want the hat giveaway, but if we can get Sinobii to approve a hat giveaway, that's all that we need. We just need someone to get the hat, and then I feel like. See, I mean, you even have 2 different hats. You have a white hat and a black hat. You don't need both of those, Fish. Just auction one of those off.
I need the options. It needs to go.
You can sell that for extra. Be like, hey, hat giveaway of the hat that I've worn.
What do you want? A
Done.
used hat? Used hat giveaway.
Yes. Here, hang on. I'll make the command. I got you.
No. Maybe one day we'll do a hat giveaway. Maybe when
Maybe
you're
one day.
least expected it. There is no used hat giveaway.
There's no, yeah.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Now, what do you consider used hat giveaway, though? No,
See,
sorry, what do
that's
you
the
consider
question.
used
Like,
hat?
how many times do you have to wear a hat before you consider it used?
Once.
Fish.
It's used.
Once? So okay, so what if someone tried it on in the store before you bought it? Is it
Exactly.
used?
Yeah.
Is it? They only
Even
like.
people are
I mean,
fabricating the hat,
it's
like
probably.
they need to test it. No, to see,
Yeah,
okay, it's strong.
It's probably only
solid.
been on like less than 10 heads, but like that's more than 0. So is it possible to buy a new hat in that case?
I want to buy a hat that's wrapped, that's clearly wrapped and never been worn by a human. I will DNA check it. And if it doesn't
my
pass,
God.
I will.
What if
return.
what if they wash?
Of hair.
Who's
Okay.
commenting this one?
It's you, Cosmic.
It's you, Cosmic.
Okay. All right.
Katt against DeathShoot. Big boys in town.
Okay, so we have Katt playing Apep, with DeathShoot playing Milloween.
You like the fact that we're seeing more APEP now? It's not the go-to ban because there's other strong markers.
Yes, and I think part of that is because I would say Mordor and Rekt are definitely power spike better than Apep now. In addition to the fact that we now have a significant amount of useless 4 mana cost cards that are like kind of generic Apep nerfs. Just in general, like with Stun Shrine and Bannerman and Scrapyard now, also with it producing less tech, just do not give you the amount of value that you used to get. All right, but Flyby I think was very good, and I think Flyby would normally be very good in a deck type like this. Ooh, Ava not proccing her shield is very unfortunate there.
Interesting to see her there being used again, though. Remember, she has to shield at least one other minion to get quest credit, so if she just shields herself, no bueno. She does do self-damage when she attacks, which can trigger her shield, which does help you. But every time you cycle it and get no quest credit, that's just slowing your power spike.
I think I think Katt has all the answers to DeathShoot's deck, so I think this is basically just gonna be a good battle of attrition, because that Golem, while it's normally pretty strong, gets shut down pretty easily by most of what's in Katt's hand. Skeleton Horde and Flightless Dragons both being able to make pretty short work of it.
Okay, can you get an extra activation here? Difficult to tell. It does still count even if the unit is shielded, but it's difficult to tell. I feel like I'd prefer a better counter, like an Ascension counter or something, so you can see it without the card having to be there.
Yeah.
Right.
That was a very good Arcane Ring there. Okay, so Katt does have a pretty solid XP lead, which in this match, while like any card is useful if it's free, right? If nothing else than just for bridge grab.
Yep.
I would say that that Stun Shrine would probably be one of the more useless perks, but if you can get Stun Shrine to proc Ava and pull her shield off before her quest is done, then even that could be used properly.
I'm not sure if she got credit for that quest. Everything seemed to die before she triggered. It seemed like the missiles hit the surrounding units before they get hurt.
Yeah, the Ava
4, so I think it did count.
Ava has unfortunately not got as much use as she otherwise could have.
Remember, Deathshot did miss out on one activation at the start, so he could have had an activated Avea at the moment. That could be 4 extra Legionnaires at the bottom. Right. Vote 3.
Okay.
Let's have a see.
I did not see what that was.
Haven't seen it yet. There we see the Legionnaires. Is that going to change the tide? Vortex shredding everything. Still a big push at the top though. Big golem. I mean, yeah, big arcane golem, and the next one's coming. Okay,
Apex totem coming out. Okay, so there's double flightless dragons now in Katt's deck, which is going to be huge because flightless dragons have been difficult for DeathShoot to deal with so far, and having 2 sets of those on the field is very intense.
Okay, DeathShoot trying to trade here against the power of the Boom Buggy.
Boom Buggy is a very, very strong card if used properly. Mostly to the fact that you can't really tank a Boom Buggy. Like you can't tank it, you can't shield it. Like it's just a very strong card in general. We see Katt has managed to use those free flightless dragons and maintain a solid lead on bridge control.
It's another split unit that he gets. High DPS as well, so that's going to really help him. He's got a massive XP lead right now, which is something you don't often see against DeathShoot, but...
Yeah. Now, if DeathShoot wins, they're gonna have to win in the next 2. They have 1, maybe 2 more big pushes that they're gonna have to use. But he's got to make a push big enough to push through the totem and still do damage. So I don't know how effective that's necessarily going to be.
He's not gonna have a push that does 3,000 damage from the list there.
We have a potential push getting built up top. Answers coming out though. That Whirly just making short work of Avea. Like between the Whirly and the 2 sets of flightless dragons, like it's an intense amount of damage that Katt has at their disposal. And tanking isn't necessarily an option because one of those flightless dragon sets is free, and the golems do not do very much single target damage.
Right. Deadshot really beginning to run out of options here. Katt's just about to hit Mana Frenzy. And his cycle is just going to be intense. Nice shot block at the bottom. Can Deadshot hold? He's got to hold on to his own Mana Frenzy. He's 50 XP away. That's a lifetime.
Yeah, 50 XP, and they're already behind in the health freeze, which they've traded for XP, but you can't make the trades when you're this low. First wave of dragons comes in. Katt's burning mana, but does not matter because they're in Mana Frenzy.
125 HP. This is definitely the beginning of the end. Katt's just going to be able to just absolutely love both lanes here.
Yeah, I think Boom Buggy and Whirly can both take out Avea, which like is one of the stronger cards of DeathShoot's deck. We see Sunburn executing.
Deadshot knows it's over.
Yeah, they're going through. They're putting up a decent fight, but Sunburn comes back around in Katt's hand.
Yeah, here we go, Sunburn. There we go. Katt takes it. Apex just too strong for Milo. Wow. Okay. Katt strikes first. Now we've seen a couple of players using Avea. What are you feeling that this is the players, Dfogo, that they're feeling out whether Avea is effective in this setting, and that they're finding out that it's not, or what do you feel is happening here?
I think it goes into that point, as it was also being commented on chat. Now you have Manifestor, so you can cycle Avea more, and spells are weaker, so Avea might get more value because there's much less spells that can shut her down. For example, like Fireball now, it's probably not going to be as much a good answer to Avea as it would have been before. So I think that's one point.
I think the mana cycle isn't so much that you're cycling to her faster, it's that you're able to consistently keep units closer to her. And I think it's that way you can consistently get value out of the quest. And I think that if you pair it right, especially if you have like a ghost turret or some way of getting spirit onto her, you could potentially even get the quest within 2, maybe 2.5 minutes at most, with the way that the current mana generation is going in. But again, tournament play is so very different from ladder play, and I'm sure that all these players tried Avea in the general ladder and it worked well. But going against, especially people who are this far in the bracket, it's much easier of a card to deal with because Avea is ultimately just, a wolf among sheep, but instead of the wolf, you have Avea who's pushing out shields. And since spells have been nerfed, people have learned how to use their spells more appropriately, counter things with units better. Just in general, we've seen like the way that people interact with different pushes has changed. And so unless you have like a high priority shield target, I don't think that Avea, even after she's procced, is necessarily worth it, because that's ultimately what you're looking at. Like, yeah, like you can get the quest off super soon, but like once you get that quest off, are you getting a lot of value? And I think that the answer is no, you're not. Like I think her post quest is not quite enough. Like I think right now she gets 4 legionnaires. I think maybe if you were to bump it up and give her like a 5th legionnaire, and then have them spawn, in like an even formation where 3 go to one side and 3 go to the other, that could potentially be a slight buff to the card. But otherwise, you have to play her and get value out of the shield onto a high priority target. But then you're paying 6 mana plus. I mean, what are the units that are worth shielding? You're looking at like snipers and. I
mean, in this case, it was really, I guess, just the golem. So it really is not what you would consider a high priority target.
Yeah.
Do you think people are going to see that people are trying Avea and it's not working out too well, and maybe step away from trying her in the rest of this tournament? Or...
I think she's still worth the shot. Like, it just feels like a matter of what you have building up around Avea. And in this case, let's also keep in mind, Katt was playing Curse Bearer, which nullified every single effect of the shields. Boom Buggy, which is also not that affected by shields. Katt got 2 Flightless Dragons, which are awesome for bridge grab and insane DPS, all coupled up with a Whirly that, if not staying and played in the middle of that Avea, just shreds the Legionnaires. So, for like coincidence or not, Katt was very well equipped to deal with DeathShoot's deck, and we saw that Katt dominated the match from beginning to end. Like experience, pressure, HP, even at 3rd perk, then getting that advantage, getting lots of all of the dragons, Flightless Dragon.
Katt restarted this game! God damn this guy! Every time. Okay.
That also got me this time though.
Yeah, I was like, it got me too. I even just checked too. Alright, so we're 53 seconds into the match. DeathShoot is playing Mordar, with Katt playing Valorian.
Sorry about that, guys. Katt did get me. I know I did say that he wouldn't, but... Okay. My spectate on the second game's messed up. I can see the cards, but for some reason it's just looking at the Master Tower.
Interesting. Okay, so we see Zealots, I think, are going to be pretty heavy on Katt's side, because Zealots are usually only countered by mass.
Healing.
Yeah, that Tranquil Heal is huge. But Zealots are typically the easiest way to counter them is with mass, and you can't really have mass in a Mordar deck, because then you can have a bad res.
Okay, Bounty Sniper with a Spirit, that's nice, and it's picking units off as well. Exactly what he wants. Cage Prowler spawns, another Sniper spawns. Okay, one Tombstone down, he is a perk 2 Deadshot, so he does have a second Tombstone available. Little XP lead at the moment for Katt.
Okay, ooh, forcing the regular sniper res over the bounty sniper, and then finishing off with the same Searing Light was an excellent use of the card.
Very nice. And there you see the Enraged Zealot doing nothing at the top.
Grenade Scratch just slowly chipping away on face.
What does DeathShoot have to get him back into this? Snipers are definitely going to help, especially the Bounty Sniper. But as we saw, Katt's so good at using that Searing Light.
Yeah, Searing Light, like with having both the Searing Light and the Sunburn, Katt should be able to make sure that the... Ooh!
Oh, okay, the sniper just survives.
Katt has the Sunburn that they can use to clear it if they need to.
There's a lot of damage coming out here from the Zealots, though.
Mm-hmm.
Tanky with the Tombstone, that's less than ideal. Zealot shredding everything. Deadshot taking massive face damage here. Okay, another Zealot hit would have been disastrous, but that is a lot of damage. Katt very in charge right now.
Yeah, I think at this point, like Katt has the Sunburns. I mean, they can ultimately just Sunburn face if they really need to at this point, which I don't think that they do. I think that the Zealots, between the Zealots and the Skeleton Horde, they're pushing in pretty well.
Let's get the Cage Prowler spawn. Doesn't really do anything but just sit there and tank for a little bit. More face damage coming out. Deadshot in trouble. There we see Sunburn to remove the sniper and crucially do face damage. Deadshot down to 240. That's 3 Sunburns. Katt looking to book his place in the winner's bracket final here. Takes out the sniper, gets a little bit of luck.
Okay, Prowler comes out. Tombstone's active, but is it gonna do much more than tank?
Zealots are going to shred everything. Skeleton comes back, dies again. Okay, there we see. 1 Sunburn away. That's it.
Yeah. At this point, all the Katt, and Katt's already winning in XP and board presence anyway. This push on the bottom, if it doesn't finish him, Sunburn's what, 3 cards away now.
Here it comes. Mana Frenzy for Katt as well. Seemed very in control of this match and the overall best of 3, I think. Deadshot there we see. Wasting the spell in the middle. Katt takes his 2-0. Katt books himself into the winner's bracket final. Drops DeathShoot down into the redemption bracket final. Okay. Wow. Dfogo. Katt seemed to be fully in control of both those matches.
Yeah. And right in the end of this match, considering just in terms of removals alone, Searing Light and Sunburn were a great way to deal with snipers. Then the Zealots and the Stun Lancers were a great way to apply constant pressure. And at one point, if DeathShoot slipped up once, what would happen is what we saw, those Zealots on face, pressure piling up, DeathShot needing to invest more on those units that at the end Katt was still managing to remove. That sniper leaving with HP might have felt like a blessing. Like, oh, he might be able to do something with this. Katt like, nope, shutting that down.
And the Stun Lancers were huge too, because anything that made it to Katt's side of the field, they just play Stun Lancers and then just would let it die slowly. And then they'd use that to kind of build up a push with the Stun Lancers. And with Mortar not having any of the smaller units, the Stun Lancers put in some serious work.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Katt was aware he had the whole game in his control, because right in the beginning, we saw some bounty snipers, spirited and unspirited, just getting closer. Maybe the first one even got like 2 shots on face, which is for experience. Might not look like much, but in the early game, it might be a difference between getting the first/second perk earlier or not. And Katt was like, no need to care. It's my match. He's not going to touch it. Like, this Mortar is not going to be able to do this pressure. And it's that thing, you have a deck trying to defend, but a deck that has more pressure than the other one can handle. And the 2 sides of the scale just cannot keep balanced. It goes too much. Bam. DeathShoot dies.
Okay,
Well,
so we're going to see our first best of 5 now. This is going to be the winner's bracket final. It's going to be Katt versus Dragon. Best of 5 and conquest rules. So if you win with a master, you can't play that master again. That could really change how these games go. Both players playing very well today. The winner of this best of 5 will go into the grand final, and the loser we drop down to the redemption bracket final. So we've been following the winners bracket all the way through. Once we've found our first finalist, we'll then drop down to the redemption bracket, see what's going on down there. Everyone gets a second life, of course, and of course that second life does reflect in the grand final. So the person that reaches the grand final from the winners bracket will have a second life in the final because they haven't lost and used their second life. So that's definitely something to look out for when and if we get into that situation.
And I think another aspect to consider is how these stun lancers are affecting the current matches we are seeing. Doing a quick scroll through the ban selections, we can see lots of players banning stun lancers. The value they are getting right now, it's very big. So
I don't think we've got any,
definitely something to keep in mind.
I don't think we've got any ban information for this one yet, do we?
No.
No, we do not. But I would say great bans right now would definitely be like if your opponent runs spell decks or cheap cycle decks. I think banning Frost Feathers is huge. Because Frost Feathers, I would say, is really good. Now you can, and I have tested this, you can stop Frost Feathers from killing something with a boomstick.
Interesting.
Yes, which is huge. I've been trying a couple different boomstick decks. I know Frogling and Nicola made one yesterday that was pretty good. That beat it did beat Katt, which might be why Katt was running boomstick when he went into Ufish.
Yeah, I was able to beat him because I was running an Accursed Breath deck, and I was just able to deal with those boomsticks, especially when they build up and you get more than one of them. They're a real pain.
Yeah, because boomsticks give you a great way of stacking. If you don't have a good removal, then you're in for it.
Yeah, so if you're not aware, the way the Chisma boomstick works is if you don't have Scrat Horde, which is Scrat Swarm, sorry, which is at least 3 Scrats in the enemy's field, enemy's arena, it will fear itself, which seems weird, but it's actually really cool because it will attack and then it will fear itself back to its own master's tower. And
you can kind of stack it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you can stack 2 or 3 of those, then if you get them on face and you then activate your Scrat Swarm, they then just sit there and apply constant pressure throughout your opponent's arena, clearing out the pockets, dealing damage everywhere. Like, it's insane.
Yep.
Yeah.
The amount of damage that just goes out, and there's not an easy way to remove that many boomsticks on your face. Like, if you can get it up there, like it's ridiculously intense.
Okay, so we've got some bans in. Katt has banned Valorian, Wolf Among Sheep, and Grenadier. Dragon has banned Wrecked, Wolf Among Sheep, and Bounty Sniper. So
this already makes me think Katt is gonna play Valorian and Dragon is gonna play Wrecked. Like straight up from the get-go. Although Dragon has been getting up very well with his Ascension deck, so we might just see him opening up with the Morelia Ascension that he has already showed, so he has nothing to lose. You know that Katt's aware of that.
And Katt is also aware that Dragon has some really good APEP decks, and so and both players also have access to Mordar. But again, there is the conquest rules, and so both players can be thinking about, okay, what masters is my opponent strong with? All right, so this is what they have to choose from. I'm gonna play this to counter that, and then even if they lose that first match, their opponents are then limited with the other decks that they can come out with.
Okay, almost ready to go. I am staring at it saying spectating Katt. He's not going to get me this time.
Oh wait, if you're gonna Katt, then I'm gonna go for Dragon.
Oh, there we go.
He restart again.
Yep.
I'm on to you, Katt. You may fool me once, but you will not fool me twice.
You might
unless
just be
unless it's in the next tournament, in which case, congratulations, you'll get him at least once.
Once at a time.
Shall we do the thing we did in the I think in the previous tournament where me and Cosmic swap out for literally each game?
What, in the grand final?
Yeah. Did we only do that on the grand final? Or?
What do you guys want to do? If you want to make my life.
Yeah, let's do that on the grand. Let's do it on the grand final.
On the grand final.
Yeah.
Fine.
Because if we do it for the winner bracket final, then we also have to do it for the loser bracket final, and then we have to do it for the grand final. And like, as much as I poke at Fish, I don't want to make his life a living hell. I just want to make it hell. There's a slight difference there.
Burn,
like,
don't get super burned.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Okay, look, I've already got Katt trying to trick me with these constant restarts. I need you guys on my side.
Fine.
You know, I do know a way that you could convince us. There is a giveaway that's been talked of. Like I'm just saying it. Give the people what they want. You have an extra hat, and then you can just buy yourself a new one. That's the thing. You can give away your used hat and then buy a new one that's in the package, hasn't been worn by a human, so they say.
No, the best part is you are giving away the used one. You say it will come with your DNA. You see, it's 2-in-1. You get the hat and you get fish DNA.
I don't want to be cloned. Yeah, you might say I can just give away a hat, but then I've got to pay for it to be shipped somewhere, and you know someone's going to win it in the middle of bloody nowhere.
well then tell them that they have to pay for shipping if it's over X amount. Done. Easy.
Okay.
Or get someone to sponsor that with a gift card.
Yeah. Or be like, hey, if someone wants to pay for shipping, or be like, here, you've won the hat, you can come and pick it up, or you can pay for the shipping.
For the shipping of the hat giveaway.
Congratulations, you've won the ability to give the courier company some money, and you get a hat. You get a hat as well. Leave it with me.
Let me breathe.
You could do that. You could do like the hot tub streamer thing where they win the hat, but you just write their name on the hat. And it says that's the best part because you can re-enter the same hat over and over, and so you can have like the one community hat giveaway that just is slowly getting more and more names on it. Done. See, look at this. Like we're on your side. We're coming out with ways for you to practically do this. Like.
I want to see your face right now.
I know, I was like, I wish I could see your face!
I want to see if it was a disappointment face or not. 9.3 minutes.
Right, I'll be waiting. In 2 minutes, you're gonna see a smug look. We did have this conversation in private, and we're having it again, so that way everyone else can hear it.
Oh, you set expectations.
I mean, like, if someone's comfortable with asking people to lose their wardrobe in public, I think that giveaway is at the same level, no?
Yeah, I would say hat giveaway is much less personal than asking someone to, you know, lose their wardrobe in public.
Clothes.
I mean, losing their clothes would be just as much of a statement as losing their wardrobe. Maybe? I mean...
Maybe.
I'm no expert.
You're no expert in losing clothes. Okay, I think that's good, no?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we still see these players trying to get
You'll see me shaking my head.
No, it's coming now. It's coming now. The reactions are coming in now.
Yes, there it is. Ah, that's the face I wanted. Yes, perfect.
Satisfaction.
Okay. God,
why does everyone want to torment me?
It's amusing.
Gameplay.
We're starting.
This is you, Dfogo, yeah?
Yep.
Let's go. Okay, and Dragon is opening with Mordar, and Katt is opening the Valorian.
I am the chosen one.
Early grab from the bridges. Ooh, okay, well. Guess Dragon easily recaptured. He did invest 3 extra mana though. Stun Lancer heal greatly versus Jolo because Jolo cannot dodge if he's stunned. And now we have this Spirited Defense with Chopper. Right, not much action. Bridge is very going back and forth. Dragon is behind on experience right now, so he is able to proc Bounty Sniper with shield if he so desires.
So I think the only time we've seen Mordar lose was the DeathShoot's Mordar against Katt's Valorian.
Yes.
So that could be awkward for Dragon here. But there we see the Stixie.
And I mean, Dragon is well equipped with snipers, but that is DPS, fair. However, is it gonna be the necessary DPS? We know what this Valorian consists of, we know the power. Dragon did not ban Zealots, he banned Wolf Monk Ship and Bounty Sniper. That's a very good. Yep,
Oh,
that's a very good Sunburn.
I feel like that's a misplay from Dragon, having that sniper too close to the tombstone and allowing that situation.
Yeah, for sure. Here comes the Zealots. Another
Rage.
Sunburn.
Stixie's not going to be useful in this situation.
Yep, he did not do this in time. Spirited on the Bungie Sniper, that's a very good Spirit now.
It's very important for him to get the Spirit because if there's Sunburn, you can easily remove it.
Yep. And we can see how masterfully Katt is playing these Searing Lights. Like, he played them as close to the tower as possible to guarantee that if you play something, it will move forward, it will reduce your chances of getting them to take one hit off the Searing Light for the Bounty Sniper.
Right, here we see the snipers.
There's the Sunburn.
Yeah, without the Spirit, those snipers are very, very vulnerable.
Ooh, Stixie is up for charge, so he did manage to get the kill on that Curse Bearer. Meaning if he finds Ooh, wow, it's true, very big. And now this Zealot's just getting the aggro from the Stixie.
Mental Res is decent, but it's very low HP, and these guys are just going to shred it, especially with the
Wow. Yep.
remaining Zealot getting that rage.
And the Spirit was not on time on the Stixie. Bounty Sniper is getting the value, but honestly, it's, as you were saying, this Valorian has beaten a Mordor before, and it does feel like it's going to beat a Mordor again.
He needs to build up a massive snipers, but he's just not being allowed to do so.
And the removal spells are just so strong.
Yeah.
Great defense though. Tombstones might be too close though.
We've seen before that Katt's able to use the Searing Light to kill a sniper and then kill the red sniper as well.
Yep.
As well as the
Consistently.
Sunburn as well. Yeah. So Dragon needs to really pay attention to where he's placing stuff now. The Searing Light has such a big area of effect.
No! He just played the sniper into
That
the
was
Searing
frustrating.
Light.
That was just unlucky from Dragon there. Okay. Big XP lead, but can Mordor come back?
Oh no, both snipers focus on the worldly, that's sad.
Bounty sniper res though does need to support them at the bottom. Once they get forward like this, they are very susceptible to getting taken out. Can the defense survive? Okay, snipers survive. That's good for Dragon.
We're starting to get the army we're talking about.
But Searing Light is available.
When Searing Light, when the res was not on a sniper.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Stixie did clean up well. Dragon is getting what he wants.
I feel like he's getting back into it, but he's so far behind.
Exactly, it's hard to say.
3 now for Dragon.
Ooh, another spirit he wasted, that's not what he wanted.
His hasty snipers could be great. Now, okay, so he's got 2 Stixies up, but of course they are very far forward, which is not a good position.
Still going top 2. Oh no, again! The sniper is getting insta-targeted by the Searing Light. Oh no, the Valorian heals just made that Zealot live a bit longer.
Yep, those tiny heals can be huge. Ooh. Now he could shut down this dog, he just needs a little bit more damage and it will shut it down. Stixie's on the reload. Oh, the wall is perfect though. Very nicely done.
And the lead is now 40 experience and not 30 and not 50, so slightly Dragon is doing some things, but
you see what happens is he gets a bit of control, but then that means Dragon's snipers move forward and then they get countered and he's got to start all over again.
He only has 1 now. His units are getting hasted. Now hasted snipers are insane, but he's not getting the res on the snipers.
Right, Mana Frenzy for Katt.
And 40 experience lead. Oof. And the worst part is that Katt units consist of solid units. Like if Katt deck was mainly small units that get shredded by Mordor constant attacks, that would be something, but this is not the case. And these Searing Lights,
you see the way he placed it, so he would definitely get the res kill as well.
And the Sunburns. Oof.
And we see that DPS coming out from the whelp at the bottom. That whelp's only alive because Valorian just kept it alive with a heal, and now that's just way too much damage. Katt's gonna
Red is dead. Blue wins with the redemption.
I don't know, like Katt had displayed this Valorian deck, and I don't know if Dragon did not notice, was aware of it or not. But like it really feels like a Valorian that gets tailored to deal with snipers. Especially those reses, as you were saying, the Searing Lights, so well placed. Like he knew what was gonna happen. He was like on point. grabbing every single moment. And then at third perk, those Searing Lights just one-shotting one sniper gets so much value. It's ridiculous.
What do you feel about Searing Light at the moment, Cosmic? It does so much damage, especially in perk 3, and it has such a big area of effect. Do you think that's something that maybe needs to be addressed?
Well, I think that if you know that you're gonna fight a Mortar, you have to like Valorian is one of this. Like I would say you need to go either Valorian or Wrecked just to get something that can take out those duplicate snipers that pop out of those tombstones. Just so that way you have the removal. So I think that Katt suspected that Dragon was either going to go APEP or Mortar, and I think that the Valorian that they brought would be strong against both of those targets. And so I think that Searing Light is actually in a pretty okay place because it can be tanked by other units because it is a single target damaging spell and it is a master perk. Like if you compare that to like let's say Mortar's perk, right? One tombstone can res a Stixie for 6 mana. Which is a 6 mana unit, and Stixie's health isn't necessarily that important because he's a sniper who just shoots quickly. And so if you're able to get 6 mana out of something like a tombstone, I would not say that Searing Light is anywhere near worth the 6 mana value that you could potentially get out of the 2 tombstones that you get, let alone just a single perk 2.
Okay.
And I'm not even certain that reducing the range would be counted as a nerf, because sometimes the fact that there's a larger range makes it easier for your opponent to distract the Valorian from the real target. So it's I think the range on it should not be touched, even if you were going to try and nerf it. But I don't think that it's necessarily at the point where it needs to be nerfed. Yeah, the bigger aspect really looks to be how it was kind of a counter deck. Like the deck is strong. We can see that the deck is strong because even when your opponent has all these answers, at some point you can still put up a lot of a fight and pressure. Like at some moments you really felt like Dragon was coming back. Like that's proof that the deck is strong, and if not well handled, it is a force to be reckoned with. But that's the thing. It was well dealt with. Katt was aware and dealt with it very well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just made the mistake of typing something in the chat in the game using my second account, and now I'm being accused of impersonating someone.
Ha 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 ha!
Everyone hates me. Right, Katt, I'm watching you. I need like a freaking big red light that goes off if Katt restarts this game. Okay. Cosmic has just run off. Okay.
Apologies.
I'm pretty sure someone was just trolling you.
It's like, oh, everyone hates me. All right, I'm gone. Oh, Dfogox Cam just freaked out on stream too.
What?
I know. I don't. It keeps doing it. I have to keep refreshing it for some reason.
Interesting.
Oh wow! I'm seeing the effect now.
It's so weird though, because I see the cam in the other scene and it's fine. So I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Okay, so
Weird.
Like, so what do you think this next? So Katt is now no longer able to play a Valorian. What deck do you think that we're going to see come out of Katt next, Dfogo?
I would expect Katt to play something that can handle lead extension. So either this Valorian can apply very big early pressure. So either this Valorian to just guarantee extension is not reaching their spike, or maybe an APEP to try to get a way ahead in experience. That might be double-edged, because it's not completely guaranteed. You are also somewhat reliant on what you get from the perks. But I think this would be the two strongest options. Have you even seen Katt play something else? Dragon did not ban Murder, right? So maybe Katt has its own Murder. Maybe even something with Chisme, as we were talking about.
okay, here we go. Game number 2. Katt is 1-0. Oh, remember, this is the best of 5 conquest rules. Okay, I was going to say, I wonder if he's going to go back to the APEP we saw earlier.
Yep.
Like, it is. Now, we're
Right,
definitely...
because he cannot play the Valorian, as you were saying.
Yeah, and it looks like the Sunburn is definitely a spell of choice with all the snipers everywhere.
Ooh, rest is dead. Here we go. So Dragon is playing something stronger on Ascension right now. Well, stronger. Something more based on the spells, maybe. Let's see how it goes. He does not have that early pressure that can put Apep in a tough spot. But he does have the late game, so it's really a matter of is Dragon gonna be able to not be very behind until then or not.
Right, early XP lead for Katt.
Yep, increasing very much.
As we would probably expect, Apep against a curse deck.
Yep. Now I do want to see if these Restless Dead are gonna be able to make up for it or not. They might not. It really is a matter of where they spawn and how Dragon manages to use them. Here's a breath to clean up that boom buggy and fortunately grab the bridges. Ooh, and the fact that the boom buggy just killed that little skeleton made the curse bearer not go back into the bridge. That was good for Dragon.
Okay, so we've got Scrap Pack as the free card from Katt from perk 1, so that's more split, more distraction, more bridge grab.
Yep, definitely very good. Okay, yep, there is his Scrap Pack. Dealing DPS while the Whirly tanks. Katt just dominating on experience, getting these, making use of that Outlander tech on the stint. I was saying, well.
Those Flightless Dragons able to attack quickly enough to almost prevent any sort of damage coming on them.
Yep.
Those skellies.
And Holy Ground does guarantee the opponent is not gonna get experience on the bridge, but at the same time it's gonna stall units a bit. Dragon probably want to play those skeletons on the bridge, but since Katt maintain a constant pressure, he just opted to go defensively.
We've seen before, how is Katt going to deal with this dragon? That's often the question you have to ask yourself.
Flightless dragons are a very good way. Like if he even got a Scrat Pack, so if he managed to distract it with a Scrat Pack in a way that the dragon is distracted for 2 breath attacks, and in all that time the Flightless dragons are just chipping away at damage, that might be very big.
Yeah.
Not even to consider the Boom Buggy. Boom Buggy has also very strong DPS.
Okay, so XP is in Katt's favor. Dragon is on 68 as a first counter, so we've got to get to 80, so 75 now, almost there.
Yep.
That's going to be a power spike for him. That's going to mean that the dragon's almost available. You'll see as soon as he hits a Cursed Ascension, he'll likely cycle that slumbers.
He probably didn't want that. That was just bad timing. The moment he played it. Yep, there we go. Now he's probably gonna
immediately uses the slumbers because he needs that cycle for the dragon.
Yeah. I guess at this point he realized that his win condition cannot be to prolong this mana friend. He needs these dragons applying pressure ASAP. Like no dragon pressure, no experience, no win. He's not reducing though, like those skeletons that he just played are not gonna do much on top, not gonna do much on bot.
Here we go.
Yep.
Now perk 3 for Katt, he's got a Lady in Fray. Ooh, that, the AoE of that third shot, that could be insane against all these skeletons.
Yep. And might just be the backline that Katt was missing, because aside from Boom Buggy, like I wouldn't really consider Plasmas the solid backline, so... Here's the totem tanking, the curse bearer cursing.
Okay.
Dragon did keep the bridge there on bot, so that's good for him.
Spawned into that sunburn, purposely I think to get the enraged skellies. Trying to do his best. He wants a big Lady in Fray shot here. Clear everything. Dragon's being annoying, but Katt's doing a good job of dealing with it and dealing with it while holding the bridge.
Yep. Now Dragon can play the Queen's Dragon.
Oh, as mentioned in the chat, the free scraps could potentially be used to trigger the Boom Buggy's marksmanship trigger.
That's also very true. And that marksmanship can mean a lot.
A little thing that might help.
Nirvir getting slightly cursed. But we can see Nivri has not been attacked yet, and he already lost all their HP to hers. Like, just a small seconds of 1% of your max HP is a lot. Well, it's not 1, it's 3.
Play big shot coming out, so not going to be enough to keep her alive. But again, we're seeing Katt trying to deal with the dragon on the bridge at the same time. Doesn't need to freak out too much about XP because he does have an XP lead at the moment.
But it's starting, like, Dragon is starting to catch on. Like, this experience that was clear 20 before, it's getting closer to 15 to 10. And these dragons are keeping piling up. Like, Dragon has a Nirvi, a 10-man Nirvi ready in his hand, so the moment this one dies, the next one's coming up to substitute to follow up. Yep. One falls, and another takes place.
Definitely going to spawn the dragon at the top.
Yep.
But he will be able to cycle pretty quickly to the next Curse Bearer.
But in an APEP deck, I do not think that's going to be a problem for Katt, though.
Okay. Katt looking to get Mana Frenzy, looking to be able to close out a 2-0 lead here. Best of 5, remember. Katt already 1-0 up. Dragon trying to bring this back to 1 game.
What a breath. That breath killing all the backline. It's very huge. Oh, what a sunburn value.
Huge value there. Okay, so you see the trap, the shield there. Tank the dragon.
The dragon
right now. 5 XP needed for Katt's Mana Frenzy.
But Dragon is closing in. Dragon is also going to be 10 away. If he secures one of these bridges, great breath top. This breath top is probably going to secure him top, so
but every time
he's 10 away.
Every time the dragon goes down, Katt's able to get back on the board. And here we see some face damage coming out. Mana Frenzy's very close for Dragon.
Oh, I don't know if Dragon needs to play another Dragon or just needs to go for a bridge. I think he's saving for a Dragon top. Yep.
Okay.
He stopped on top, so this is gonna secure him top bridge for now though. If he does not die from bots, he might have a very good chance of coming back here. He's about to hit Mana Frenzy, yep. He can breath bot through. The Lady in Fray is getting hit by that breath. Curse Bearer down.
Holding that top bridge reasonably well though. What the dragon has is he has very little HP. There we see the dragons down, Katt will be able to secure both these bridges now.
Now, the thing is, Dragon did not manage to cycle another Nivir Slumbers. What? Yep, he has not played it yet, so he has no next Dragon that he can play on. He needs to manage to grab these bridges and not die with the pressure of his regular deck alone.
He might have decided that the Dragon is cutting it for him right now.
1 Whirly on face, 2 hits, 3 hits is Whirly hitting too much, 4 hits, 5 hits, wow.
Here comes the next push. This is going to be too much.
I believe so. Yep, it's on
well,
face.
very high
Game.
DPS.
Wow. This was so close, like a tiny second. A tiny bridge grabbed 1 second earlier could have made a difference here, because as an extension, if you do manage to get that pressure on, like, oof, it was so close.
Yeah, I just feel like he wasn't able to get enough value out of the dragons. Katt had the tools, able to deal with the dragons, and not only deal with the dragons, but hold the bridge for a lot of the time.
And I think Apep's perks were very useful in that match. We saw Marksman got triggered on the Boom Buggy, which was really huge at the end, which really helped tip things a little bit. Getting Infray to help clean out all the mass as well was also very good. And so, like, if Katt would have got different perks, it could have gone very differently. But they got perks that they were able to utilize and utilize well.
Yep. Sometimes you just get incredible luck, and players like Katt, you know, they can get the best out of any of the cards, but you know, not all cards are created equal. Okay, so Katt puts himself in a 2-0 lead. So
Dragon can come back though. We've seen him do that before, right?
Yep, of course.
Yes.
And with the conquest rules, Valorian no longer available for Katt, Apep no longer available for Katt. So Katt's going to have to dig deeper into his decks than we've seen so far.
And Rect is also not available to Katt due to a ban.
Yeah. So that's what the bans and the conquest rules, that forces the players to, you know, come slightly out of their comfort zone a little bit. Dragon has anything available to him apart from the bans at the moment.
If I had to say though, like that sunburn close to the end there made Katt keep the bottom bridge for just a tiny bit of experience that made the whole difference. Like if If that
Yeah.
Skeleton Horde that was played there was played after the Sunburn, or even middle Sunburn, Dragon
It would have been
needed to
so
invest
much different.
less.
But
Yeah.
that one Sunburn got so much value.
Just small things at this stage, at this level of play, small things can change it. And it feels like from what we've seen, the dragon either dominates, Nirvir either dominates or gets relatively comfortably handled. There's no sort of middle ground. The players either have the good way of dealing with it or they don't.
Yeah.
And I guess that's a little bit of the rock, paper, scissors that we see sometimes. We saw that earlier with Yahoon into Howling Moon. Yahoon was able to ultimately win, but here we go, game number 3.
Might be match. Well, I guess it's kind of match point. It depends on what we are seeing. Dragon playing Wrecked now, and Katt is playing Diona. Now, Diona has also been recently changed, right? Now the potions comes into order.
That's right, and you can no longer grab the bridges with the traps, but the traps have been buffed.
Yep. Was the taunt trap also buffed?
Yep, taunt trap got an extra 100 HP. And the damage trap now does a total of 800 damage, I think. Up to
That's a lot of damage for 1 mana.
Yeah, so if it's uncontested or you use it to support your push, it can really get massive value out.
Yep. So even we see these early trades fighting for the bridges. Oh, here's the taunt trap, just distracting, allowing the Legionnaires to kill that aimbot. Well, Drone Walker. Fighting. We can see Dragon has lots of splits he can use, which makes sense since he's playing a Wrecked. So he's definitely gonna bet on that split pressure. No Wolf Among Sheep since the card is banned, but he has replacements he can use. And the party is starting. Wrecked is out of Master Tower.
Here we go. Stacking both lanes a little bit.
Yep.
Is there going to be any pressure on the Prowler? Not looking like it at the moment.
ATG. Now this might be interesting because AG can clean one lane very easily. But Dragon does have very Squadron for answer. Oh! Oh no! Wow!
Looked like
Wow.
that ATG drone was just going to survive. Didn't quite. But here we see the support of the trap at the bottom.
Still, the fact that
Oh, that's perfect.
ATG lived so... Wow.
Not only did it DPS, it tanked a little bit as well. Perfect.
Katt is... If this is calculated, it's been calculated to the last millimeter play. ATG leaving by very little. The trap tanking by solid land, like just enough. It might feel like it's not much, but these small differences are going to allow him to capitalize on experience a bit more. And as we saw in the game before, like 5 experience have made a total difference on that game.
Yeah,
so
a few seconds get into Mana Frenzy first and just change everything. Okay, ATG drone, can it be dealt with here? We see the Sunburn used here. Gets both of them, nicely done.
I mean, it is a positive trade, right? And we see now the Ruffles giving Katt experience. That is very good for him, for experience right now.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, as you said, the potions are now in a set order. I'm not sure if it's a set order always the same, or if it's the same from the start of the match all the way through, but
I'm pretty sure it's always mana, experience, HP. Now, as you're saying, I am not aware if it always starts on mana though.
okay, so here we see
But yeah, that is the order.
Ruffles trying to get...
Oh,
Oh my god, how did Ruffles survive? That's 2 extra...
Little things, just little things piling up.
2
Wow.
mana. I don't know how Ruffles did that, but he did.
Unbelievable. Like, imagine being Dragon right now and seeing these things happening bit after bit. Like, I would be so pissed. And this Sunburn getting awesome, insane value.
Oh, 3 already for Katt. Katt is in a very strong position.
Oh,
right now,
the
but that's a
taunt
great
trap!
trap.
Wow!
Second
And just
one as
another
well.
one to guarantee this ATG leaves.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, now the ATG is alive, Rek needs to kill it. Wow.
That was nicely done.
Wow. Dragon defended very well, but Katt played it so good to guarantee everything would go as he wanted. It's insane.
It's like a big push coming back. Remember, most of those wrecks are just illusions, though.
Not that Katt is aware of which one is the real or not.
It's true.
Ooh, those illusions exploding dealt with the Legionnaires very well.
There we see the trap dropped in the middle. Might tank a little. Some damage. Okay, again, he's put the trap down there to stop the Prowler jumping on face. In fact, the Prowler didn't even get to face. It feels like Dragon's getting a bit of field position there, but it's been cleared.
Small tempo. Yep.
And here comes push the other way.
There it is. Rex can leave Master Tower. Yep, there it goes. Now here's the thing though. Dragon is really not in a position where he can play the Razor Squadron, because every single time he plays it, it's gonna get killed by Sunburn. So
Yeah.
it's a tough spot.
He's sitting there with 200 tech, but not really able to get much value out of it.
Bring the trap.
Yep, it is. He's getting more pressure on bridges though.
Get it, boy.
And he doesn't even have like any other big units that he could maybe try to play underneath the Sunburn and get the Razor Squadron on top and try to bait out that.
Yep, he does not, and like this pressure is piling up. Whoop, there it is, and then insta. Katt is ready with that Sunburn on the trigger.
It's a massive trade for Katt every time, and that's frustrating when you've got a card and you just feel like you can't play it at all. You see the non-bridge grab at the top from the trap.
We were counting the flanks that would grab you far right, shall we count this one as also?
That's a separate counter. There we say the trap. I was wondering if we were going to see that. Can shut down the Prowler, and it's
Very good trade.
Katt almost at his own Mana Frenzy now.
Yep, and more experience. That Ruffles just gave him experience. This trap also killed on Plasma. Little things piling up. Correct, killing it, and that's Frenzy. And now Dragon is 50 experience away, basically. I do not think he can outlive and handle all this long enough.
You can see the Sunburn again, just shreds the Razor Squadron.
And everything below it as well, as you see, like there's no unit that he can bait it. Like, fine, if you're gonna do that Sunburn, you will have to enrage this very dangerous unit. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Wow, and Legionnaires on face. This is gonna be game. Razor Squadron as well. Wreck cannot handle this pressure. Trap also.
Puts himself into the grand final in very impressive fashion. 3-0, beating Dragon there, and Cosmic. Katt seems to be in control of all those games there.
Yeah, that was very huge. I think Dragon playing the Accursed deck so much before the tournament just kind of gave away that if you play a deck that much beforehand, your opponent knows that you're going to pull it out at some point. I feel like Dragon playing that into Katt was just kind of a like a dead giveaway kind of thing. And while APEP Luck technically won the match, like they had the tools to deal with everything appropriately, and I feel like they could have made most of the tools that APEP gave them work to kind of turn the tide of that match.
Okay, so we have our first finalist. Katt is into the grand final. Dragon is down into the redemption bracket final. So now we're going to switch our attention to the redemption bracket, and we'll see who's going to make their way through there and ultimately play against Dragon in the redemption bracket final, and ultimately who's going to face Katt in the grand final. So our next game is going to be Lazur against DeathShootOneyOoney. So let's get that ready and set up for you here. We've got some bans. If you guys want to just go through those briefly, that'll be amazing.
We can see that Lazur banned Mordor, Bounty Sniper, and Nearview the Fallen. And that should ban Wrecked, Bounty Sniper, and Stun Lancer. So no Bounty Snipers here. That should cannot play Nearview the Fallen, which is an interesting ban. I don't think we've seen it yet. And it would feel more like something banned for Dragon, which is the one we've seen so far playing it on this tournament. But very interesting to see it here. And then Stun Lancers again. So Lazur cannot play Stun Lancers. What do you think he's going to mean, Cosmic?
1 second, I'll be right back. You guys just carry on.
Well, Stun Lancers, I would say, are definitely powerful with the nerf to AoE spells. Because now the majority of spells that people are using can only remove one of the Stun Lancers, and so you can still get value out of the other one. And so by removing Stun Lancers, it allows you to not have to constantly have that split pressure, which, you know, if I were only going to do one match against someone, it wouldn't necessarily be that big of a deal. But like, if all of your decks have to incorporate mass, then your opponents are going to be able to just simply adapt to that pretty easily.
That is definitely going to make a big impact. I am also quite interested in the ban of Niprax the Fallen, though, as if it wasn't clear yet. I mean, Deathshoot hasn't played any Immortalia with the extension or anything like that, right?
Yeah, no one's played Ascension Milloween. And I don't think banning Nervir the Fallen is necessarily canceling out Ascension decks.
Yeah.
I think that if you were gonna like kind of target Ascension decks, I would remove Breath as opposed to Nervir the Fallen, because there's not really a good substitute for Breath that you can put in Ascension decks. But if you have Unholy Ground and Breath, then you can substitute anything for that Nervir Slumbers. Like you could play even like a Colossus as a big unit if you wanted to, and then just hold it until you're ready to push with it. Like, you know, any large unit can fill the whole of that. But Breath as a removal spell puts you weaker, both in terms of generation, because not all of the Accursed cards are good at generating mana, as well as taking away one of the spells that you can reduce. As well as taking away one of the things that can apply pressure post Ascension. Like a Breath post Ascension, when your opponent is defending, is huge because you get a massive amount of skeletons coming in. You clear everything that's on the board. Yeah, like it's incredibly intense.
Okay, I've returned. So this is going to be a redemption bracket round of 8. We're going to be back best of 3, no conquest rules. Hopefully everyone's following along. So we're just getting set up here. We're going to switch out. Cosmic's going to be on this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Right. Set that up. Almost ready to go here, guys. Big shout out again to the supporters of the event. We've got GGtoor, Community Gaming, Betadwarf, and Team Mana Frenzy. Put some links in the chat for you guys to go check out the sponsors. Right. So.
And remember, guys, if we all bug fish often enough and loud enough, we'll eventually get a used hat giveaway.
You're cutting out. Sorry. La, 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 la. Okay, let's make sure we're set up here. So we've got DeathShoot, we've got Lazur. We've done the bands, right?
Yep.
Okay. And yes, so winners bracket, redemption bracket. So if they the loser of this best of 3 goes home. Winner continues on in the tournament.
Versus Westlin.
Put a link in the chat so you can follow the bracket as well, should you wish. Stop entering the used hat giveaway. It doesn't exist.
I mean, at one point you'll have to do something with all these tickets, right? Just saying. Lots of tickets.
The tickets are valid. They're just for a Steam gift card giveaway, not a used hat giveaway. Look, you're tricking people into think they're getting something.
I mean, it's not. I mean, like, obviously the solution here is to just simply provide, like, just do the thing where you write their name on the hat. It's easy. You don't have to worry about shipping. Like, it's fun. You create yourself like another fish wall, except now it's like a hat wall. You know, you're showing that like Team Mana Frenzy supports the community because the community is literally a part of the hat now.
You think, will Sinobii let me deface a hat?
Let's find out. Hang on, let me message Sinobii.
I mean, no, don't worry.
Let me answer this question for you right now.
It's on the move, everyone.
It was a rhetorical
This
question.
coming for us.
It was a rhetorical question. No. I'll ask him in my own time. I see you typing. I hate him. Can I ban you from this chat?
Nope, because it's a group DM. We're all on equal footing here. There is no God.
Hold on, I created the group DM. I am the God.
Nope, it does not. Anyone can change the name. I could change the name to Fish Has Smelly Feet if I really wanted to.
I know, but I can remove you from the damn thing.
No, you can't.
Then you
I think you can.
Don't try me.
No, you can remove friend, but you can't remove it from the DM.
I can. I 100% can. Remove from group.
You can?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sinobii said if he wants to. Sinobii said if he wants to.
God damn it.
So,
Why is it
if
on
he
me?
wants to, all you gotta do, like, I'm sure you have a Sharpie in your house.
ready.
Boom, done.
Not
We
to
can do
write
the
on a
hat
black hat,
giveaway
Play
today.
cards.
You have a white hat.
Forget about that. I'm interested in problems, not solutions. Let's go.
Okay, so we have DeathShoot playing Wrecked versus Lazur playing Valorian.
So we're back to best of 3, no conquest. Now Lazur's got a very different Valorian deck than we've seen so far. Ooh. Okay.
Hey, ooh. And
Reconator.
Reconator can get destroyed by Pincer, which we've seen. Ooh, Howling Moon also can do pretty well, but a well-placed Shock Rock here. Oh, but the Bolt shuts that down. That's an expensive Bolt, though.
It's 5 mana, right? 3+2, or is it?
Yeah, 5. It's 5 mana to kill the Reconator, but the Reconator already cleared the Flightless Dragons on the top and capped that bridge.
Nice stun lancers. Wolf's getting fully shut down there.
Mm-hmm. Lazurs are, I think, another one of those cards that like are pretty strong right now, just due to the way that spells have been affected. Clearing out the Blood Imps on the bottom, great use of the clone.
Grenadier goes down. AoE is removed. He does have some Horde if he wants to. Decides not to use it. Okay, so here we see Deadshot tanking a little bit on face. Remember, face, HP, it's a resource. You can use it as appropriate. Don't use too much of it. XP very close. Some would say equal. Say not. The
Okay.
numbers are different.
And Reconator would be a good play against this right here, but DeathShoot knows that Arcane Bolt is in hand, and so he played Stun Lancers out. I would have waited for Arcane Bolt to come out before placing the Stun Lancers, because Howling Moon is another answer to large units that Lazur has. And this Reconator is going to completely clear all those Flightless Dragons.
Yeah, so remember the explosion from Reconator does damage friend and foe. Just be careful with those Blood Imps though, with the Reconator explosion. Awesome. Right, that's a decent trade. Allows him to get some more face damage, forces his opponent to react and grab the bridges.
Okay, so the trades so far are going pretty well. Lazur has slight XP lead, but it is DeathShoot's turn to push in. We see all the wolves coming in on top.
Okay, Searing Light doing a great job clearing everything there, but
Okay, so excellent right here. Baited out the Arcane Bolt and then placed the Dragon Whelps to tank.
okay, here we see Howling Moon. Didn't really do much to the Reconator, we've taken most of its damage, but he needs to be careful here because he's going to probably wait for it to start ticking and then throw all his DPS on it. There we go, you get it? Just in time. That would have been terrible had that exploded. A lot of face damage, would have cleared that stuff as well. Lovely use of the Ion Grenade there.
Yeah, that was very useful Ion Grenade.
Not seeing too much there.
Okay, now Arcane Bolt can get some value here.
I shall use this to fight against the dark.
Blocked pretty well. Okay, I think Lazur's kind of on the defensive now, using Arcane Bolt again to shut down the Reconator, but the Reconator already did its job.
Okay, Lazur down to 501 HP.
They do have a heal puff though, so they can make that back up.
Little XP lead though for Lazur at the moment. His perk 3 is going to be more powerful.
Okay, Reconator placed in such a way where even if it was Arcane Bolted, it wouldn't be able to be easily shut down. Howling Moon comes out. The Howling Moon won't shut down the Reckonator's explosion though, so if DeathShoot plays his cards right, okay, but Arcane Bolt shuts that down. Okay.
Grenadier's going to do good here. DeathShoot saw that immediately as it was about to happen. Shut it down and saved a lot of lives. Okay, both players have taken a lot of face damage. They can't afford to let one big attack happen to finish the game out. I was going to say, he needs to watch out for that one punch blast. This is going to be too much.
Yeah. Ooh, that's 16. Oh, man.
Wow. That was close, and then Deadshot just, once he got that perk 3, he knew.
Yeah. I would say that the game started tipping with that one baited Arcane Bolt. And that gave DeathShoot just a little bit of wiggle room. And they just, as the pushes went back and forth, he just stacked a little bit of extra pressure each time that it was his turn again. And that was a very, very good trade.
Wow.
I agree, and I think that the fact that that Lazur was forced, well, yeah, I guess forced is a good way of saying. The fact that Lazur was forced to invest so much mana every single time he wanted to do that Reckonator to avoid the worst case scenarios, some that became even more of a need as his HP got lower and lower. It just started giving that shoot small openings that, well, we know that he's a great player. He's an opening and he can take it. So, very well played.
I remember either the last or the one before that, Westlin played a Rect, and his whole strat was that one punch blast on face, and we saw that there from DeathShoot.
Wrecked shenanigans, like this type of plays where you just jump and jump to guarantee you have the angle necessary to get the one punch blast, are just of the, well, for me personally, are above all super fun to do. You're like, okay, I'm gonna jump top to bait him, and then I'm gonna go bot and then do a punch blast there. Like, very cool, you can do that. We also noticed that in that last push, well, like DeathShoot, basically he could have played for more pressure cards, but he opted to go for something cheaper to guarantee he would have one, if necessary, even two Shadow Clones, because at that moment he was aware, like, okay, my win condition is here, my winning moment, it's now. Let's do Reg shenanigans.
Okay, well, that's game number 1. Goes to DeathShoot.
And there aren't conquest rules, so DeathShoot could play that again if they wanted.
Okay.
True, very true.
Right, let's just make sure we haven't lost any spectate. No, good, good, good. Okay, so the player's just thinking about what they're going to do. And then we will be into game number 2. This is a best of 3. We had the best of 5, which was the winner's bracket final. And now we've returned to best of 3 until we get to the redemption bracket final. And then it will be best of 5 from there on in.
The one that wins here does go to loser bracket semifinals, right? So they definitely want to invest everything they can to guarantee that spot.
Yep, this is where they start earning the money.
Loser is in deck building, DeathShoot is not. This might also be like, okay, that's like, yeah, I got this, I know what I'm going to play now, or I'm going to play the same thing. Loser is like mind gaming, like, okay, what do I going to need now? What am I going to use? This, that, what am I going to bring forth?
So many questions going on in the players' heads at the moment.
Yeah, and like, and the mind games are huge, and the pressure is on, because at this point, every win is that much more money. Like, everyone's already got money at this point, and each win just gets you a bigger piece of the pie.
Yep. Very true, very true.
The enthusiasm, like the anxiety just piling up, like, what is it going to be? What is it going to be? We have yet to see Lazur play Rect, right? So, I mean, that's banned, right? So that's not, that we are not going to see for sure, but he can play Mordor. He can play Nivir the Fallen, which DeathShoot cannot. One day that will be revealed. Like, I can imagine, I'm like having dreams and nightmares about, but why was that Nivir the Fallen banned? It's stuck in my mind. Like, as lots of people commented, like that's not a ban to shut down extension.
Yeah, it's a very interesting ban, and it's not like, and that was banned against DeathShoot, and DeathShoot doesn't typically run Ascension decks typically, and so like I don't feel like that was necessarily the best ban. Bounty Sniper obviously, Mordar obviously,
Yeah.
but I don't know, like, because all of DeathShoot's bans are high priority targets.
Here we go.
Let's duel.
Okay, so DeathShoot once again playing Wrecked, and Lazur playing Wrecked, but Lazur can't play Wrecked. Yep, there we go. Lazur left.
Insta left.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, please finish the match now.
DeathShoot, please finish the match. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Just let him know.
There we go. He's finishing it. All right.
Okay, so he queued in with a master that was unavailable, and he noticed that immediately and left. So we'll have a rematch. Okay. Right.
I'm sure it feels good for DeathShoot not to be the one needing to leave the match for
Yes,
bringing
DeathShoot's
something
like,
back.
haha! Imagine someone playing something banned, but it's not me!
Okay, no DQ because it was immediately noticed. So we're still at 1 game to nil, sorry, to DeathShoot. Right, bit of a false start, but we'll go again. Let me shut my windows so you don't hear.
I was like, who's that? Like, normally when you hear children, it's me. And I was like, those are children, but it's not coming from my mic.
Okay, I must have. No, I'm not going to make that joke.
Okay.
I was also restraining myself from making any joke.
I was like, Dfogo, you don't have kids that you're hiding, right?
No, I'm not hiding any kids. And also not unhiding. There's no kids
Weird.
here. I mean, I'm the only kid, so.
Wow.
What defines a kid? Is it physical age? Is it more like, because when we say we're kids at heart, does that mean that like
Counts. Let's say it counts.
it counts? So it's mindset.
Youthful spirits.
The,
Like,
it's
if
the
you're
youthful
saying-
spirit.
If you're saying being a kid at heart counts as being as a kid, are you saying that as a grown adult you should get into the cinema for half price?
Absolutely. Like be
Is
like,
that-
hey, I'd like
uh,
the kids
different
price.
kids consideration, different
But
kids. Like what one considered kid is not what it implies. Not to mention that usually those cinemas and those places do have the age limit. Actually, it's usually like if you are younger than 13, you get the discount. Not if you are a kid. Exactly for people don't be like, I know.
Like,
I
see,
am
you should have
72."
you should have done an age limit, not just said child ambiguously. Like, you got to put hard rules on it. So like,
maybe you
The
get
scene just appeared in my mind, like a 70-year-old going to the movie and be like, I feel like a kid. I want the kids discount. But
and like
sir,
the kids and the seniors ticket are the same price, but like they're
exactly,
adamant about
like, so you
getting
can have
the
scene,
kid
like, I want
price.
the kid one.
What
You're
if
like,
you-
no, I want my receipt to say that I purchased a kid ticket. If it says that I purchased a senior ticket, I swear to God, I'll throw my cane at you.
But what if they get the child's price, but they're only allowed to watch children's movies?
I mean, that would be
That's what we
acceptable
know.
because there's a good amount of kids movies that are fine. Like,
Yeah, that is true.
like yeah, like and
Anything
like I think,
Pixar.
well, especially with everything getting released, you know, as PG-13 anyway. Oh my God, imagine if it was an elderly couple. And they go, and like they were go to like a PG-13 movie, right? Because PG-13 kids can go, but only if they have a grown-up, right? And they go, all right, we need one kid and one senior ticket.
My God.
and then in the reception, one of them like, so now you be the kid this time, and no,
Yeah,
I
it's
was
like-
the kid last time. Now it's your turn to be the kid.
Okay. Highbrow conversation here.
Yes. All right, so DeathShoot, let's say you and me were to pull this strategy, right? Would you want the first kid ticket or would you want the second kid ticket?
Oh, and definitely already gets the kid ticket.
All right, scratch that. All right, Fish. If
Bad
you and I
example.
were to go to the cinema, right?
That one was.
Okay.
Well,
Sorry,
DeathShoot
Deshut.
doesn't technically get the ticket yet because he's 16. You got to be like, I think the oldest I've seen is like 14.
Jeez, doxed. Okay, here we go. Right, both players have switched to play something different after that false
It's
start.
on. Honor and rage.
Right, so we're gonna have Volko. We're gonna have Setsu. DeathShoot is 1-0 up. What kind of a Volko deck are we going to see? What kind of a Setsu deck are we going to see? Looks like a Setsu with a Rock Rivals. Okay, so here we see the Lash. Oh, that's incredible Lash.
Yeah, good value Lash, but there's not much bridge control in DeathShoot's deck right now. So kind of an unlucky hand in that regard.
Right, Rock Rivals needs some support. Here it comes. Okay, lovely shock rock, frost feathers. Don't quite kill everything. Didn't hit the statue either, so it didn't remove the haste from it.
Okay, a lot of Marines coming in on the bottom.
That's one of the added benefits of the Razor Squadron. They do drop those Marines and give you those extra bridge grabs in certain situations.
Okay, so Rock Rivals against the Blood Imps up here is going to do massive damage to Lazur right here. Like that's what you want. You also, if DeathShoot just wants to inflict straight damage, a Lash onto Blood Imps will do a massive amount of damage in the right circumstance. This Arcane Bolt not really doing much.
It's not getting its value. Massive XP lead.
Well in Lazur's favor though. And that's just due to the starting hand of DeathShoot. Like they had full spells basically with their opening hand, which is not ideal.
Very good. Okay, DeathShoot's got it all to do here. He is 1-0 up in this best of 3. Razor Squadron will shred. Probably going to have a flyby to answer this. No. Here it comes. But the Marines will take the bridge and need to be answered. Setsu may jump in to take a bridge here. Here we go. Rock Rivals is available. He wants to try to force out that bridge burn without too much being on the bridge.
Yeah, the main thing that's vulnerable to bridge burn, I would say, in DeathShoot's deck is the Skeleton Horde. Like if they can keep that Skeleton Horde alive and push in after the Bridgeborn, it's even better if they can manage to get the Rock Rival to tank on face and then the Skeleton Horde to DPS it. That's, I would say, one of the strongest combinations that DeathShoot could put pressure in with.
If Column does get to face, it will start shredding. Mortals will be good to knock it back. Multiple units, it's not good for the Golem to work through.
Okay, Bridgeburn coming out on Skeleton Horde.
South will be XP behind.
Yeah, DeathShoot's slowly lowering this this XP gap. Frostfed is coming out not on Razor Squadron though.
And they're going to be somewhat unanswered. Okay. Using the Lash. Oh, it's
Ooh, in the
it's too much.
That's
Lash does get the value,
unfortunate.
though, but doesn't grab the bridge, so it's not as versatile as it used to be.
Ooh, Berserker Rage Swarmers are gonna do a good chunk there. Oh, not as much because crossbow dudes.
I feel like Lazur's in control of this. Deadshot's going to get a big power spike when he gets to perk 3, but he's looking like he's going to be too far behind at that. Of course, with that face damage potential, he might just say, well, look, I can't catch up on XP, but I can maybe kill you.
Yeah, if this game goes to Frenzy, then DeathShoot will for sure lose. So they gotta try and find a way to close it out before then.
He needs to try to get some way of doing big damage to these blood imps.
If they can manage to counter the Legionnaires with just the Golem and then save the Lash for a play of Blood Imps, they can do a good 800 damage to face with 1 lash if it hits all 5 blood imps. And so
defensive here. Yeah, I think those blood imps are key. Lazur needs to be very careful, not play them when the lash is available. Good look on the medic. But he needs to be careful because Berserker Rage is going to shred everything. It's going to be very powerful there. Okay, 774 HP left.
okay, so there's the lash. That's the main thing that you got to be careful with the blood imps for. And so now Lazur could play him, and at worst they hit that golem.
Right. There's another Setsu jump immediately available here. Mana Frenzy for Lazur. Looking to close this out. Deathshot has to spoon defensively here. Absolutely shreds now.
Okay, this
Bottom is struggle here.
yeah, the skeletons just getting melted was
Setsu on
not
face, though.
ideal.
This is where the cycle comes in. Okay,
Yeah.
some good face damage, but here comes the return face damage.
He can't. That's a raged Razor Squadron on face. There's no way that they're going to be able to out DPS that. And the Arcane Bolt was on the Setsu just to guarantee that Lazur would be able to close that out in time.
You could see that Deadshot knew he just had to jump on face and just hope for something, but ultimately wasn't to be. 1 game all to play for here, Dfogo.
No, the last jump was not the one at the end, but the jump before that he did not do on face. I feel it was a critical part. We saw the moment Setsu focused on face, he did 2 quick reloads and he got already like 300 damage. That's what he needed. 1 more would be enough to make that pressure critical. The fact that he was more on the defensive allowed Lazur to keep playing those Arcane Bolts into the golem, and not being able to protect the golem and get that benefit was just too huge. Like he did not have any decent front line to be scary. That did not give any leeway for sets to jump. So it just started up at one point where like he was limited. Like he needed to jump, but he could not jump. He needed to go for bridges, but he could not go for bridges. He needed a solid unit, but it just started snowballing at one point. And the moment he realized there was no XP win, it was like, okay, 3rd perk, hit, bam, face, go. He knew if he knew about the Arcane Golem, the Arcane Bolt, then fine. Arcane Golem, Blue Golem on the field at the same time. You choose. Are you stopping Setsu, or are you stopping this push? And he did not manage to force Lazur into this choice.
Okay, so all to play for. 1 game all. This is the best of 3, so the winner will progress. The loser will get sent home. The winner's bracket round of 8, so we are getting pretty close to the business end of this tournament. If we have a look where we are in the brackets. Remember, we've got Katt in the final.
And winner of this will take 4th place at least. So currently Lazur and DeathShoot are both gonna get $50, but whoever wins this matchup will automatically get $100, which is double the prize pool.
Yep. That's a very juicy prize.
$1,000 prize pool. Of course, big shout out to our sponsors again. We've got GGtoor, Community Gaming, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Again, we'll put some links in the chat for you guys to check those out. Hopefully you're enjoying this, and hopefully we have many more of these events to come. The more people we get involved, participants and watching, the more chance we have of the sponsors continuing their awesome support of these events. And here we go. This is the decider between Lazur and DeathShoot. Winner goes through, loser goes home. We've got Diona for Lazur, we've got Wrecked. Deadshot already having one with Wrecked. See if you can pull out another victory.
Okay, Frost Feathers, I don't feel like we're the most useful there. They did slow the grenade scrat, but not quite finishing it off.
Blood imps again.
Blood Imps, and there's not really any kind of heavy damage that DeathShoot's able to push out onto those with their cards. So that's a good thing for Lazur, because that means that they'll be able to kind of play them freely without having to wait for anything big.
In the latest round of changes, Blood Pack did get nerfed, so that it does do 75% damage to Master. So things like the Blood Imps, you've got to be careful with those. Again, Breach Betrayer, Thorax Gate. The ATG drone would be difficult for DeathShoot to deal with. You have here, Frostfeather's going to come in, damage it, and not remove it.
Okay, Drone Walker I would say is a really good ATG drone answer, as long as the aggro takes place appropriately, which these spear throwers could throw that balance off. And they do, okay.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Oh no.
It's a nice trade for Lazur. It's going to be, he can use his traps as well to try to get as much value out of that ATG drone as possible. I've seen it can absolutely shred if it's uncontested. We've got a small XP lead at the moment for Lazur. We saw previously, today we've seen the Razor Squadron get shut down immediately by things like the Sunburn. That's not available right now. So they are taking damage to themselves. It's not the tech support available.
Ooh, just melting that trap. Using the clone very well, and using the Marines from Razor Squadron to make sure that the bridges stay in DeathShoot's favor.
DeathShoot would love to stop that. You could see that. I think what we're going to see here again is he's just going to try to whittle away Lazur's face, which he's doing a great job on, and then once he gets to perk 3, DeathShoot's going to be all over trying to get that one punch blast on the face.
Because the thing is, like, that that chip damage is so huge, because it means that Lazur's not going to be able to properly cycle their deck. Because they're... Yeah, the Blood Imps can do a lot of damage to yourself and to your opponent if used properly, but once you start getting lower, like, things start getting really tricky.
Here we go, some return damage, but Deadshot's got a lot of HP to play with at the moment, so he doesn't need to freak out.
Ooh, good grenade scrat. Yeah, heal Puff got shut down, but now we have Ruffles coming in for a healer. Or for a heal.
Ruffles goes down. Okay, that's good for Deadshot, not so good for Lazur.
Okay, ATG coming on top.
The new and improved Divine Warrior with taunts.
I think taunt on Divine Warrior was absolutely necessary to make that card viable. And I think that with the Combustion now dealing true damage, it makes Divine Warrior more of a it's the card that's shining. It's not so much just a target for the Combustion, which Divine Warrior is huge with being able to take, you know, things like Troubadours and Rammers off of your face, you know, very, very easily.
Huge one-punch blast. Going for a heal, Ruffles is not going to get it though. Now,
yeah,
this is where
Frost Feathers came out just to guarantee though.
This is where Deathshot wants to put the hammer down. He's still doing a bit of face damage though. You see these what, the Shadow Clones and the Wrecked himself continually doing face damage, more and more piling up. And Lazur just struggling to remove it. Blood Imps are there. Blood Imps get exploded by a Shadow Clone, and Lazur's down to under 200 HP here. Deadshot in the lead when it comes to XP as well.
No, and at this point, Wrecked is able to just dance from one side of the field to the other.
One punch blast coming.
Ooh, and Black Hole, even if something was played, it just would have got sucked into the Black Hole.
Wow. Deadshot takes it. 2 games to 1.
Very well taken, though. He displayed his mastery on Wrecked. And even in terms of deck matchup, I have a feeling that at one point Lazur realized he was not going to win, because we saw 2 minutes into the game and he threw a GG, so... It was...
Yeah, we saw.
Very tough match.
Deadshot had a plan and he executed it perfectly. He just wanted to whittle his opponent down and then get into that option of perk 3, one punch blast on face, and he did it perfectly. Well played to both players. Lazur does go home, and Deadshot does continue.
Yep.
So we've got Katt awaiting in the final. We've got Dragon awaiting in the redemption bracket final, and we're going to have DeathShoot against Westlin as our next match. Still best of 3. This will be the last best of 3.
Ooh, the last best of 3.
Last best of 3, and then we're at best of 5 all the way home. Okay. It's set up. Right. DeathShot. Okay. So 0-0. Winners bracket. Oh, sorry. Redemption bracket round of 9. I believe best of 3.
Yep. And I do think it is interesting to notice how this is Westlin's chance for revenge, because the player that threw him into the loser bracket was DeathShoot. So he might just be able to come around here. We can also see if the bans are going to be different, if the players are going to adapt to their opponents. What is going to be, what's going to come out.
Okay. Yep, that's very true. They're going to have that experience of playing against each other before, maybe seeing some other matches on the stream as well, and what are they going to do to react to that? Okay, so I believe I'm ready. Waiting for the players to get the bans. Deadshot and Westlin. Okay.
Yeah, just saw that one final push where the one punch blast. Well, not the final push, the pre-final where the one punch blast just completely annihilated that ATG. I think ATG was just like having ATG as a win condition was just bad for Lazur because they had like DeathShoot had the drone walker, they had one punch blast, they had Razor Squadron. Like, I mean, the Unholy Ground can help, but all of those cards, even if Unholy Ground is involved, will still make short work of an ATG.
For sure. Even in general, like considering that you don't have a safe removal for Razor Squadron is already something. Couple that on with the fact that there's a black hole into play, just makes it even harder.
Yeah,
and I do think there's one very key important aspect to note, though, which is the fact that every single time that the real Rect was tanking something, and DeathShoot knew it, he would try to ensure at the maximum amount of value he could get before doing a Shadow Clone. Like, this Rect was going to take as much as possible, as much damage, until I get my new one. Like, again, like those small details that can make a difference.
Yeah, and we talked about that earlier in the tournament. Like there are some strategies where if you just pop all your clones out right at the beginning, that can potentially work. But if you're able to get like the maximum value of that tank each time, that can be huge. And DeathShoot is very good at capitalizing every single hit point that Rect has. Making sure that each shadow clone does something, Rect himself does something. Like the value you get can be so huge compared to other things.
Exactly, it's very, very impressive.
Okay, so it looks like the players are just taking a moment to
properly ban. Make sure, which you should. Like, I mean, as we talked about, like the bans are very important now, and this is the rematch too. Like, DeathShoot fought Westlin before. Westlin banned something, and DeathShoot took a loss because they played a banned card. And so they're making sure that they take the time to ban the proper card.
Yeah, we've seen how powerful Deadshot's Rect is. So we'll see if Westlin reacts to that. But we've also seen how powerful Mordar has been overall as well. We'll see how he reacts to that.
I don't think we've seen DeathShoot get wins with Mordar, though.
He did lose against Katt. His Mordar for sure. But yeah, all to play for sure. No idea which way it's going to go.
Ooh, all right. I think we have the bans in. We can see now that both players banned Rect. DeathShoot banned Bounty Sniper and Wolf Among Sheep, and Westlin banned Rock Rifles and Bounty Sniper. So very interesting. We see a difference here. So instead of banning Mordar, Westlin already chose to ban Wrecked.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing quite a lot of Bounty Sniper bans. We've seen quite a lot of Wolf Among Sheep bans as well. Rock Rivals feel like a targeted ban towards DeathShoot.
I think Rock Rivals is definitely a targeted ban, and I think something that we've seen is that once we get further, so both DeathShoot and Westlin are both banning Wrecked as opposed to something like Mordar, but they're banning Bounty Sniper, which is a key card in Mordar decks right now, because that's how you get your XP. And so by doing that, they make it so if they have to fight a Mordar, it's not going to be an optimal Mordar, which can really increase their chances of being able to stop that momentum from building up.
Exactly. It's like when you already are aware of the consequences of allowing that open, then you need to at least try to minimize the damages. So like Bounty Sniper out. The Wolf Among Sheep has also been played with the Valorian and even maybe a Setsu if DeathShoot wants to go aggressive again. So
as well as being a pretty good card in a curse deck as well.
Exactly.
Because you like if you have Breath, Wolf Among Sheep, and Nervier, then those are your 3 expensive cards. You just fill the bottom with cheap curse cards and go for it.
Exactly. Westlin cannot do that now. What was the deck where we saw DeathShoot play the Rock Rival? I'm trying to remember what the master was.
With Rock Rivals, it was Milloween, I believe.
Oh, wasn't it the set suit where he was jumping and the Arcane Bolts?
That was with no, that was with the Reconator, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. So, but we've seen him play that. Here we go, right?
It's hammer time.
Ooh, so DeathShoot is playing Volko, and Westlin is playing Valorian.
Right, let's see what kind of decks we're going to see right here.
Right, both players not immediately jumping on bridges. We saw one beaten right there on that.
Ooh,
wow!
Very nicely done.
That was very cool, guaranteeing no wolf was there.
Some early pressure now for DeathShoot. Stun Lancer's not splitting as he wanted. Then by Illy, you want each Stun Lancer stunning a separate target.
The Legionnaires going into
Not going to have a good time against the Zealots.
Oh wow, that's a very valuable burn. Ooh, if that little Dragonwell lives there, that would be awesome. That fights Dragon, not Dragonwell. Wow, that Zealot before dying took one of the Legionnaires in one shot. Wow, that was also very huge.
And good trades at the start there from DeathShoot.
Yep. And DeathShoot giving up this pressure as much as he can. Sunburn is revealed.
Decent face damage coming out already from DeathShoot. Only taken maybe 1,000 of that Westlin's HP off.
I would feel like Westlin just slightly underestimated that Wolf right now, and now these Stun Lancers feel slightly out of place. The Whirly though is very good card versus what that's trying to do. It's just smashing and spinning on everything there. These Zealots hitting so hard, it's insane.
Volko 2 now. All ready for Volko, slightly ahead.
You can see those Flightless Dragons already picking up that rage.
Shock Rock is going to help.
That killed the wolf. That Shock Rock allowed the wolf to die. The next Ember coming up on top and not bot. Because let's keep in mind the Embers spawn randomly on one of the 2 bridges. So just because if there's one on top, the next one will spawn bot. So if there is no one on the field, if there's none on the field, it does not matter where the last one spawns. Comes the burn.
Nice use of the Searing Light there from Duck Westlin just to clear, to keep that bridge.
Interesting seeing both players playing this Jumping Monkey. Like it goes to show how they are both expecting to go aggro on the other.
The nice thing with the Jumping Monkey as Volko is you can jump and pick up the Ember and then come back and defend.
Exactly, which is an option that it's not available for Westlin. Not just that, I don't really see any super valuable target for Westlin to use his Searing Light on. Like, yep, he just used it here for general like hard clear. He might have been able to use it on bot to kill the drone walker, but it's not the point where it's beneficial for him. And here's another great burn. Shock Rock does things, but that's Monkey. Wow, he didn't.
Not quite enough. Okay, these U's are very weak at the top, but Valorian's going to start healing them.
Another sunburn.
It's to deal with these. Okay, this
Here's
is
a
looking
Valorian.
a little bit scary because there's a lot of clear happening.
Cells are slowed, but once one of them dies, the other one's gonna get a haste, which overlaps the slow, so it's gonna for you to nullify it.
Okay, perk 3 now. We're going to get some Berserker Rage.
Yep,
From
those
DeathShoot's
flightless
units.
dragons there. Wow.
The light
Yeah,
strengthens.
Westlin can't allow those to be on face for a moment.
For sure, these bridge brawls now are gonna start going into Deathshoot favor by a lot. We can see these zealots already getting shredded without even crossing the bridge just because those legionnaires had the rage.
Oh! Killing both of those stun lancers was massive.
Literally the meaning of saying burn. Wow, those legionnaires
Just
took one shot.
evaporates. Okay,
Wow.
Still tanking there and grabbing the bridge with the tech.
And another Whirly getting evaporated. What? Wow, Berserker's Rage is really not something that can be underestimated. We are seeing that right now firsthand.
Yep.
Double Berserker Rage push, all scary. Now we're gonna see a Jumping Monkey in the middle. That was a Sunburn. Jumping Monkey on bot to capture that Rage. That's also very huge. Ooh, he had one shot
With
though.
this Berserker Rage, he's able to trade better. He's able to get better bridge control. They're just got a bit of an XP lead here.
The Rage just spawned there where he placed the Legionnaire. That's also very huge. Steen grabbing the bridge there before. Wow. But I think he's keeping up the pressure, but as you were saying, the experience is really getting wider and wider.
Now, more Rage at the bottom. So the range units only get regular Rage. The melee units
There was the Whirly. There
get
goes the Zealot.
Berserker Rage. Picks it up again. It's like Deadshot's counting the seconds.
Yeah.
When they're about to spawn, because he just jumps. It's like, I know I can jump my monkey in it and it's going to pick it up as it lands.
It's very well played.
It's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but it also may well be true.
I mean, it goes to show the mastery a player has of the master, right? When you are aware of these aspects.
Yep.
It's not something you can do with just 1 or 2 games of that master. You need maybe dozens, hundreds of games with that.
Mana. Frenzy! Okay, Deadshot's got Mana Frenzy now. Can he put this
Westlin
game
is
to bed?
still basically 20 away from it. That's a lot. And there goes Berserker push on top. There goes the Jumping Monkey. Yep.
Okay, the
There's
Zealots
can now just.
melting.
Yep.
Right, Deadshot's just going to be able to just spam really now. Just keep both of the bridges fully stocked.
He's just guaranteeing like, okay, yeah, I'm not allowing you any chance to come back. Whatever pressure you are trying to get, it's over. That's it. Game.
Deadshot strikes first. Volko and the Rage strike Berserker Rage just too strong for Westlin's Valorian. Deadshot takes first blood here. We are still best of 3, remember, so...
I do feel that the Razor Squadron with Black Hole could have been huge here, because although there is the Sunburn, it's like having the Black Hole protecting it, then the only other target it's like some plasmas and... no, there weren't even plasmas, it was just a drone walker. It's just like...
Yeah.
Even ATG.
Okay, no conquest rules. Best of 3 currently, but this is the last of the best of 3s. We'll then be into the final matches, which is the Redemption Bracket Final, and then the Grand Final. Before we get there, we need to see who's going to win this. Deadshot has struck first, but who's going to strike last? Westlin needs to come back and win both the next 2 matches to stay in the tournament. The players will take a moment now just to think about what happens and think about what they want.
Adjust and adapt. Then I think Wrecked already is a strong master, but both Westlin and DeathShoot enjoy playing Wrecked already. And then when Rect basically started coming to the top after the spell nerf, like both of them were extremely excited in the sense that they got to play it. But I think that they both were also a little bit sad because they knew that they weren't going to be able to play Rect in the tournament
Yeah.
anymore, because that would then automatically get banned.
They had a couple of games where they were able to play it. It's like, well, I'll be happy with this. and now it's just Rect ban, Rect ban, Rect ban. Okay, just
Yep.
fun while it lasted.
It was good. It was good while it lasted. Like, but I think that also goes to both players acknowledging that the other person is incredibly good
For sure.
with Rect, and that's kind of nodding to their skill kind of thing.
Okay, here we go. Loading into game number 2. Deadshot. 1 game to 0 up. He needs 1 game to clutch this. He's sticking with his Volko. Westlin is switching to Miloween.
Oh yeah. And what's this Miloween gonna be?
We're going to find out very soon.
So far, it does seem like Desert is playing the complete exact same deck. We have only seen half his deck though, so...
I see 5 of Duck Westlin's cards and none of them are spells. 6 of his cards and none of them are spells.
Who said Miloween needs spells anyway, right?
Okay, so this is a Slither deck. It's got Slithering Summons. It's got Chain Gang. It's got Slither Bounds. Now, hopefully Chain Gang won't break our games too much.
Oh, that's interesting. Wait, that's the deck Westlin was playing when DeathShoot used an invalid card and was banned. So let's see if now with a different deck DeathShoot can actually beat this deck. That's probably gonna be sacrificed.
Massive Slithering Summons there. Basically a 2 mana
Living statue.
living statue. Yeah, living statue nerfed a little bit recently, but still gonna take some dealing with.
Yep. And he needs time. He cannot play the Sightless Rain completely on top because that would make... Oh no, are they actually gonna kill themselves?
Yep.
What a Hypnotize. That's very good. Now Westlin has both bridges.
So Westlin's plan is really just to use the cards with the cool Slither Bounds. You can see the Soul Stealer's got 2 Slither Bounds attached to it. Get more and more little Slither Bounds out, and then be able to get huge value from that Slithering Summons. Every Slither Bound is basically worth 1 mana for him.
Westlin did keep the Whirly, so I think he's aware of what was coming, because the Whirly we saw was a really powerful tool. There comes the Soul Stealer we're talking about.
The Slither Bounds everywhere.
Wow.
That looked like that was a 1 mana statue.
Yep, it felt like a 1 mana statue. Coming in to support this push.
The Hypnotize, remember?
Yep, here it is. It did not hypnotize the... Oh!
Oh,
all of them
wow.
focus on the monkey. That's so sad.
That's frustrating. So I spoke to the devs about Hypnotize because there were some weird interactions that I saw, and apparently when the units get hypnotized, they don't aggro on the closest unit to them. They aggro just on a random unit that's within the area.
And if that unit is also not hypnotized, that targeted unit is just gonna keep walking and the other ones will follow.
Yep. Deadshot's gonna try and remove some of the slithers here. Okay, that's a good bridge ban because
That was very good
he
value.
was able to clear a lot of the slithers.
There goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So all those chain gangs went away.
Deadshot ahead on XP, but one of the ways to get the most value out of this slither deck is you've got to get value out of the slithers and then sacrifice them. So if you can use the Slither Bounds to grab a bridge or put a load of poison on something like that and then sacrifice it, that's massive value. But this is looking a little bit scary for Duck Westlin.
And Desert has a Shock Rock in hand that he can play to get extra value. Yep, there's a Shock Rock. Well, I guess that's not extra value. But that monkey, the 1 hit.
Right.
I think if that Shock Rock was on face, they're having game.
Bye-bye comes in.
Up. Bye-bye coming in.
Deadshot's going to be able to spell him down.
But he just needs to cycle both spells once. It's not enough for a Shock Rock. He just needs 1 more Frost Feather.
This is what Duck Westlin was trying to do, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Looks like Deadshot's going to take this by 2 games to 0.
It's about to be. Frost Feather next card. He has Frost Feathers in hand. Westlin just throwing the Arcane Missile there. Can he stop this? Can he stop everything? I don't think Westlin is stopping this. We see the 5 and there it kills game.
Wow.
That should take the win.
Deadshot pulls out Volko. Takes that 2 games to 0. Wow.
I do wonder if he just built this Volko though, because we saw him in deck building a lot before the match, so does make me wonder.
Well, we saw a Slithering Summons build Cosmic, but it just wasn't to be for Westlin.
Yeah. And I think Slithering Summons are like the issue, and you kind of mentioned it a little bit. Like a lot of the thing with Slithering Summons decks is you have to get value out of the Slitherbound. Like if you can properly get value out of the Slitherbound in addition to using them on your Slithering Summons, then that lets you just stack immense value in your deck. But if you're not able to use them, or if like in Westlin's case, the Hypnotize goofs up once, then that's so horrible. And I've actually like I have a few Slithering Summons decks, and I've thought about taking Hypnotize out just because while it does have the call Slitherbound, like it's not the most reliable, just because of the way the card interacts with the game right now.
Okay. This next match is going to be the Redemption Bracket Final. We're back to best of 5. We're back to Conquest rules where a winning master cannot be played again. It's going to be Deathshot against Dragon.
We have yet to see that today.
Yeah?
Yep. First time these players are facing each other on this tournament.
Right. Restarting my games. Keep an eye out for the bans.
I do believe no player has yet banned anything. Yep. So this might be the brainstorming moment again. What am I going to play? What am I going to do? What am I going to ban? If they don't know, we know much less.
And both players know a significant amount about the other person's decks that have been used this tournament now at this point. Because like at this point in the deck is when you see like there are decks that are strong, and then some people might have like saved some decks specifically for this stage of the tournament. But the issue is if you hold on to too many decks, then you're not even going to make it this far, kind of thing. So the question is like now that we're in the redemption bracket, like if people lose here, then like they're out of the tournament. So this is a all guns are out. People are going to do their best to kind of stay in here. It's a much bigger deal if you lose.
Okay. We are getting to the very serious part of the tournament now. 3 players are left. We've got Katt. Seems like he booked his place in the grand final many moons ago. He's awaiting the winner of this match in the grand final. Right, bans are in. Would you like to take us through them, one of you guys?
Yeah. Bans are Dragon has banned Wrecked, Wolf Among Sheep, and Bounty Sniper. DeathShoot has banned Wrecked, Bounty Sniper, and Wolf Among Sheep. So Wrecked, Bounty Sniper, and Wolf Among Sheep will not be seen this match by anyone.
Yep.
Ooh, okay.
Very interesting. We were talking about how they know each other and maybe how their playstyles are similar to the point where they ban the exact same thing. All right. Although I do feel Dragon might be the most affected one, considering that Wolf Among Sheep is a very good card having Ascension.
Right. So we're just waiting on the players now. Welcome everybody that's joined us today. Thanks for being here. Big shout out as always to our sponsors. We've got GGtoor, Community Gaming, Team Honor Frenzy, and Betadwarf supporting this event. Sinobii, of course, is behind the scenes, oiling all of the cogs. A big shout out to him as well for keeping everything running smoothly, doing all the heavy lifting. So
DeathShoot is in deck building, Dragon is in menu. I believe they are in the lobby.
So do you think DeathShoot do you think Dfogo that DeathShoot is going to pull out the Volko deck again?
I think that's likely, but then again, Dragon is a player that's very good at adapting, and he has a vast game knowledge to the point where you really don't want to play something to him twice, which is a way of saying if he knows what you're going to play, you don't want to use that. At this point, I'm inclined to say Dragon knows what that's just going to play, so I think that should might not plot the same Volko, which is also the reason why we see him deck building. Like, I think he's aware of that. He knows how strong Dragon can be and how well versed he is into adjusting his decks versus what his opponent is playing. So it could be a possibility, but I'm not inclined towards it. At least not opening with that Volko. Maybe something to... I could even see him play something either ATG or Soul Stealer as a way to react to Dragon Skeleton spamming in Ascension.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like the Ascension deck, do you think Dragon could make an effective Ascension deck without Wolf Among Sheep? Because like you can technically put in something like Howling Moon, but the issue is Howling Moon will cut your own Dragon down if you don't use it properly.
I think he for sure can do it even without the Howling Moon right now. He can choose to go for more options in terms of AoE like Blastmancer, although it's not as strong in 1v1 as it is in 2v2. He might also just choose to have some stronger backline. He can put one or other sniper into this Ascension deck to still get value, and then the other card could be Spirit Vessel. He already has a Ghost Turret to give Spirit Vessel. He can very easily manage where the Spirit is going to go. We've seen him do that before, where he consistently gets Spirit on the Sniper, and not by luck, by guaranteeing Sniper is going to be the only one alive here. So he has options. We know he's a good enough player to be able to play around those options. That's also something good to do versus Volko, because Volko wants to be fighting on the bridges. But if you have the snipers, you are fighting on your side. So you're not really bridge brawling. There's less value for the bridge burn to get. It's something that you can play around with. So it's really a matter of matchups. It's going to be something versus the Ascension, or is Dragon not going to be the Ascension and going to play something versus the Volk he's expecting?
Here we go. This is the Redemption Bracket Final. Best of 5 Conquest rules. Game number 1.
Welcome back to another exciting round of Minion
DeathShoot against Dragon.
Alright, so we see DeathShoot playing Valorian with Dragon playing Milloween. I'm guessing that this is in fact the accursed Milloween that we have seen from previous games.
It's looking slightly different.
It is not. It has that's a Cage Prowler.
It has evolved. That might be a case of him just trying to play something different than what he thinks his opponent's going to expect of him.
Right. Okay. Cage Prowler coming out. And you can block it with something like Skeleton Horde, but the issue is like that Defensive Chopper is going to do... Oh, okay, Sunburn was a great counter there. Because Defensive Chopper would have wrecked all those skeletons in that Stun Lancer.
I am inevitable.
Right, bit of face damage coming out. Again, we see the Sniper. That's probably why the Sunburn's there, to help remove things like that, but the Sniper's got a Spirit on it. Now, can you get the Cage Prowler spawn? Can you get some value out of it? Stixie again, I'm going to assume that is. There it is.
Okay, Spirit out on the Stixie.
Dfogox says, be right back, just going to go grab an ice cream.
Ooh. Legionnaires into the Defensive Chopper, not necessarily what you want.
That was problematic, and the Cage Prowler just shredded them all.
That's gonna set DeathShoot off balance, and he might not be able to recover with the pressure that the Stixie and the Stun Lancers are able to put on. And then the Spirit coming out, because Morelia's books coming out every 25 seconds now as opposed to 30, so that's a lot of Spirit that they're able to push out.
Yep. He's going to need some help dealing with that. Whirly's going to do a good job, but there's a lot of DP, a lot of HP that it needs to work through here. And you can see it's going to die before it's all removed. Okay. Deadshot thinking about what removal he's going to use here. He was going to use his Valorian spell, decides against it. Maybe he wants to hold back.
I'm assuming they're saving. Yeah, the Searing Light could have been used on the Stixie, but opted to use it on the bottom push instead. Doesn't quite finish off the Prowler.
It is difficult to use on the Stixie though because of the invisibility. You do risk just completely wasting it. Here comes the Spirits again. Spirit on the Stixie, exactly what Dragon wants. The next Sniper is up as well. Deadshot does have a way of dealing with the snipers, but the Stixie at the top is going to be the problem. Especially against all these small units. Stixie's going ham. Again, the Prowler looks like it's going to get to face. He's going to use the Legionnaires, but the Legionnaires are not going to have a good time when he gets onto the Defenso Chopper. And there you see, Stixie goes invisible and survives.
Okay, ooh, great job with the Crossboots keeping the Stixie visible. Bottom, Whirly would have been good, except the Stun Lancers just completely shut that down.
Now, we're getting towards perk 3. And that's when we're going to see how Deathshot's going to deal with that dragon. Does have a Haunting Hugger, that could be great. Now you have to
Stun Lancers could also be good because there's not really...
desperately trying to keep this Stixie alive. Can he?
Much.
I think he does.
Yeah, okay. that's... And that Stixie's now going to retarget, potentially not on face. Yeah, and so now that's going to be able to help remove some of the Horde. Next Stixie's out. Yeah, I think the main thing is that there's not really much of an answer for Defenso Chopper in DeathShoot's deck.
Back to the shadows.
Like, at best, they have Searing Light, but if they use Searing Light on the Defenso Chopper, then that means that Stixie just gets to have fun.
Some good face damage out there. Shot dropping down under 800 HP now. And here comes perk 3. So this will be the only dragon that Dragon gets. So he needs to make as much use of it as possible. Trying to shut down that Prowler. Prowler lives. Deadshot needs to grab some bridges here, and he is behind on XP, and he doesn't want to allow that dragon just to lock down a bridge for too long. Okay, the Hugger is on Defenso. It will come back.
Ooh, lucky.
Get through the stim. When you get through the stim, will it end up? Yes, it will. Remember, it does hug quicker now. Now that dragon. Death Warrant has been signed, it will die, but bridges are staying red for far too long for Deathshot here. Dragon getting an XP lead. Or increasing his XP lead.
And they still have, you know, like the Stixie's about to come out. Ooh, it's Searing Light.
Oh,
okay, good. Great that time. Okay, but are they going to be able to come back? Like, there's still time. Dragon's definitely going to hit Frenzy first. If they time it right,
nice.
that could be huge. Excellent Sunburn there.
Just thinking about stunning the sniper, but Dragon's ready. Deadshot really needs to put pressure on the bridges though. He's got to minimize the time between Dragon's Mana Frenzy and if he can get to his own.
Okay, here comes Searing Light, so I'm assuming that Stixie's going to be the next card out from Dragon. There it is. And so now Dragon's gonna have a whole deck rotation to just play with that Stixie and keep it on the field, because Dragon now DeathShoot has to push in for the bridges, dealing with the Defenso Chopper and the Stixie at the same time, which is just not gonna be a good time.
No. Okay, Mana Frenzy now for Dragon. Needs to put the hammer down here.
Okay. Ooh, Spirit on the Stixie keeps it alive.
Yeah, that was nice.
DeathShoot coming in. Stixie's still alive, and we're about to see a second Stixie come out anyway.
Yeah, this is really problematic for Deadshot. He's hanging on, but I feel like he's too far behind. It's too much extra mana from Dragon's Mana Frenzy and the bridges at this point. Deadshot's going to hit his Mana Frenzy just going to be too far behind. Here it is. This is going to close it out. Savage end to that one. Dragon strikes first in this redemption bracket final. Best of 5, 1-0. We switch to Dfogo, and we have the very important question, Dfogo. How is your ice cream?
It is very good, thank you. Double caramel, in case anyone wants to know.
Nice.
Ooh.
And you didn't get any to share. Very nice.
I mean, it's hot here, and I believe it's not hot for you. Although, let's keep in mind, nothing was as hot as this match right now. Dragon just kept the control over it. Like 2 minutes into the game, and you could already see that shit was locked into place. That was hot.
Hot damn.
And this is like not well. You guys get the idea. I'm not gonna go much into that. I think it was visible. Not there were some removals for the snipers, but not enough. Dragon went with the spirits. In fact, this was exactly the first Morella deck that we saw Dragon play in this tournament when we streamed it. So he knew it. He had it reserved for this, and now that deck got shine a lot.
Here we go.
It's Minion Master time.
Game number 2. In this redemption bracket final, best of 5, 1-0 currently to Dragon. What's going to happen?
We
Where
bring
are we gonna
hope
go?
to the righteous, to the damned, death.
Deadshot sticking with Valorian. Dragon forced through the conquest rules to switch. Switches to Milloween.
Yep, and we do see that Deathshoot has changed and is now has an Arcane Bolt. Arcane Bolt being a great defenso chopper counter. Not immediately killing it, but after it takes a little bit of damage, does remove it.
It looks like Dragon switch back to an Accursed deck. This time running it with Milloween. There's some extra spells in there, like that bridge grab with the bridge buddies. Be interesting to see, can Dragon keep up in the XP stakes before he gets his Accursed Ascension. You know he's going to get that power spike. What's the state of play going to be at that point? Okay, Spirit missed. Frustrating. Now Deadshot does have a Whirly Scrap. That's going to be great. Clearing the Skelly board.
Okay, ooh, great Arcane Bolt there. Arcane Bolt, while it was 5 mana and it technically only killed a 4 mana unit, it allowed the Stun Lancers to then remove Milloween's Golem, which you know, is a total of 6 mana in unit. So when you're thinking about trades with spells, you got to remember that it's not just the immediate unit that's killed; it's the effect that that unit would have had on the board if it stayed.
Yep. Plus the fact that the bridge was blue for a bit longer. Plus the fact that the bridge had to be taken
The
back.
reach of the light
Every little helps.
grows.
Looking at what's trading better.
Yeah, I think Deathshoot definitely has this game pre-Ascension. They're going to be able to put a significant amount of pressure. It's just a matter of how far can they stack that XP lead. And are they going to be able to do enough pressure? Ooh, Skeleton holding the top bridge is kind of frustrating on Deathshoot, because that means that they really need to commit more mana, but they can't. Not without, you know, playing off cycle and potentially, you know, having the counter cards played.
So with Dragon playing Milloween instead of Morelia this time, he's not going to be able to get that huge power spike where he can effectively get 3 dragons pretty close to each other. He's not going to get a Poke 3 dragon, the Queen's dragon, anymore. He will get dragons, but he will have to cycle through to them. But, of course, on the other side of that, he will have a decent golem to support them with.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh no!
Getting locked down. Can he finish it off? Oh, he didn't get
Oh,
any luck
no!
at all! Oh god, he didn't get one hit on that.
Oh, that's horrible.
That's frustrating for Deadshot.
And defending with shielded crossbow dudes, you can't really use against the Curse Bear, because that'll just melt all the shields off. So they opted to use a Skeleton Horde.
See the whirly. Okay, what's the breath?
Breath, not necessarily getting the most value down there with it now being 7 mana.
Some support down there, nicely targeted. Frost Feather Flybys gonna clear.
Oh man, all the like a few of these trades with DeathShoot got to be really frustrating. Like they had such a lead, but a few like that Arcane Bolt, you know, that Curse Bear just barely living with that skeleton just make it a little bit difficult to deal with stuff like this.
Yep.
And Ascensions have just ticked over for Dragons. Now they're gonna get that power spike.
DeathShoot does have perk 3 though, so the question is, can Dragon use the Ascension increase in power to bring himself back into this? Not an incredible amount of XP behind him, it's definitely manageable, but let's see what he can do. Remember, he's going to have his dragon, but there's the... Oh, okay, that's good removal, DeathShoot needed that. Here we see dragons offensively, near this offensively, by dragon, build that up. The dragon's down to just under 1100 HP, so he's getting
but
a
we
little
have
bit serious there.
Yeah, we have Frost Feathers, the Haunting Hugger, Arcane Bolt. You know, there's a lot of tools that DeathShoot has to deal with this dragon.
Okay, the Hugger didn't get on there, but all this time the bridges are blue, which means DeathShoot's leads and the XP is increasing. That's exactly what he needs, because he is closing in on his own Mana Frenzy. Alright, let's see how he deals with this. Okay, so you see there he spawns the skeleton ball around near this, and he'll kill them all. And the breath support is solid. But it feels like Dragon just has to take one of these pushes and then close the game out. Because DeathShoot's getting very close to Mana Frenzy, but he's going to be finding that. Glorian hits very hard.
That was a very good removal of the dragon. And those dragons are, or Nervier is now 14 mana in total, as opposed to the 13 mana before. So if you can effectively eliminate one of those dragons, it can be huge for the board.
Yep. And then you can kill it with a 2 mana Hugger. It takes a while, but it'll get there. Okay, that Arcane Bolt just shredding the Golem time and time again.
And again, with that bolt, while that's a 5 mana bolt clearing a 2 mana unit, it's the effect that would have on the field. Like Dragon's whole strategy is built around capitalizing on what that Golem can do as it gets boosted from spells. And so while you're spending the 5 mana on that, you're completely shutting down Dragon's win condition.
Yeah, every time he uses the spell with no Golem out, he's losing value. Again, here we see Dragon down to 800, 750, 760, 710. Very low HP.
Okay, Stun Lancer's come out. Oh, Stun Lancer connects to face and Nervier. Breath comes out to clean up the bottom half.
It's going to be far too much. Hug on the Dragon. Dragon's going to die. That's pretty much the end of this, I think. The Dragon's not even going to make it to the bridge.
Dragon's still behind on XP. The Dragon is dead. That Haunting Hugger has been a pain in Dragon's side, as it just kind of jumps across the field without really much of an answer.
Yeah, here we go. DeathShoot just going to close this game out. It's going to bring this Redemption Bracket final level. Best of 5, 1 game all now. Valorian triumphs over Milloween in the second game. 1 game all. Breathless stuff, Dfogo.
Very breathless things. Well, above all because Breath really could not get that much value in that matchup, as you guys were saying. And also because DeathShoot knew exactly what that Ascension was, and he handled it very, very well. He knew it was, okay, there's a Milloween Ascension, that's going to be late game, let's apply this pressure. Let's start ramping up. And from the beginning, we could see DeathShoot like, I got this. And I do believe the reason why it took a bit more time for it to click was due to those unfortunate trades that Cosmic was mentioning, like a unit leaving with a little bit of HP or something just not managing to kill what was necessary. It added up just enough to the point where, as Cosmic said, that's definitely felt that frustration. Like, really, that lived? Like, just, like
there was
that.
a Mana Golem that was dodging the hits like Neo in the Matrix.
Oh yeah, no, like that was, and that was And that was definitely something that would have like thrown me off my game, and I would have had difficulty recovering. Just
For
because
sure.
like while that's a frustrating play, like DeathShoot did not let it affect him. They played the rest of the game, and like even though like there was that one, like they had some real frustrating moments, but did not let it get to him and just slowly applied steady, constant pressure
Yeah.
and just walked it back to Dragon's face, which is amazing and just speaks to their skill as a player.
Yep. The way to keep a clear mind and being aware what the win condition is and how to achieve it. That's really hard to do. At some points in the game, you are just trying to figure out how you're going to win. Like you are 3 minutes into the game, like, we are tied up on experience, same mass or something similar. What's going to happen? No. He had a clear path. He maintained his head held up high and just straight up. So it was very well played. The Valorian is out now, so...
Yeah, Dragon cannot play Morelia. Deadshot cannot play Valorian. Plus the band
Then
as
can't play
well.
Wrecked. Right.
Find ourselves. Yeah. Dragon banned Wrecked. Oh, they both banned Wrecked. Okay. No Wrecked.
No Wrecked, no Bounty Sniper, no Wolf Among Sheep.
There is the Volko. And Volko can be very good versus all those little skeletons. So, like, the Burn the Bridge is a card that Volko receives and is cyclable. As such, if that Volko... He was not the cheapest cycle, but I do believe if he managed to reduce that mana average, that mana cost a bit, to the point where securing more burns, he might just have a good advantage versus that million extension, because the pressure in early game will be huge. Reach second perk, and now the bridge brawls are all going to be won, because Dragon does not have units in that extension deck that can trade off very well versus enraged minions. So it's gonna... I think that Volko, as you were asking before, Cosmic, like now that we are 2 matches into this, I think that Volko can start shining a lot more.
Okay, so 1 game all, Redemption Bracket Final, best of 5. Just suddenly struck me, we haven't really seen Brothers at all, I don't think, today.
No, I think Brothers kind of fell out because I think one of the strengths of Brothers was that they stood up well to most spells, and I think that with people changing to more unit heavy decks, Brothers have not been able to do as well because they don't trade as well versus units, at least not offensively. Defensively, yes, but I don't think offensively they're anywhere near as strong.
Of course, now the Zealots are really sort of taking their position as well. Those Zealots are a lot cheaper and can get a lot of work done. The players just figuring out where they're going to go to next. DeathShot deck building. Dragon in the menu, ready to go.
DeathShoot is deck building, something huge for sure.
Right, DeathShot in menu now.
And I think so now. Dragon's established that Defensor Chopper is a good solid unit that they've put in their decks that they've put against DeathShoot so far. And so DeathShoot had to adjust and put an Arcane Bolt. And so Dragon can now, if they make a deck, they could make a deck that has no good Arcane Bolt target. And if they do that, then that could potentially give them a leg up without, giving DeathShoot easy removal options.
Here we go.
And we're off.
1 game all. Game on.
Minions.
Okay, Deadshot's brought out APEP. Dragon has brought out APEP. There will be snakes. Okay, so this could be down to... Okay, Dragon's playing a future APEP. He's got a 6 mana Doom Cleaver. Could be amazing depending what else he has in his deck. It's basically just a full fat Cleaver right now. He doesn't have any other Void Balls. Done the maths, is it going to work out? Nope, not quite. Okay, I'm not sure about that. Not great RNG for Dragon there, not great RNG. Okay. You know you casting them off this one, Cosmic?
Oh, I did not. I thought Dfogo was doing this one. I'm going crazy. Sorry.
No worries.
I was like, huh. Okay. So Krat Goal, yeah, the Krat Goal is an interesting choice. DeathShoot getting a free sewer scrat to deal with the Krat Goal is insane. Frost Feathers are going to tear into that Shadow Whelp if it would ever normally get value, as well as the Arcane Bolt being able to shut down the Krat Goal. I don't know why Dragon would take Krat Goal against a deck that he knows is going to have Arcane Bolt.
The Krat Goal was from a future.
Ah, okay.
So basically just like a cleave, I think. Got a Shadow
Yeah.
Whelp, right? So
He's got a Shadow Up, so he can reduce the Shadow Up a little bit, but not necessarily the greatest pull.
yeah, I mean he's. So he got the Shadow Whelp from the other future. He got Shadow Whelp from future past, and Doom Cleaver future present. But at least the Doom Cleaver's only 6 mana, so it's basically just the Cleaver with the potential to do something better.
Yeah, if you're playing RNG and you get a Cleaver from the future past, so it's 7 mana or the Krat Gold, then that's really unfortunate because it's really difficult to get 7 mana in value out of them. But I think getting 6 mana in value isn't too difficult, especially if you can get at least 1 kill.
Yeah. But the problem is DeathShot's got a massive XP lead right now.
And in an APEP on APEP matchup, then that's huge. And I think that sewer scrat is just really hitting Dragon in the teeth because they paid mana and therefore XP and board presence to get that cleaver, which just got completely nullified by DeathShoot's perk 1.
Yeah. When you spend all your mana, your early game mana on those
Okay,
features,
ooh.
you are likely to fall behind.
Okay, so we have a priestess come in from DeathShoot, which is not going to be too useful for them, because the priestess, her attack was completely removed, which does a few things. 1, you can't use it as anti-air when it's going behind things, but 2, she'll just wander off. Like you'll be trying to get her to heal a unit, and she'll just keep walking completely past it without a care in the world, straight to the enemy master tower.
Yeah. Less than ideal, but DeathShot already in a very strong position here. See, the Whelp's already spawned, so there's no potential here for Doom Cleaver to get any.
Hey, ooh, that was a massive sunburn.
Now, Dragon should get stronger the longer the game goes on, with the mana he's saving every cycle, but could be
And perk 3 for Dragon could be huge. Because DeathShoot's perk 3 is not necessarily something that's going to super change what's going on in the match. Whereas if Dragon gets something like a Blastmancer, for instance, that could completely change everything that's going on.
now the healer's getting some value. Wandering into harm's way though. Now,
Great Arcane Bolt there. Okay, face damage coming in on both sides. I think DeathShoot's done a great job of putting on pressure. At this point, they've solidified themselves enough of an XP lead
misplay there.
where they'll hit Frenzy. Yeah, I think Dragon shot out the GG. I think they've given up this one.
Yeah, he's far too far behind. Okay, looks like DeathShot's going to take this 2 games to 1. Dragon not really getting the best RNG, but...
Well, see, Krat Goal could have been useful depending, but the issue is with getting a free sewer scrat, like, every time Dragon played Krat Goal, it was answered by sewer scrat, which didn't even cost DeathShoot any mana, and so anything that Dragon would try and support that Krat Goal with, DeathShoot would just answer, and then that was that.
Well, sometimes you have to roll the dice and hope for some good RNG. Seemed like Dragon didn't get it there. Dfogo.
I mean, it's really about what Cosmic was saying. Considering what the match was, I think Dragon really wanted some anti-air he could play. Some anti-air he could use to do all those swarms. But Crackle is the opposite. Crackle does not deal in anti-air. Then you get the Shadow Whelp, which also does not give you bridges. And as Cosmic said, just like the Sure Scrat did such a good job, like going through everything, just like every single time. And also like everything ended up making it so that even after the futures, and even with 1 or 2 reductions, that should still have a cheaper deck than Dragon, because Dragon also had the Boom Buggy. So too many things that at one point I was like, yeah, no, this one is off. So it was unfortunate, but it's also one of the risks of playing future APAP. Sometimes it does wonder, sometimes it does wonder, but not for you. So
yeah.
Yep. Okay, so Deadshot takes a 2-1 lead in this best of 5, so he's within touching distance of the grand final. The Dragon's still in with a shout. APEP no longer able to be played by Deadshot or Valorian or Rekt. So his options are dwindling. Dragons has a few more options available. See which.
Now the thing is though, even though DeathShoot's options are limited, that can also then reactivate like that mind part of the game. So like Dragon's gonna go, okay, so DeathShoot only has these things left. I'm just gonna play something that counters it, and DeathShoot can go, okay, I know he's going to play this, you know, to counter what he thinks I'm going to go. So I'm just gonna run this right here that'll deal with, you know, that counter deck pretty easily. Because all the DeathShoot has to do is just win one more game, and they have a game to spare. Like they could literally just bet a game on what Dragon's gonna win and just completely tech into something. And if they're right, then they win and they take it. But if they're wrong, then they still have a game that they can use to play against Dragon, and then Dragon will have fewer options on that next game.
Right. Here we go. Game number 4. 2-1 to DeathShoot. Redemption bracket final. Deadshot takes this. He goes to the grand final. Dragon takes this. He forces a decider. Take this away, Cosmic.
Ooh, all right. So we got DeathShoot playing Volko versus Dragon playing Valorian. Already, this I'm gonna say, yeah, this is just a bad matchup. We see a sad face coming out from Dragon. Like these trades are gonna be so difficult for Dragon to get value because that bridge burn is just gonna tear into any of the larger units that Dragon has, and then once perk 2 hits, it's gonna be over pretty quickly. I think.
The odds may be stacked against him, but very experienced player, very good player. Let's see what he can get done.
Blue obtained the first part.
Okay, so units coming on that bottom bridge. Okay, so I think that those were going to be the bottom bridge target, but now he's holding bridge burn for the Legionnaires up top. So that...
You could also say that that's a sad face at the start. Bit of mind games, maybe. We'll see.
Potentially. I mean, Harbinger against Volko can be good situationally. If you're able to properly clear out the anti-air cards.
Right, here comes the flyby.
Yeah, flyby just slowing the Harbinger, not really damaging it.
Dragon holding the bridges for quite a while at the moment.
Ooh, great sunburn. Okay.
You're getting a lot of value. It is slowed though, so that's a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, I think the slow was a calculated move earlier. All right, the next Harbinger is already out though.
Dragon's got to get the most value out of that. That's his key to get back into this.
Yeah, if Dragon's able to stack Harbingers, they could potentially do something, because Harbingers can't get hit by the bridge burn, and any ranged units that are able to pick up that rage and gain the value from it are going to be forward enough where Dragon will be able to counter everything else. Ooh, that was amazing luck on the Searing Lights part right there. Oh no!
Be careful here, because that's an enraged Harbinger.
And all the Zealots just got raged as well through that sunburn. This could be it right here. Like this is a raged hasted Zealot about to take a good amount of damage off of face. That Harbinger is raged and it's locked onto face. Ooh, that Plasma Marine is getting shut down.
Dragon,
this could be it.
Dragon identifies the Harbinger just needs to be kept alive, and that's going to be GG. But it's not gonna. I don't think he's going to finish it here. But he's done huge face damage.
Oh my. Yeah, at this point, Dragon has carved himself out a good, solid weakness in DeathShoot's defenses. So now DeathShoot has to play a lot more aggressively against this Harbinger, which is a really dangerous thing to do. Because, you know, at that point, your ranged units can just get countered. That one Searing Light was so huge, with it completely removing that Drone Walker.
We see the two different spells Deadshot's used. He used the flyby to slow the Harbinger, but then on a different occasion he used the Sunburn to turn it into a monster.
Yeah.
Trying to keep his aimbot alive, but doing everything he can to keep the aggro off of that aimbot. The aimbot's gonna go down.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Ooh,
that one's dead, but the next Harbinger is coming through. XP is about even. That does mean Berserker Rage though, so all of the non-Harbinger trades that DeathShoot will do okay. Dragon is purposely cycling Sunburn on face though, because they only need a few more Sunburns, so DeathShoot has to be very careful about what they played next to their face. Which is of course difficult to do when you're trying to keep the Harbinger off of you.
Yep, Deadshot in control of XP, but very low HP. So anyone's game.
Your end draws closer.
The bridge burns softening everything up. Four sunburns required.
Yeah.
If you just do a little bit of damage to face, and then we'll be down to only 3 sunburns needed.
Okay, there's the Searing Light. Okay, ATG locks onto what it needs to. Damage is about to come in on face though, with the Legionnaires and the Sunbird. That's 2 Sunburns away from death.
This is so close. Remember, Dragon started this game with the sad face. Did he think he was going to lose? Was it a bit of mind games? We're not sure, but at the moment he's very close to taking this game number 4 and bringing this back to 2 games all. Sunburn does 100 damage to face, Deadshot's 145 damage. If you do the maths, you figure that out. That's 2 Sunburns required on face. There's one of them.
There's one of them.
No margin for error, but...
And here's the Harbinger coming in though. At this point, Dragon basically has DeathShoot where he wants him. DeathShoot has the XP lead, but with that massive push with that Harbinger, that's it.
Legionnaire!
Oh my goodness!
Well,
Very cute.
how do you feel about the early emotes from Dragon and then how the game turned out?
I'm not gonna lie, like at one point there when I saw like that Harbinger getting all that space that he, I was like, what? Like, wow, this here could be huge. And Dragon made it huge. Dragon made it very huge.
But
The capitalization on that part there, just securing everything. Just like, okay, let's go. It's here. It's my moment. It's the time to turn this sad face into a very happy one. Let's go.
Yeah, we
And
saw
he did very well.
Saw at one point Deadshot using the Sunburn on the Harbinger. Do you think that was a mistake? Because that Enraged Harbinger did a lot of damage.
Yeah. I'm sure he was not expecting the Harbinger to live like that. And that's the thing. Dragon saw it, and I believe he even played something else. Like, there were already the Zealots there in front. As Cosmics in a moment also got Enraged. But I believe Dragon also played something else to guarantee I need more frontline here. I need nothing targeting this Harbinger. This Harbinger is going to be huge now. It's going to be my money ball. And it was a huge money ball. It was insane.
Yeah, and I think that whole shift towards Dragon side was just started by that one Searing Light. I think was like that one crucial moment where that Drone Walker was going across the bridge. It was going to kill the Harbinger. Searing Light was activated. DeathShoot answered by dropping down all the Legionnaires. But Valorian just decided to, even though there's all these other units I could hit, no, that Drone Walker, that's what I need to kill. And he killed it. And then there was not enough ranged units in DeathShoot's deck to then continue the push until his next cycle came around. And at that point, like, the Harbinger had already cleared out all of the front line. The next Harbinger had been placed. Like, the amount of value from, like, that one push was insane just in and of itself, but it also dropped DeathShoot into critical territory, which then changed the way that they had to play against Dragon's deck, which then just made that deck so much easier to just push and walk in. It was very, very well played.
Especially Sunburn
on both sides.
That was an example of, there was a lot going on, but it was really just the dance between the Harbinger and the anti-air that Deadshot had, and the just trying to keep Dragon desperately trying to keep that Harbinger alive. Deadshot desperately trying to get his anti-air on top of it, and it was just that little dance. And yeah, that sunburn seemed to be a mistake. And that was just huge damage. Huge damage. But what happened happened. We're 2 games all. The players need to put whatever's happened out of their minds to a degree. And now we're going to go into the decider. Now remember, the winner of this goes through to the grand final to meet Katt. The loser is our 3rd place player of the day. So we'll see exactly where we're going to go in a moment. We're sure that nobody's restarted their game.
No one's gonna get you again, right?
Burned too many times. It's bound to happen. Okay. Breathless stuff right now.
Very breathless stuff right now.
Yes, we're 2-2 now, and I think that this last match is gonna. I don't think that it's gonna come down to a dance. I think that this last match is going to be won basically from the beginning. I think that that it's going to be like both players have access to some pretty strong decks, and both players understand how to counter those decks. And so I think it's going to be what deck are they going to play? I'm going to play the counter, and then they're either going to win or lose that rock, paper, scissors.
Yep, we're waiting to see exactly what they're going to play. Is this the time for someone to be brave and play something a little bit risky, or are they just going to stick with what they think they know? What they know, you know, we saw some people taking Avea earlier on, but I don't think we're going to see Avea in a match like this. Remember, any master that's been won is no longer able to be played with. So Dragon's won with Morelia and Valorian. They're off the table for Dragon. Deadshot's won with Valorian and Apep. That's off the table for him. Both players banned Wrecked as well. Gonna see something else.
And both players still have access to Mordor, so we could even theoretically have a Mordor on Mordor match.
Yeah, we did see so much Mordor at the start, but then
yes. Now both players do have Bounty Sniper banned, so it wouldn't be the most effective Mordor, but you can make Mordor work without a Bounty Sniper. It's not too terribly difficult, and if your opponent is expecting you not to play Mordor, and you take that into account, you can get huge value out of it.
Okay, so players really putting some thought and effort into what they're going to do. Both of them sitting in deck building at the moment. Yeah. 5 games. Best of 5. 2 games all. Katt awaiting the winner of this.
They are both deck building, so it might just be that Cosmic. Like the moment you mentioned the Mordor, like that, for me, that really hit the spot in my brain. Oh, this might just be it.
And if it's a Mordor, then it technically would be a back and forth the entire game.
Yeah, I mean the most crucial res on that at the most crucial time would probably dictate the game. Like, let's make Mordor reses not dictate games. What we have, Mordor versus Mordor. The res dictate the game. All right, here we go again.
Remember, all the time this is happening, Katt's sitting there, relaxed, watching what everyone else is doing. He hasn't had to play a game for a good while. So this is probably playing into his hands a little bit. Of course, that's the benefit you get from just going through the winner's bracket. You get to sit back and see everyone else thrashing it out. Yep, this is indeed the last game before the grand finals. Deadshot in the menu. Dragon in the menu. The match is starting. Here we go. 2 games all. Best of 5. This is the decider between Deadshot and Dragon. Okay, we see a Diona. We see a Mordor.
Showtime!
I know the way.
Okay, we got a future present in Diona. What's RNG going to be like?
Yeah, so we see Mordor versus RNG can be tricky. Then our RNG is actually going to work. Oh, okay, so this can be huge. So Void Altar will push out, it'll pop out 3 orbs, and you can get a Succubus, a Shadow Whelp, and an Incubus. Those 3 units can inflict a significant amount of damage on a Mortar if they're properly picked up. Now, DeathShoot, I would say, is a player who is used to using Void Altar and can very easily turn the tide of this battle if they use it properly. The issue is they're gonna hit, it's all gonna be about that one good Void Altar play. If they can get one good Void Altar, then they can stack and be okay. But if they're not able to get off that one altar, then it's going to be very difficult.
Missed Spirit there. Now he's got the flyby, which he could be used to pick up the Void Orbs, Souls, whatever they're called, right?
Yes. And the Souls, I believe.
But not the traps. I don't think the traps can be used. Okay, that's
traps
a good
cannot be used.
It's a good trap. Take out that Stixie though. Now, Void Altar is a tricky card to get value out of, but at only 6 mana.
Well, with DeathShoot has Frost Feathers though.
Yep.
And Frost Feathers are an amazing card to have when you're doing stuff like that. Defensive Chopper does a pretty good job of shutting it down. I think that orb spawn was a little bit unfortunate for DeathShoot with the Whirly Scrat not picking it up. I think they were expecting it to be picked up, and it just didn't.
Got a Whelp, Shadow Whelp out of it, but that's it.
Shadow Whelp isn't necessarily the worst.
At least he got some value out of it. He's going to need to get better value as we go.
Yeah, I'd say that Whelp got 5 mana's worth, but that was still a 6 mana altar. And now he's revealed that he has a Void Altar, and so Dragon's going to be playing accordingly.
This is an example of how the best players can get value out of awkward cards. And when you're playing RNG stuff, you've got to be able to take advantage of whatever is given to you. And see what Deadshot can do.
Okay, getting the new and improved crossbow trap versus the Stixie is...
the Stixie at the bottom survives. 2 Stixies are shredding everything. Okay, snipers everywhere.
I don't think that there are enough units in DeathShoot's deck that can properly deal with Stixie for them to be able to get themselves enough of a margin to properly make Void Altar work.
Stixie's at the bottom, frustrating. Any push on them? Yes, he can. One of them goes down, trying to save it, but it's not going to go. Okay, killing those 2 is very important. Still got another sniper. Nice use though of the trap at the top there. Res, sniper res. Another Stixie spawn. Frustrating. He managed to deal with 2 of them, but there's another one here. 2 defensos are going to be frustrating for him to remove as well. Deadshot may have just got bad RNG.
Go get it, boy.
That's what happens when you play a card like that.
You're rolling the dice of fate, and you know sometimes you win and sometimes you don't. Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Oh no!
It's not over yet. Okay, it's not over yet. And of course, he just needs one good Void Altar to get a big presence there. He got some extra mana there from Ruffles, so that's going to help. We'll all be in position to try to tank the snipers as much as possible.
And the Void Altar can also be used as a wall, because it has 300 extra hit points that you can take in damage and still get all 3 orbs if you play it right. So one good Void Altar play is all that DeathShoot really needs. And they're kind of tying themselves on XP right now.
Looks like they're just holding the altar, waiting for a good opportunity, but none of them are being presented. Flyby coming in, trying to get damage to it. Struggling to get DPS on the Stixie. Stixie goes down at the bottom though, that's useful. XP lead though, for Dragon. And the Dragon probably would have had a bounty sniper, but it was banned out. What's he doing? What's he doing? Okay, there we go, using it as a wall.
Okay.
Using a 6 mana wall though, with nothing in return. That's exactly what happened. Did he just give
up?
up?
No, he gave up, yeah.
Looks like Deadshot's given up. The RNG was not in his favour. Looked like he may have had some opportunities to potentially get some value out of the Void Altar, but ultimately It wasn't to be.
Yeah, getting a Shadow Whelp as that first orb is not necessarily ideal. You want something like an Incubus, but there was a defensive chopper. If they would have got like a Succubus at that current moment, it would have really helped them wiggle a little bit. But when you play a Void Altar, you give your opponent momentum, and once a Mortar gets momentum, they don't lose it.
Wow. Okay, Dragons into the grand final. A little bit disappointing there, Dfogo, to see a game end just really decided there by RNG, but is that the risk you take?
Exactly. And at one point, we can also say it's only fair since that's also won a match where Dragon has terrible RNG, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, as Cosmic said, some tools were there. Bats are also very good. You mentioned the flyby. I was also thinking like bats are also very good. They're in predictability, and like the fact they can jump so much can make it so that they will just go to an orb. That versus snipers just does not happen because the snipers are gonna focus the bats. Bats will do nothing. It was like I can imagine the frustration face of someone just trying to get some value out of everything, trying to get a small window, just like a small tiny window to bam, Void Altar. Now, 1 soul there, 2 souls there. It was just those small details. And I do want to add, how unfortunate was it? Because like he played the first Void Altar after the Frost Feather flyby hit the caged brawler, and the soul spawned literally where that flyby had gone to. So it's like if he had played the Void Altar first and then the flyby, he would have gotten a soul instantaneously that might have helped to deal with the defensive chopper. It's alright. Very sad.
These things happen. Gonna be
Yep.
frustrated, but he's done great. He's got himself 3rd place here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Third place being a whopping $150. Dragon now solidifying themselves at least 2nd place, which is $200, and fighting Katt for the $350 grand prize, as well as that extra copy of the Dynasty Morelia skin.
okay, right, we're gonna have a little break. I need to have a little break as well. We're gonna get set up for our grand final. So grand final, best of 5. Conquest rules. It's going to be Dragon versus Katt. We've seen this set up many times before. Dragon was fighting his way through the redemption bracket. Katt has been sitting there patiently waiting. He now has his foe. Which way do you guys see this game going?
Let's see. Katt 3-0 Dragon before, and has had the ability of watching Dragon fighting his hardest. And so Katt has basically seen everything that Dragon has had saved up, I would say. And Dragon, with being 3-0, has not even seen that much of Katt's decks. So I'd say that Katt's well in their right to say that they have an advantage.
Exactly that. It might go both ways, but there's no doubt the advantage is completely leaning towards Katt's favor in terms of both decks and both experience, in the sense that Katt still has 1 more life, so he can still learn even more decks. He can still get even more experience versus Dragon's deck before actually facing them for the last matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You can see that short reaction in chat. He does look very happy singing about that Void Altar.
happy singing, or I'm going slightly mad singing.
Mm-hmm.
These things happen. Well, he's had many occasions where he's got some beautiful RNG and the armor comes around. This is what happens. But yeah, the chance of getting that out of all the options he could have got, very frustrating, but it happens. It happens. Right, I'm going to use the bathroom very quickly. We're going to wait for the players to take a quick break. And then we'll almost be ready for our grand final. Be right back.
Gosh. Are we doing bets, Cosmic? What are we betting? Who's winning?
That's a good question. I mean, if I had to bet, I would definitely say Katt in this case, because Dragon, like I said, Dragon revealed all of their decks, and all of their decks were very gimmicky, I would say. Like it's Accursed, it's Sniper Mortar, like with the ability to have card bans. Like you can completely neutralize a whole style of deck. Like, you know, pulling out Bounty Sniper shuts down the Mortar.
Yeah.
If you cut
I mean, it weakens him, right? We did see that.
Well,
he
yeah.
can,
he can win if you do get sorry. If you get the finger from RNG, yes, it can do very well. I think that if DeathShoot would have got anything even slightly more valuable, then that could have gone much different. But potentially, I think that DeathShoot maybe could have done it if they used the Void Altar to tank, right? And they got lucky RNG and got the orb on their side of the field, and that orb happens to be an Incubus, and that Defenso Chopper was not in Dragon's hands to deal with said Incubus. Like, if all of those stars aligned just perfectly, then maybe it could have gone different, but it would have had to have happened exactly like that.
I mean, it's not something that could not have happened, but for sure, it was very unfortunate. It also goes to show the mastery of Dragon. Like, the moment the Void Altar was shown, like, Dragon was like, pressure on, boom, and he never stopped. Never ever stopped. We saw him play front lines at the bridge, back lines as close as possible to be like instantaneously shooting, caged brawlers everywhere he had the chance, turrets on the bridge to guarantee presence and spirits. He was aware of what was going on. He was aware, nope. Oh, you got a Void Altar. Oh, you want 2 souls on my field? Let me just guarantee you don't put a single step and single foot into my field then.
Yeah, like Dragon understood that Void Altar can get crazy out of hand the moment that you get one off, and he just made sure that he always covered those bridges and didn't let anything get in fast enough.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's expected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so grand final time. Katt versus Dragon. Winner gets $350.
Woohoo!
Big shout out as always to the supporters of the event. We got GGtoor, Community Gaming, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the developers. We're just taking a minute while the players just take a little break. Well, Katt doesn't need a break. He's been chilling for a bit. But, Dragon taking a moment after that. At best of 5.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, we're going to be best of 5. There is the potential of a grand final reset if Dragon does win the first best of 5. Since Katt's got that second life, since he hasn't lost at all yet.
Mm-hmm.
So Katt in a strong position. See exactly what they're going to play shortly. So I see Dragon coming online. Now we're going to have to, of course, pay very close attention to Katt and his constant restarts.
Mm-hmm.
Don't see him online yet. Okay, so we'll have a look out to see got any ban information.
Nothing as of yet. But I would bet on Rect. What do you guys think?
Seen a lot of those bans for sure.
Yeah, I think absolutely because Rect can work with a lot of different decks, and so I think banning Rect for the Master is the safest, and then banning key cards for Mordar is the next safest, and Apep is nowhere near the threat as he was with all of the mana play of cards going on as they're trying to balance out the meta.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see a lot of mind games. I'm going to make a risk. You know, Katt can take a risk. He's got that second life in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a wait to see. So if you've just joined us, we've had a lot of action today. Remember, Minion Masters has had a lot of changes over the last week or so. And there's more changes to come. Remember, next season we're going to be trialing, or Minion Masters is going to be trialing no wildcards for an entire season, maybe 2. Give people a chance to see what the game is like, to see the developers a chance to see what the game is like without wildcards. And then they'll make a decision based on whether they're going to continue or not. So I'm excited to see that. I feel like it's going to be removing the wildcards removes something that's going to be very frustrating for a lot of people to play against. And it's going to make the game more of a skill-based game, hopefully. But we'll see. Remember, they did do the survey. It did say the majority of people liked wildcards. But we'll see what happens. They'll do this test. It'll be very interesting to take part in the test, as well as to see what everybody's feedback is after the test.
And I think that's something too. Like I think getting a poll before and then a poll after is going to be huge.
Yeah,
because people who I would say that the vast majority of the people who want wildcards removed have played in tournaments and know what a match without wildcards looks like. Whereas the people who play with wildcards don't necessarily know what a match without them looks like. And they don't necessarily know what the game can be, because when you play with wildcards, it's less about holding counters for cards, and it's more just about playing what you have and getting your push going.
Okay, we've got some ban information coming in.
Ooh, yes, we do. Dragon banned Rect as expected, and also Bounty Sniper, Wolf Among Ship. Katt, however, banned Valorian, Grenadier, and Wolf Among Ships. Wolf Among Ship is out for both of them, but Dragon can play a Rect deck only once, because this is Grand Final, so we have Conquest rules going on, but he can play a Rect deck.
And Mordar and Apep, which I think Katt is kind of expecting, because Katt has seen Dragon's decks with those masters. And so I think that they're kind of basically taking out what they don't know, because they haven't seen much of Dragon's Valorian. And so with taking out Dragon's Valorian and eliminating like the unknown, they now know, okay, they're playing Apep. This is the deck that they're playing. Or they're playing Mordar. Yeah. That's what they're doing. And so that kind of gives him like an edge there. I'm assuming is what that is. Because this is Conquest rules. So if you lose to a master, you're only losing once. And so your bans are much more targeted, I would say. Because it's not necessarily like banning a strong master. It's banning the master that you think you'll lose to.
Yeah, that is true. And as you were saying, like, at one point, though, I do believe Dragon went with just showing he has lots of cards instead of always showing the same card. Like, we've seen him play all those masters, also Morelli, Miloin. So at this point, Katt's like, okay, I know all the decks. So there's no element of surprise. So now it's just a matter of lottery and seeing, can I get it right what he's going to play? The moment he sees the master, he knows what's going to be. But is he going to have the appropriate deck, the appropriate tools in the match to deal with that? He knows what's going to be, but he does not know if he's going to get it right. He might be preparing for late game extension, and we see Dragon playing some completely different for the late game. So there's also that. Not to mention, I would also be wondering if Dragon's going to just put something new we've yet to see. Like, I would like to see Dragon play King Puff, or what options we have? Ravager, well, that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, sometimes they have to think outside the box a little bit, because if they're too predictable, then their opponent's just going to be able to almost guess what they're going to play and have a counter ready. Yeah, of course, banning Grenadier, because Dragon is almost guaranteed to play that. Definitely.
In just about every deck that's not Mordar.
Yeah.
Because it's a very cheap swarm removal.
And then we see both players banning Wolf Among Sheep. We've seen a lot of those bans today. Obviously a card that's very meta at the moment, it seems, especially in this tournament. It's either played or it's banned, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
So Katt's going to know that Dragon at some point is going to play at least one Accursed deck.
Yep.
Going to have to try to keep in the back of his mind how he's going to deal with that. Here we go. We're loading into game number 1.
Who's spectating the first match?
Cosmic.
Okay, cool.
I'll take it. Fine.
Here we go. Grand final time. Katt against Dragon.
The light is my guide.
Okay, there we go.
What is
Valorian
yours?
and Miloin.
Okay. Alright, we see Dragon now playing Brothers.
Right, okay.
Nope, dragon left.
Okay, something's going on. And whatever it was, it's happened early.
I don't think dragon has any banned cards. Or hang on. Oh no, Grenadier.
Of course, he can't. I think if he queues into a game without Grenadier, he gets an error message pop up on his,
Yeah.
his game. Are you sure you want to play without this?
Blue is victorious.
Okay. Like, that's likely to be just a reset because it was instantly noticed. Right. Okay. Let's try again. It's good that he noticed immediately. Probably yelled, "My Grenadier! No!" But it is not to be. Okay. So they should be just restarting. Check. Okay, so Dragon's gonna have to change his deck a little bit. Okay.
Okay, but again, we see targeted bans can be everything. If Dragon wouldn't have started with the Grenadier in the top of their deck, that could have been a match loss just due to deck error. So we see Katt has won the mind game there.
I believe the rules are if they determine it, if they detect it immediately and just leave, then they can just restart, right? Okay, we'll just confirm exactly what's going on. Okay, both players have to agree then. Right, okay. Now this is an interesting one because both players have to agree. So, you know, Katt's within the rules to say that was a loss. Remember, there's a lot of money on the line here.
Dfogo, you are unmuted in Discord. Dfogo. There we go. Okay, cool.
It's like literally the second time I'm unmuting on the second on the wrong person. I'm like, mute here. Ah.
Okay.
But yeah, that was the point of it. So now you're trying to Katt if Katt is taking the win, is that it?
Yeah.
Yes. If I were Katt, I would, because then that knocks out a whole master, and that's another deck that Katt doesn't have to do.
Whoa. What it's gonna be?
Waiting for a response from Katt. Oh.
All right.
So Katt's told Dragon he will choose what card he wants Dragon to play.
Wait, what? What?
So
Dragon
That's
he's saying
Katt...
he can replay it, but he's going to punish Dragon.
That's fair though, because that gives him a chance. Be like, hey, we're gonna re-queue. I'm just gonna take out Grenadier, and you know what? You can have, you know, this. You can have Ritual of Servitude. Have fun.
Play for an altar. Taste the magic.
You won the last match because someone else got Void Altar. So now you get to make your deck work with a Void Altar.
That look very interesting.
Okay. Dragon doesn't like that suggestion.
I mean, the alternative is just taking the loss, and I feel like if you got to do one or the other, I feel like at least having a fighting chance, you know, would be worth it.
The worst case is you are playing with 3 cards instead of 4.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, worst case scenario, you're playing with 3 cards instead of 4. But I think that Katt And I think that this is definitely a part of the tournament that like has kind of got overlooked. Like people just automatically like, oh, let him restart. Like no, like if you ban a card and the other person doesn't take it out, like you've won the mind game. Reward yourself.
Okay. Right. Okay, well, Chinese whispers here. Katt's not responding to anything.
Okay, he's
To me, anyway.
thinking, Void Altar or Ritual, Void Altar or Ritual. Which one's gonna be?
I think we're just gonna have to reset. I think Katt's agreed to just restart, but I haven't got that confirmed yet. Okay, bit of drama here. Okay. Right, okay, what's Katt? Right, okay.
That reaction to Katt is just always the best one. And Dragon has not.
Right. We shall get to the bottom of it. Right, well, Sinobii says Katt allows restart, so ready when they are. God damn it. Seems like Katt still thinks he's choosing it. Right, I'll accept in. Okay. Right. Right, let's see if we can find Katt. Looking on Steam and not Discord. Right, sorry for this delay. We'll figure out exactly what's going on.
All right, so let's see. If Katt got to pick, Bannerman would be a funny one. Corpse Explosion would be a funny one. Corpse Explosion I feel like would be okay. Because it is a removal spell that also gives you a skeleton afterwards. I feel like you could make that work while it is inconvenient.
Well, yeah, Corpse Explosion, you can get the value either way.
Mm-hmm.
Why give your opponent a spell that might just help in defense and counterattacking?
Yeah.
Just give Zeppelin. Now, Zeppelin still is not that terrible right now.
Zeppelin's really good right now because it's the only way to clear Swarm, you know, and still get a unit out of it.
What other card? He could just give Blood Imps and then play like Fireball or something like bam, bam, bam.
Okay, right, we got to the bottom of it. I'm going to play this. No, you play that. I don't want to play that. I'm going to forfeit. No, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Propeller scratch instead of Dragon refuses and forfeits. It's like, no,
right.
Screw your propeller scratch, I'll forfeit.
Okay, wait.
Let's duel.
Okay, here we go.
Am I on?
Alright, oh, is that Gambler Ball?
Cosmic's here. With me on this one. Okay, grand
I'm
final.
here too. Alright, double dipping, let's go.
Right, Chain Gang. Could be fun.
Okay, yeah, okay, so Dragon has substituted Grenade Scrat for Propeller Scrats.
Right, here are the brothers. Right, so Valorian and Milloween, it is, as expected.
Okay, so Chain Gang there guarantees the healing fireball,
That's
which
huge.
removes the stun lancers and caps the bridge.
Big push.
And Katt using the grenade scrat, I'm sure laughing their butt off,
What a
being like,
monster.
ah yes, you
Another
see this?
heal, though. Dragon's getting a lot of face damage done here. Still going. He has taken a lot of face damage himself as well. This grand final is full of drama and very big pushes to start with here. Team Dragon will be happy with that. The Gambler's Ball, great value. Okay. Playing the Grenadier is just, as you say, rubbing salt into his wound. Here we see again. Brothers fighting to get softened up. There's going to be some DPS supporting them, but those zealots really hit hard.
Yeah, and the Zealots taking them out really hurts because Dragon has all of these combo cards for the brothers that they're not necessarily able to get.
And we spoke earlier about how the brothers, we hadn't seen them, they've been replaced by the Zealots, and the Zealots absolutely shrek them there. Katt did take a lot of damage at the start there, but has maintained a big XP lead. Here come the prop strats. Interesting choice. Kappa.
Gotta use them somehow.
Before killing blow from prop strats. We go again. And the brothers get some value. We saw a huge push at the start. Gonna have a Gambler's Ball. It's the heal. There is the Gambler's Ball. Okay. Well,
Can't hide from the light.
frustrating there that the Golem died at the end. Back. Okay, it's gonna get shut down.
Ooh, yeah, and all that getting cursed just got completely removed. Okay, Zealot getting stunned, not a big deal because Valorian just healed it right back up.
Dragon did seem to get a good start, but it's good at the moment. One brother lives, one brother perishes.
And one brother isn't necessarily worth, you know, like a heal ball or other assist spells.
Yeah, the power of the brothers is the fact there's two of them. It makes it so difficult to get them both stunned. Now, big XP lead for Katt.
Okay, oh those poor prop scrats just got annihilated by the crossbow dudes. Dragon, I'm sure, cursing the air and kicking the dust.
I mean, do you feel like this sort of a start for Dragon? Just the drama with the ban card is just going to really tilt him?
That tower's starting to crumble.
Not necessarily. I think I think that they were able to put up a significant fight, even with not necessarily having their optimum deck, which I think, if anything, can give them a good amount of confidence, and they can still easily pull this out because now they have perk 3, which is level 5 Golem coming in, and Katt does not necessarily have a way to close this out quickly, so they're going to have to take it to Mana Surge. Ooh.
Okay, the Zealots just absolutely making a mockery of the brothers there.
Yeah, the Zealots versus Brothers is just insane.
Okay, he's falling as far away as possible really there from that Zealot, but Dragon's dropping very low on HP. Needs a very strong push. Needs to finish this game super soon because Mana Frenzy is available for the Katt now. So he's going to be able to just defend potentially with ease. Let's find out.
Okay, and Katt knows, you know, that Gambler's Ball is coming in. So there it is.
Oh, the Golem again just dying. That's frustrating. Needs that support with the brother, and the brother's just going to melt. Katt's likely to close this out now.
Yeah, that's and Katt denying even the missiles. That's like I feel like that's like when you're on the ground and you spit out blood and then the opponent just like pushes you back into the ground kind of thing.
Right. Okay. Katt takes the first game 1-0. Dfogo, do you think if he was able to play the Grenadier, would that have made much of a difference there?
I'm feeling inclined towards saying no, mainly because although the Gambler's Ball was insane, like very well thought and played, the reason why I think it wouldn't make that much of a difference is because the Zealots were doing a lot of work versus those brothers. We saw how an enraged Zealot was two-shotting the brother. Usually if he's enraged, he's also hasted, making him attack even faster. At that point, it just makes me feel like, okay, Zealots are completely shutting down whatever Dragon is trying to put up, so Katt's gonna defend. He has the bridge advantage. I don't think the AoE would have made that much of a difference. It is good. I want to be clear. It is good to have the Grenadier, especially coupled with the Sunburn when you are dealing with Stun Lancers and you don't have the Gambler's Ball on your hand. But at the same time, there was just so much going on that I do not feel Dragon would have managed to make a significant push if he had a Grenadier to help. At some points, it felt like having those air units just going on top of everything and like disrupting the stints and whatever it was, the air units that Katt placed on the defense was giving some value. Not ideal, of course, not ideal. But still, Katt had a very good defense.
It did seem at the start of that game that Dragon put on a lot of pressure, got a lot of face damage done. But it seemed like throughout that, Katt was able to maintain bridge control, did face damage himself, and that was the only time we saw that big push from Katt. From Dragon. Do you think Katt was maybe caught a little bit by surprise with the Gambler's Ball? Combo?
I would say so. I had exactly that same feeling that in the beginning, like Katt won the match and then he left without looking at Dragon's deck, and he was like, okay, play propellers instead of Grenadier, not because he knew completely what was going on, but just like okay. Now I'm getting caught by surprise. That Gambler was good, but it was the only one.
Here we go, game number 2. Dfogo's with me on this one.
Let's jam. We are seeing Dragon now playing Mordor and Katt playing APAP. So Katt cannot play the Valorant that he just played, neither can he play Rekt. Dragon is playing the Mordor. He could also have played the same Milovin, but he's playing Mordor now. We've seen this Mordor, it feels to be the Mordor with snipers we saw previously him use versus Deathshot. So let's see how this Mordor now fares against the APAP.
Yep, it's all going to be about the snipers and what kind of removal does Katt have. He does have a Sunburn, of course that's not the Stixie entirely or anything with the Spirit.
Interesting that Dragon chose not to put the defense on top deal with it and instead bring defense on board. It was actually very well played because the Stixie ended up just killing everything on top.
Right, Spirited Stixie working its way through this skeleton horde pretty quickly, but it's going to need some support at the bottom here. Remember, whilst the Stixie is shredding the skeleton horde, once he gets on something that's relatively substantial, it's not going to be quite so effective.
This Curse Bearer res, it's not necessarily bad because it's going to be the front line the Stixie needs.
Still something to tank, and of course it's got that curse as well. And it's going to take the bridge, and it's going to survive.
And it's going to get Spirit, it is, so yep, front line secured.
Like not a great res, turned into pretty decent. Okay, can he keep the Stixie alive?
He just might if he gets a Sunburn on time. He's not Sunburning though.
Oh, okay, the Marine just killed it, but the next Stixie has replaced it and has a Spirit.
Wow, and that was very well played. Like there was nothing else on the field. The only other thing was already Spirited. And once you only have Spirit, it cannot get more Spirits. So it's a good way of also controlling your Spirits. Crawler res.
Right, Stixie locked on at face at the top there.
Grenadier hitting the Stixie to his AoE on the Curse Bearer.
I feel like Katt's going to play the Grenadier in every game.
Shoving in his face, look, this is what you wanted to play.
You missed this.
It's here just to remind you.
There, we see the Spirit again.
Yep.
As we would expect, Dragon's behind on XP, but he will start trying to ramp up with his aggressions as the game goes on.
Yep.
Interesting.
Then again, not having the bounty sniper, as Cosmic was saying, it's a very important factor.
Yep. I think if you have the bounty sniper, he'd probably be a lot closer on XP.
Wow, the Spirit allowed the defensive to leave here. It can be something. He does play Curse Bearer to secure front line just in case. Yeah. Very nice Sunburn, but it ends up killing his own Jolo.
Right, there's 2 snipers out. One's going to go down to the bottom. Stixie's still alive. What are we going to get from perk 3 from Katt? That could be very important.
I don't think Stun Shrine would be, as I found, would be super important since he has no Zenchi activator. Wait, was it too early?
Oh, he's got a ghost.
Oh, ooh.
I mean,
It's something like Ghost can deny reses. Look,
that's a
just
great
now.
ghost.
Yeah,
You say ghost.
very good, bro.
He's going to have to use it very defensively though with all these snipers about.
That is true, but if he can get that value that he just got, that's huge. Dragon is starting to stack on these snipers, though we can see 2 Stixies on top.
Although you
Another
can
one
say
on bot.
Stop the Prowler resin. Something else will res instead. And here we see
Yeah.
the snipers beginning to build up a mass. We've got 2 Stixies
Yep.
on top. They have been pushed very far forward. But here we see again. Trying to grab Defenso.
Oh, what? That was a very good denial on the Ghost.
Have a head on XP, but Dragon really coming back. 2 Stixies up.
3 Stixies up. There's one on top and 2 on... there it is. It's the down, the other one. Oh, so sad.
The best res, but that's a lot of face damage onto Katt. Dragon bringing this game back.
And these Stixies on bot can... It's 2 of them. Oh, they said they were not fast enough to deal with the Horde.
Ghost though.
Oh, the Spirit also. Oh, this is scary now. Dragon is losing the pressure.
Katt's done a good job clearing pretty much everything up, getting the bridges back. Now he's going to have to push into the Stixies.
Might just get another Stixie res, which is for sure something he wants. Yep. A hasted Stixie. This is a hasted Stixie.
Yep, that's a monster.
Wow.
Okay, Katt knows. He's fighting. Really fighting here.
There's the Sunburn to kill the... Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
Very nicely done. Defenso tanking. Isn't quite res though. Something else will. Oh, that's not a good res.
Ooh.
It's frustrating. Right. Dragon is catching up. Katt can see Mana Frenzy available.
That's true, but this is scary. 2 Stixies, both with spirits, Prowler, and... Oh, wow!
Oh my god,
so
close. Oof. Right,
that's grabbing a huge heart attack. There's the... Yep, Sunburn. Killing everything, like... I'm killing
okay,
my Prowler and your Ghost with it.
Yeah, that's okay, because it's a 0-cost card for Katt, and counter.
He just got another Stixie res. The Spirit made him live long enough for Tombstone to activate. That's very big.
Mana Frenzy about to happen. Then you're going to... Maybe Katt desperately trying to push into the snipers. Can he do so? Big push coming out at the bottom there.
He might just be able to.
Right, we're gonna get...
He needs to get on the bridge fast. Ooh, that extra experience just now. It's gonna... He does has the bridges though. There's Sunburn.
Oh, a lot of face damage coming out. Right, Mana Frenzy. Dragon's not too far away. You feel like if Dragon had the bounty sniper, he would have been off.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Ooh, he's trying. He's hanging on with everything he has.
Good Ghost.
Ooh. The fact that Katt is really making great use of this Ghost, it's probably super annoying because it's huge value.
3 Stixies up.
10 experience away. Mordar is dealing with these units. Most of these units are cheap. The Stixies are getting value. There goes one of them.
This is probably the time Katt needs to win the game here, or he's going to struggle. He's got a good push going on. Dragon does have something to grab. There's an annoying Ghost in there. It's going to grab a Jolo, I think.
Jolo, but Jolo versus the defense is not that bad.
Katt needs... Dragon needs a bridge so badly.
He's almost there though. 2 experience away. There's the Sunburn. And like, if this Mordar does not reset though, that thing on top is gonna die very quickly.
Yeah, Mordar stomping real fast. Dragon just needs to clear, grab a bridge, and I think...
He's stacking those Stixies, There are already 2 bots. He might just do it.
Yep. Katt's going to struggle to push into these snipers.
Yep.
Now here we see
What
one
was
bridge
open,
taken.
good Sunburn on top, killing most of those things. Great rest, that's a very good rest because he needs those front lines now to push forward.
That might have been the chance that Katt needed to take. He wasn't able to just fight into those snipers too much. He's doing his best. There could be a massive ghost at the top on the Defenso chopper.
And it was!
And here again, the push coming at the bottom. Doesn't want to lose any of these Stixies. He's got 3 Stixies at the bottom there.
One of them is cursed and I might just die. Ooh, Sunburn missing one of them though. The one that was almost dead did not get killed.
Okay,
And
raged Stixie somewhere. 1 HP. Okay, 2 Stixies.
look at Katt's HP though. If Dragon manages to sleep some Sunburns there, he might do something.
Here we go. Dragon's going to be taking some face damage here. The sniper's going at the top, but it's not
Enraged
enough.
Stixie. That's an enraged Stixie that he just gave Dragon though. Wow. We got 8 minutes into this match and it's very hard to see the winner. Any mistake here might just make it.
Yeah, Dragon has a choice. He can start going for the face, but of course the Katt.
Has to.
The totem's not available for
But
him right now.
he has bridges. I think this is the moment. Dragon has bridges, Dragon has presence, Katt cannot do it. Sunburns are going on face.
80 HP
No
left.
totem on time. This could be it. Totem is on 30 seconds now.
That's it.
Dragon can't cycle it. There it is. Wow.
Dragon brings it back. 1 game all. Power
What
of
a
Mordor.
comeback. Wow.
The power of Mordor, Cosmic Vortex, with the snipers and Stixie in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness.
Yeah,
me.
even without the bounty sniper, Dragon was still able to stack, and that ghost, while it was able to get some good plays, is not something that can be played offensively, and so it did not help with putting pressure on the Stixies, which is really what Katt needed to push back in. And sometimes RNG just decides that it is not for you.
Yeah, Katt did have some removal, but as soon as those spirits drop, it makes it incredibly difficult for him to get any progress against that.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, it was just too much.
It's the fact that most of his units aren't as healthy as he would have wanted to deal with the Mordor. At that one point, when Mordor just had his attack fully charged and it was just like going and going and going, there was like no statue, there was no Colossus, no nothing that could be like, keep going, Mordor, I don't care, you're not gonna kill me. That was not the case. Flightless dragons were dying, little skeletons were dying, grenadiers dying. So everything that really remained were some elite swarmers that aren't really much of a threat for Dragon. A Whirly, which is somewhat of a threat, but still it's something that Dragon could manage. The moment he could manage everything there, guarantee like, fine, remain on my side of the field, keep your bridges, I'm not going to reset this attack. Your big units are stopped here. There's a wall, there's a ghost turret, there are sticks, there are snipers. You're not getting closer.
Pushing into that sniper army is difficult, and of course those Stixies are coming back hasted from the tombstone. We had a few of them that got enraged from the sunburn as well, and just pushing into that was just a real nightmare for Katt. And although he got some Mana Frenzy first, he did have that one relatively decent push, but that was where he needed to win the game. But ultimately wasn't able to close it out. 1 game all. Bit of drama to start. We've had 1 game for each of the players. Remember, Mordor no longer able to be played by Dragon.
True, very true. Mordor for Dragon, Valorian for both players, and Wrecked for Katt, right?
That's correct. Okay, let's make sure Katt doesn't go offline. Right. Okay, we've got game on here. Dragon could have been really tilted by what happened in that first game, or before the first game, with playing the banned card, and then Katt saying, hey, I'll replay it, but I'm going to choose what you can play instead, and then playing the Grenadier against him. But it seems like he put that out of his mind, and he's brought us back to 1 game all. So that's good to see.
Very, very well performed on Dragon's part here. This was just, if he was feeling down by the first match, this is definitely the match that can bring your spirits back up.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needed. But can he ride the wave, or can Katt strike back? Let's find out. Cosmic's joining me with this one. 1 game all, game number 3. Best of 5 potential reset.
Let's go.
Here we go, Cosmic.
All right. So we see Katt once again playing RNG's APEP. And then with Dragon still playing a Stixie deck, but this time taking in their Morelia version.
Interesting to see. It's a very similar deck, but without the reses, it's going to have a very different tempo to it.
Yeah, and I mean we still see the Warrior, like we see things like Warrior, which would technically go with a Mortar version, but we see Plasma Marines, which Plasma Marines are a strong card, but not necessarily something that you want in a Mortar deck because of a bad res.
Massive value from that boom buggy at the bottom there. A little bit careful though, they missed my dodge jump just a little bit. Prowler, you see the Stixie. We go for the Spirit. Okay, lucky there that the Spirit went for the Stixie and not for the dying regular sniper. Doesn't need to be careful because that boom buggy can get the Stixie if it gets on face. Not if it gets shredded like that though.
Okay, XP a little bit in Katt's favor, but we have this push coming in with Stun Lancers and Stixie. Stixie's locked onto face, which is really what you want if you're trying to remove a Stixie. If you have the health pool to spare, Stixie does not do that much damage to face because they're not killing a unit, and so that attack cooldown is very long.
Okay, 3 card. The Katt got from perk 1 was the Illusionary as well. Which, now it can't take bridges, it's not as good as it used to be.
Absolutely. Now, if they can proc Voidborn Wound, that would be something. But proccing Voidborn Wound is not necessary. Does Katt even have any Voidborn cards? They have the Swarmer. So if they get, and they have the Flightless Dragon. So if either of those hit face while that Illusionary Whelp is in hand, then it'll spawn 3 Illusionary Whelps, which can be used as a removal spell, really.
Right, here we go. That shield kind of early there. I think it's just cycling. Shredding through this army at the top. Where's the Spirit going? Goes on to the Warrior. And another one. That's the Spellbook perk 2. Now, Katt's got a decent XP lead. We saw in the last game that he wasn't able to close it out based on that. But we're going to have a different setup here. No reses coming. These snipers.
Okay, Dragon's taking a good chunk of face damage off. Tanking with the totem.
He will have the Dragon, he will have Nirvir, but he will only have it once. Try to get as much value out of that as possible.
And Katt's going to try and get that perk 3 and cycle it as much as possible. Because of you know, the advantage that Nirvir is going to do, because Nirvir is going to put a significant amount of pressure, and Katt needs to get themselves a sizable battlefield presence established before that Dragon lands, so that way they can kind of just have that Dragon counter push rather than just push in.
Spirit on the Marine is not ideal. Katt does have good ways of dealing with that Dragon. He does have a Sparer, the Flightless Dragons, Bullet Buggies, PS units. He only has to deal with that Dragon once. Just by the XP at the moment, the Dragon needs near there to make a real big swing in the way this game's going at the moment.
Yeah, Dragon needs to capture some bridges pretty quickly, because as it stands, Katt's making the XP gap so wide that with that Dragon, Dragon is going to have to put a significant amount of pressure on face just to, you know, stand a chance before Katt hits Mana Frenzy.
What a snipers though.
Are the shielded crossbow dudes the free card?
Let me tell you in a sec when they next come round. Okay, we've got 3
Okay.
Stixies out, one of them is enraged. Yep, they are indeed the free card.
Yeah, shielded crossbow dudes are incredibly valuable against Stixies, because that shield will count as a not death as far as Stixie is concerned. So pushing in with those can be used to kind of stall that Stixie a little bit.
Yep. does have Hercules available. The Katt's well ahead on his pushing towards Mana Frenzy. Got a 40 XP lead. Right, can Dragon sway the tide here? Katt knows that whilst he still has a big XP lead, he still needs to put pressure on the bridges, but he does want to try and get Mana Frenzy as soon as possible. He's prioritising the sniper there. Again, newer players need to watch how Katt deals with this dragon. You see, he's not just freaking out and putting all of his units on it.
He's letting it come in, letting it side where he can still take the bridge if he needs to.
Yep.
Kind of thing, depending on how it goes.
Getting master damage to help. ACAP, of course, barely helping, but everything does help. Dragon almost there, but Mana Frenzy very close. Okay, Dragon goes down. That was the one and only time. And you can see that Dragon did catch up on XP.
Ooh, Stixie locked onto the totem. That was huge.
Dragon needs to ride this wave. Doing some face damage, needs to support, needs to keep the bridges, needs to get his Mana Frenzy as soon as possible because Katt's about to get his.
Yeah, Mana Frenzy ticks in for Katt, but Totem's on a timer. Neither of the Stixies have locked onto face. That's huge because that means that Dragon can use them to kind of defend the bridges, and Katt can't just let them come in.
I think Dragon can do this. Every Stixie that dies, though, is a very big problem for Dragon. Okay, Stixie's still at the top. Next Stixie spawns. Mana Frenzy about to tick over, but the bridges are starting to go blue, and this is a very worrying sign for Dragon. This is Katt's opportunity to push them. He's going to have trouble pushing into these Stixies and these snipers. All that spirit, though.
Ooh.
Now, if Dragon can clear this up and start building up a mass of snipers that Katt's not able to remove, it could be very important.
Now, this isn't Mordor, though. So last match, Dragon was defending with Mordor, who just slowly ramped up their stomp, but there's not very much horde removal here.
Right. Whilst he is clearing, there's just more and more coming. There you see the Voidborn Wound Whelps. This is going to be too much face damage. Katt.
Oh, that boom buggy on the bottom didn't have a collision with the other boom buggy.
Interesting.
When it locked onto face. Interesting.
Wow. Okay. Looks like Dragon was just too late on his Mana Frenzy there. Wasn't able to hold off the Katt onslaught. Dfogo.
It was really by such a tiny bit. At one point, there was a Stixie that died there that I feel like it made the whole difference. He had he was so close having the game there. It was really, really sad. But this is the grand finals. This is what the level the players are stepping onto here. These mistakes cost games. So not having one extra Stixie, as you guys were saying, makes the difference. That lack of DPS and presence, it's very huge. At one point, I did consider if it wouldn't be better for those Stixies to be locked on face and at least securing that damage at some point there. Dragon I have made something with that because the bridges were kind of secured, so maybe he would have gotten away by killing his opponent. It was so sad, but
It was
great match either way.
It was
Great
looking
match.
like Dragon was making the comeback.
Yeah.
Whilst he didn't have his own Mana Frenzy, he was able to build up a bit of a push. He did have the bridges. He was closing back, but that was just able to push into those snipers. And yeah, every single Stixie that died was huge. And
I think getting shielded crossbow dudes specifically is one of the best cards that you could get against Stixie, because like each of those crossbow dudes will take 2 shots from a Stixie before they go down. And that really helped Katt form a counter push without just automatically let it all come into face.
yeah, and of course, as you said, Mordor wasn't available. Then Mordor Stomp, which we saw in the previous game, clearing all the Skellies, just wasn't available that time. And Morelia just her master damage just can't keep up with the horde that was pushing in.
It was, this match just showed us 2 very interesting things. One, the difference between surviving in Mana Frenzy as a Mordor and as a Morelia. Like, Morelia could not keep up with those hordes. And then, the other one, which I think is the most interesting one, when Katt hit Mana Frenzy, Dragon was on the bridges. So Katt was getting very little advantage and was barely hanging in there. At one point, then, it swapped around. Dragon lost the bridges as soon as he hit Mana Frenzy, and he could not gain them back, as he needed to be building up those snipers that no longer existed. So I got Mana Frenzy almost there, and like just goes away at 1 small second. Like 1 or 2 ticks of those bridges in Mana Frenzy would have been everything that Dragon needed to get at least 1 extra Stixie on the field. That extra Stixie some seconds earlier, game changing, I feel.
Small margins at this level for sure. Right, 2 games to 1. Katt is within touching distance. Katt wins the next one, he takes it.
And I think it's important for Katt to try and shut this down, because Dragon has shown that they can reverse sweep pretty easily. Now, Katt, again, does have that advantage of knowing most of the strategies that Dragon has at this point.
Yep, all knowledge is very important at this point.
And banning the grenade scrat against Dragon, I think, pushes him into a corner in terms of like viable decks that Dragon has. And I think the Katt knows that, because Dragon relies very heavily on grenade scrat for removal in a lot of their decks.
Something that proves how players observe and like learn each other preferences, and then can get these very targeted bans, which on the other hand does allow for some other cards to shine. Defensive Chopper is shining so much on these matches, like the insane value he's getting off that AoE. It's very huge.
Yep, very true, very true. Okay, what are we going to see in game number 4? Can Dragon pull it back to 2 games all and keep himself alive in this tournament, or can Katt close this out, grab the $350 and the champion's virtual trophy?
And if Dragon wins this next one, it's huge, because then that kind of puts extra pressure on Katt, because Katt knows that if they lose this next one, then it's all reset again. And so then they have to go and redo everything. And now Katt has revealed some of their decks, and so they won't have that advantage that they've had with like that knowledge, which I think is huge.
I feel like, if my memory serves me correct, we've had finals between Katt and Lazur where Katt was within touching distance and Lazur just came back, managed to win the first best of 5, then won the reset best of 5. So it's definitely doable. It's definitely been done to Katt before, if my memory serves me correct. So we will have to wait and see. But here we go. Who's casting this one with me?
Me?
Okay, good.
Yep.
The one that's not set up.
Yeah,
Okay.
Of course.
it's always the one that's not set up. That's how you remember.
No one will stand in my way.
Tell us what's going on and I'll fix that.
All right, so we have Milloween on Dragon's side with Katt playing Diona. Now, Dragon has a little bit of an awkward hand, starting with Sunburn, Bridge Buddies, Spawn of Fury, and Bats. So not really any good opens there.
Right. Diona. Millow. He played Millow earlier, beaten by Valorian.
Mm-hmm. That was when we had all of the Spawn of Fury, or the grenade scrat.
This is a very different type of Millow deck, though.
Yeah, so this one, yeah, we have Rock Rivals, we have Spawn of Fury. I'm assuming Spawn of Fury. Yeah, so Spawn of Fury targets are literally just the Golem and the Rock Rival.
Yep. Yeah, huge DPS coming out. 80
Ooh.
Squadron. Okay. Now, we've seen earlier how Sunburn can backfire, but Dragon seems to have cleared this okay. You remember, just got to get through that first Rock Rival cycle, deal with that statue. And then he can profit. But during that period, Katt has got an XP lead, and you can just see from the speed that these XP leads appear, how much faster the game is now. Okay, here we go. Using Spawn of Fury to split the Arcane Golem.
Now the Spawn of Fury on the Arcane Golem is very strong. Oh, but a TAS will immediately remove that. Oh, but the heal ball came out.
Still alive. They're going to go for it again. Remember, he's up to 5 mana for a Hellfire this time. So the Hellfire for the TAS, every time you use it, it goes up and up and up.
Great taunting totem. The bats are doing a significant amount of damage though, without any kind of range units on Katt's side.
Yep.
Golem slamming down on those imps, doing a good amount of damage. Oh, but it didn't target because the arcane bolts finished off the imps.
Okay, we saw Ruffles denied by the bats as well, so that was a good little trade for Dragon. Katt ahead on XP, but needs to deal with this. We've seen the DPS he's got though. He's got the Razor Squadron, but the Sunburn is ready to shut that down. Hill comes in.
Okay, ooh, okay.
Sunburn used, but Razor Squadron is not going to be able to be Sunburn. But he does have the Arcane Missiles, but he uses them already. Okay, pressure. Big hits coming out. Next Golem's up, and it's relatively unsupported, so it's not going to get too much done at the top there.
And Razor Squadron can also get hit by Flyby, so most of the spells that that Dragon has, ooh, each of these Golem slams on those imps just takes a huge chunk off of Katt's health.
As always, HP is a resource, and Katt's using it to keep himself ahead on XP at the moment.
Alright, and again, those bats are just putting out massive damage on all those units.
Okay, the Razor Squadron shredded. Frustrating bit here is the Golem's going to go at the top, but there's another Golem ready to go at the bottom. Okay. Dragon's cycle speeding up as the mana speed increases. Got a big push on both sides. What can Katt do? He's ahead on XP, but those Golems are going to really take some dealing with. Golem at the top's going to go down. Ruffles going for a hill, but Golem number 2.
Okay, ATG was targeted by Dragon's Golem, but shut down pretty easily. Katt taking massive amounts of damage from this Golem. The imps are out.
The Blood Imps are very dangerous at this point.
Ooh. Katt really needs to try and protect one of these heal potions. Tier 3 comes out though, that's an automatic level 5 Golem.
I don't think Katt can hold on here. Big Hellfire, but he's going to be taking just damage every attack at the moment. Right, 2 Sunburns away. We've seen matches before where Dragon just...
two Sunburns, but they also have Arcane Missiles and Frostfeather Flyby, so they could literally just...
There we go. It's ready.
Sit here. Oh, but Ruffles! Ruffles got a huge amount of health there.
Okay, Ruffles helping, but this could be enough. We need Mana Frenzy immediately. It's not available. Nice shield totem. ATG Drone's going to get some value. Can it stay alive? Okay, no. 2 level 10 Golems pushing at the top. They
along with a rival, and then a Golem already pushing for the next one.
I can't see a way that Katt could deal with this.
I mean, they have Blood Imps, but if they play Blood Imps, then that would just
there we go. That's
die.
It. 2 games all. Dragon strikes back. Wow, Rock Rivals Milo just too strong there for the Diona.
And that Spawn of Fury was just so, so awesome. Like, when he was getting value off that, he was getting such amount of value. And you could see he baited 2 Hellfires there with 1 push. Let's even on, aside from the 2 mana from the test, that's 3 mana plus 4 mana. Okay, so it basically just means that Katt
3 mana from the task. 3 mana from the task.
Ah, it's right, it's 3 mana now. So it's 3 mana plus 3 mana plus 4 mana. So that's actually 10 mana that Katt invested to basically, like, that kind of tickles the Golem. But he was basically the Blue Golem. He was basically trying to kill the Arcane Golem. 2 mana of Arcane Golem plus Spawn of Fury equals 5. Heal Ball equals 8. So he used 10 mana to try to kill 8, and he failed. And that was scary. And he had to invest even extra 5 on the Legionnaires he played. That trade was super into Dragon's favor, and he started building up tempo from there. And we saw no other test was played, so...
Wow. We thought Dragon might be a little bit tilted after what happened before the first game, but he's definitely fought back. and fall back again. 2 games all. If he takes this, he will force a best of 5 reset. If he doesn't, then Katt will take the grand final tournament. Take a moment.
Good, because taking a moment is good.
Of course, the players have got to take a moment as well. But make decisions about what they're going to play.
And again, so we were talking about this, like Dragons managed to win this, so now there's a lot of pressure. So before I would say that the pressure was mostly on Dragon, and now Katt, I'm sure, is starting to feel some of this pressure because like they kind of sat, you know, waiting in the winners bracket while, you know, everyone did the loser bracket. So they kind of just got to relax a little bit, but the pressure is back on because if they lose this next one, the grand finals get reset. Dragon, you know, has played against Katt, you know, and was able to see everything that came through, and would be able to counter those strategies a lot easier with the extra knowledge that they've gathered now.
Yep. I feel like Dragon just had the answers to all of Katt's questions in that last game. You know, he had spells to remove the squadron, help deal with the ATG drone, and the heal just to repair any damage done. But here we go.
Dfogo for this one?
Yeah, ready for that one.
Let's go. This is 2-2, right? So
2-2.
the winner takes it all.
Well, not quite all.
Yeah, almost. Half all if it is Dragon.
If Katt wins, he takes it all. If Dragon wins, we do this all over again.
And let's see, Dragon is playing his APAP, probably the Casino APAP we've seen before, and Katt is now playing a Millowin. Now, is Katt going to bring his own Rock Rivals Millowin? We don't know. We can see the 2 futures from Dragon's hands, though, so this does prove we are seeing another future. Is it going to be lucky this time? Let's find out.
Is Brave to take futures at this point?
Well, this is Dragon. And that's not a bad card at all.
Shielded Crossbow dude, 3 mana. Bridge, split bridge grab, anti-air with a shield.
Yep.
Nice. What's his luck going to be like on the second future?
We don't know yet. You got a wall for free, so this might actually be very good. Like if he, yep,
Yeah,
if he needs his defense
buggy
to
as well.
make up for it.
As you'd expect, Dragon dropping a little bit behind here. But he hasn't used his second future yet. Wants to cycle that as quickly as possible, but
Oh, he missed out on the spirit.
it's frustrating. That wall's about to go down. Defenso doesn't trade incredibly well here because these guys hit super hard, especially this last one.
Wow.
Right. Katt put in the pressure on, and that's meaning that the Dragon's having to defend and not able to cycle out his present. And you want to get that done as soon as possible. You want to start getting the value back from.
Probably gonna pop it now, I would say, because he cannot wait any longer.
There's not going to be better time.
Yep.
3 mana Battle Monkey. Go.
That's awesome. That's actually awesome. Like the Zealots will have a good time dealing it. Like it's a good trade for Zealots. But look, just here, this is the case.
Yeah.
All these little swarms. Like
Shredded.
if he gets behind and he gets in a position where he needs the Battle Monkey to get value, he can just place wall tanks, Battle Shiha behind, and that's it. Oof.
Right. So Dragon will be happy with the RNG that he got, but the problem is XP is a long way behind at the moment.
Yep. Can he come back from it? I mean, we've seen him come back from this type of matches, but there goes the Great Wall.
Bit of face damage though. Okay, Katt's got his own Battle Monkey here.
Yep, and you can see him being much more present on the bridges right now.
Katt did not have his own Battle Monkey, sorry. Very confused. Okay, here we go. Like he needs something to tank, but it's going to go down before he gets another round of shots on. Okay, so let's have a look. 110 to 70, so it's about 40 XP behind.
Yep. It's not impossible, especially since it's an APAP. But Dragon does need to somehow find a way to deal with this golem starting third perk. He's getting more presence on the bridge Dragon, but he needs to still pump it up more.
Perk 3 now, so the columns are going to be very strong. Katt
Yep.
wailing through there.
Oh,
Nice sunburn.
that's a very good sunburn. Spirited wasted.
Still 40 XP. Dragon needs to start catching up. He's going to get a free card. It's not going to be here for a while. We've got those 2 golems at the bottom.
But I mean, is he actually gonna get this free card right now? Let's look at the board state. He's just getting shredded. If this pressure gets on face as it is going, he might just not make it. Katt knows it.
Oh, Bettowski doing a good deal. A good lot of trading there, but yeah, XP. It's now 50 XP. So Dragon's falling further and further behind.
It is true. Golem is out of Golem is off cycles. So and the free cards are the free and discounted cards are not. So Dragon can do something about it, but he's not in a good place. He's not in a good spot. And Katt is penalizing. Katt is really punishing those futures right now. Another great sunburn. Ooh, good stint leaving there. Securing the bridge for a bit longer.
Dragon just seemed to be so far behind even at the start of the game. Like, he only used his future pass. It's just 3 mana invested, and he was already super far behind on XP. Katt in a commanding position here. There we go, perk 3. He's got
Played in Fray. That looks good.
Should be good. Arcane missiles going a little awry there. Nice shock rock though. Everything's gonna get shredded, I think, here.
Yeah, Dragon has no board presence, and Katt is 20. Ooh, the still nicer even focus on the Battle Monkey. I think this is it. Dragon does not have the necessary
Dragon
tools.
coming back, but it's not happening. These golems just stacking
Yep,
up.
Katt's throwing the GG, and Dragon stopped playing. Yep.
That's gonna be it. Katt's gonna take this. Katt's gonna be the champion. Dragon put up a hell of a fight there. But the last game, he was just always behind, and even though he got some decent RNG, it just wasn't enough. Katt is the champion. Yeah! Well played to both players, but a big shout out to Katt taking the victory. He eased his way through the winners bracket, getting all the way there to the grand final without losing the game. And Dragon did put up a good fight there, Cosmic, in the end.
No, I think Dragon did incredibly well, and they didn't necessarily get bad pulls, because like both Battle Monkey Wall is a huge defensive combo, and Shielded Crossbow dudes can be very strong, but Katt was able to just make use of the fact that Dragon was behind on that mana, and just never let him recover from it. And then if you start having to play defensively, then you know you're not going for bridges, and then I would say Milloween is one of the masters that while their perk 3 is strong, if your perk 3 of APEP is not equally as strong as a golem, then it'll still just go right over you. And poor Infray, while she is strong, was not quite enough to pull it through for Dragon.
Yep.
And I think another aspect is that while Infray is not a bad pool, for Dragon to actually get good value out of Infray, he needs to keep that mana surge. But he's in a state of constant pressure where he cannot afford to be stuck at 6 mana.
Yep.
So, in that sense, if he was ahead and he could keep the value of that mana surge, for sure, Infray could have done a lot. But not in this case, not right now.
A great final though. Dragon fighting back twice, even after that early drama, playing the incorrect card, Katt making him play something different. Katt flaunting the Grenadier in his face at every opportunity. But Katt's able to take the victory in the end there, 3-2. I don't know if we have Katt available for an interview. Managed to get him before at one time.
Only once, but we will remember it forever.
I won't tell you what it cost me.
It cost you admitting that him resetting his game pissed you off.
Okay, so we'll see if we can get Katt for an interview. But great shout out to everyone involved in the event. We had a lot of people taking part, so good work to everybody that got involved. And of course, well done to everybody that got deep into the tournament. And to Katt, the ultimate victor. Dragon's second place. Very well played to both of them. A long day of games, but a very nice earner for some of these top players. $1,000 prize pool, as we mentioned before. Big shout out to the supporters, to GGtoor, to Community Gaming, to Team Mana Frenzy, and to Betadwarf, the developers. Another great tournament. A big shout out to Sinobii, of course, putting the work on behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay. Well,
Intense matches.
Intense matches. We had a lot of good games, a lot of close games, including the grand final. But not only the grand final, we had a very close best of 5 between DeathShoot and Dragon. Redemption bracket final as well. Wow. Oh, okay. I feel exhausted after that, and I'm sure the players, especially those that had to go through the redemption bracket, will feel tired as well.
Yeah, and this tournament, like as Dragon stated, you'd think that the tournaments would go faster with the games being faster, but the tournament still lasted about as long as it normally does. A little bit sooner, but about as long. Because I was paying attention like throughout the process, and I think that the majority of the matches isn't so much the game time; it's the getting into the matches and the mind games part of it is what actually takes up time in tournaments. It's not the physical matches themselves.
Yeah, we definitely
which I think is what we can pull away from this tournament.
Yeah, we definitely had some time between games, not between matches, but just between the games in a match, and that all adds up over the course of a stream. Hopefully we didn't have too much downtime. It ran pretty smoothly from my point of view, to be honest. Not too many mess-ups, which is always nice. Yeah, so this is the sort of gameplay that you can expect to see with no wildcards, and hopefully you guys got to see, guys at home got to see the sort of high level of play that's available when no wildcards are in action. There's a lot that we can all learn from these top players. And it's always good to see them, especially if you're a new player. You can learn a lot from them. Okay. Right. Anything that you guys would like to add before we get on out of here? We're going to go raid someone after this.
I think I would just like to appreciate all the chances to be here to commentate, watch these matches. It was very fun. I mean, it's always very, very interesting to be here commentating alongside you guys. So,
yeah, this was great, and I hope that Fish, now that you know that Sinobii will allow you to write on the hat, that you will consider doing a hat giveaway where you just write the names on the hat. See, because then you don't have to worry about like
will you?
I mean, I'm just saying, like you said, oh, I don't want to have to deal with shipping, and I was like, oh, well, you don't have to. You can just write the name on the hat. And you were like, oh, no, Sinobii would allow that. We solved that issue. Sinobii will allow it. So like,
time to come up with another excuse.
Okay,
it's
all right.
Fine.
Like,
Do come up. We
yeah, like you can come up with another excuse. Yeah, I was like, we can have this witty banter back and forth. You give me as many excuses as you need, and I will shoot down each one individually until we finally get our hat giveaway. I'm fighting for the people.
Can you imagine if we actually did a hat giveaway and it ended up being you winning it?
Oh my god!
Please. I would. That's what I need in my life. If it was me, I would literally just I would lose my shit.
If that happened, I would pay for the delivery.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to make sure that if it happens, that Cosmic's going to be winning.
Rigged. I'm calling it rigged.
But of course, none of my giveaways are ever rigged. None of my tournaments are rigged.
Of course not.
Nonsense.
Of course not. That would be unbecoming of you for sure.
Okay, so we need to go and raid someone. We need to figure out how to raid with the delay.
It just cuts off the last 2 minutes of the stream.
Or
then do we like stay still for just 2 minutes just to make the time to?
We all say, "All right, bye everyone," and then start a timer. And then when you see us on screen, then you hit the raid button.
Maybe you guys could join me for the awkward wave.
I could do that.
Just start waving now, or
you just wave at the camera and don't move your face for like 12 minutes.
Wait, wasn't it 2? Well, that's fine. Let's staring the game. Let's go.
3 minutes
when are we
behind.
waving? I can't see you.
I'm waving now.
You're waving now. Okay.
Well, see, the thing is, if we want the stream to see the wave, we've got to wait for 3 minutes.
I mean, I can wait
I'm
for 3
waving
minutes.
now. Are we supposed to keep waving?
Keep waving.
Yeah, just keep waving. Just keep waving. Who are we rating?
Who's counting the timer,
guys?
guys? I was not. Who's counting the
It'll be
timer?
a surprise to us all.
Oh my God.
Steelpot's online.
we're
Steelpot the
rating-
legend.
I think we're raiding someone that's doing another Sinobii tournament, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so 3 minutes.
Bye.
Katt was too tired to do an interview. That's fine, no problem.
Do we turn on the cams on meet just so we can see each other awkwardly waving so it's less lonely?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that.
I don't know if I can. I don't think it will let me do the I don't think it will let me direct.
Work
my
for
camera to the
me.
thing.
Bye.
I don't see us waving yet.
Put the cam on meet. I'm doing the same.
I don't know if I can because they won't let the cam access 2 different things at the same time, will it?
It's working for
No,
me.
you have to. Chances are.
If you have like
Yeah.
different software for it, maybe.
I'm just waving. I'm sitting here just awkwardly
And now
wagging
your
my
arm's
hand
not
back
hurting.
and
It's
forth.
starting to hurt me.
Tried to turn it on and nothing happened.
Your arm?
Oh, the damn cam! you idiot.
I
I'm
mean,
doing
either
on my
way,
arm.
like.
Thanks for joining us today,
Bye.
everybody.
Thank you. Bye bye.
So don't worry, we've still got 2 more minutes of waving.
Oh, okay.
God.
All right. Cool. I was like, I still don't see us waving on the camera. Jesus Christ.
We've got a 3-minute
It
delay.
should be any moment now.
Oh,
My
princess.
God. I'm gonna be pissed if we start waving and I see I'm the only one waving, guys.
I mean, I was waving for a little bit before, so
Oh, we've seen who started waving first?
It's not a
yes.
competition. This is a team wave.
No,
Yeah,
like it's. I mean, it's a competition that's already been won. We're just figuring out who won.
It's starting to hurt.
Yeah, I was like, there we go. Oh, damn it! Defogo won.
Damn it.
What? I'm not even waving. I'm not waving yet.
No, you like wagged your hand for a second.
Wagged.
Like the long
I
wave.
asked for waving, not wagging.
I mean, a wave is just a wag of the hand. Really.
Wow.
I mean, why? Do you think of waving as something different?
I feel like you wag something else, not a hand.
Oh my
I mean, you
God.
can. Like, wagging
Wow.
is a universal thing that can
Like
be
a
done with
tail.
many
Like
appendages.
a dog wagging a tail.
Yeah, that's one word for it, yes.
Okay, so are we all
Now it's cosmic. You see now it's cosmic.
waving on the stream now?
I'm still
No.
God damn it!
I know. How long is your goddamn delay? Oh, wait,
3
Fish is waving now.
minutes.
I mean, you say 3 minutes. I feel like we've been having this conversation. Oh, okay, I started my long wave before you, Defogo. That
Right.
means I win.
Yeah, the long one you started before.
Dfogo stopped waving, disqualified.
No, I started again.
Now you
See?
stopped. You're like when. You
No,
see?
I had
No,
it
no,
back up,
I
had it
started
back up.
first, but my hand was off camera. My hand was off
The
camera.
thing is,
Yeah, that doesn't count then. It's on camera. See,
I know
it's
you.
right
We said
there.
waving.
the thing is,
I mean, I started. No.
the stream-
I take this one. I take this one.
the stream will only see like the last little bit of this waving, but if you check out the VOD, you'll see all of the waving. Right, we're gonna raid now. Okay, the raid has started. Let's go. Oh god, my arm is dying. Look, Dfogo's out. He can't keep up with professional wavers.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
like,
come
yeah,
on,
me
it's
and
over,
Fish
right?
are waving.
Just start.
Oh yeah, no, but like me and Fish, like you see us waving, like we're waving pretty quickly. You're
No, I
like
don't see you guys
washing a
waving.
window. Like that's not a wave. You're like pretending to like clean. Look, you even
told you.
stopped.
I
You
told
even
you.
stopped.
It's a wag, not a wave.
Jesus.
I'm waving with all my arm. You guys are just waving your hands. That's like
Yeah,
easier.
because you're waving. You're like it's just a wave. You're not like
No, it's supposed to be
signaling
an
for a
awkward
plane
one.
to land.
It's supposed to be an awkward wave. Like you guys
It
are,
is. You
you guys
can
are not
awkward-
awkwardly waving. Look at, I'm awkwardly waving.
I mean, arguably we all are at this point. Like, yeah, see, like even DeathShoot, Defogo's moving his hand too much. Done. The people have spoken.
I'm telling you, it's a
Oh
skill.
my God.
Not everyone could do the awkward wave.
Yeah, like awkward waves are a skill.
I'm the awkward one. You guys were the normal one. I'm not taking that.
Okay, we're about to raid. I'm going to click the raid now button. Goodbye!